Hello, hello, hello. Just waiting on some people to come in and join the live. I have some things to show and tell you guys. And I just got done stopping at McDonald's and using the couple bucks that I earned through the apps that I was telling you guys about where you play games and scan receipts, and was able to buy a sandwich and a drink by using that, which was awesome. But so I want to tell you guys about a program that I was referred to through social services that's supposed to be beneficial to all the people that are basically like homeless and displaced, for SADV survivors as well as those that survived Helene. It's supposed to be a federally funded program, more availability and prevalence at let me put my do not disturb on you guys. I'm sorry. We just got demonetized before I even got started. Thank you to Paramount Plus. Let's see, do not disturb. Sorry. I'm trying to turn the camera on while I'm talking as well. I'm inside McDonald's right now, so that's the background noise. Hi, everybody. Got my MMIW shirt on. I found my stand, as you guys can see, finally. Let me turn you around so you can see something besides my ugly mug. By the way, I want to shout out and thank you to my mods. The person by the name of Snipe Hunter, I believe it said, made a comment, and I'm going to tell you up front, I deleted the comment that they made on the video. I didn't delete the comments during the video. But their comment was concerning that, asking, they were being very nasty, actually kind of reminiscent of what I've been experiencing that I want to talk about. And, you know, some people might not be interested and some might. I also want to talk about Summer's case and what I was talking about with the gate and gateway programs. I'm about to take y'all outside so you can see the lovely weather that I'm walking in because I'm waiting on roadside assistance. So yesterday when I went to leave from where I was parked to go to the grocery store and to pick up Little Man, I lost reverse completely in the motorhome. Everything else seems to be functioning somewhat, I should say. And I say that because I go from park. Hey, Miss Rhonda, how are you? When I take it out of park, reverse is like I'm in neutral, basically. Actually, it's like I'm in park because it won't go forward or backwards, but it also is not free rolling. So, and then when I move to neutral, it's on the column. For those of you that know, that's where the gear shift is. Then when I move to neutral, there isn't a neutral. Neutral is drive. My overdrive is like the regular. Basically, everything is moved to the left. So I have park, overdrive, regular drive, the number 2 and the number 1 drive on an automatic. If you know, you know. That's the best way I know to tell you. I'm gonna put my trash and stuff in. Got my umbrella. And y'all gonna walk with me from McDonald's to where I'm parked. And I'm not, I don't want people to get upset, but at some point I will be turning the camera off on that walk. Not because I don't want people to see me walking or I have a problem with that, but because I don't want to put out there where I'm currently staying for safety purposes. I'm gonna put my trash up and get ready to go with you guys. Oh. Okay. Okay. So, hold on just 1 second. Let me speak to the lady next to me. Sorry about that. I thought I was unmuted. Let's see. It's the linkage in the steering column. All it needs is to be tightened. Is that because you saw the picture that I had, Butterfly? It's not. That's not. He broke that copper pipe where it goes directly into that box that looks like an amp, and manufactured a, like, oh, you're good. There's a lady standing next to me, just so you guys are aware, and they were apologizing for interrupting my live stream. Y'all all shout them out and tell them we got nothing but mad love for everybody. As long as they good and kind, we good and kind right back. Right. And again, you're not on camera. I'm not doing that. I'm not disrespecting. Y'all know how I be. I'm not disrespecting. So let me tell y'all real quick. So yesterday, when I went to pull out and leave, reverse was completely gone, as I was saying. I had park, and when I went from park to reverse, it did nothing, like I was still in park. Then when I went to neutral, it was like I was in the first drive. And then when I went to the overdrive, that's supposed to be the gas saving part, it was D. Like, basically, when I went down to the drive that has the one above it, it was nothing. Hey, Butterfly, I've been missing you, by the way. I hope everything is going well. As y'all can see, this is the weather I'm in and walking in. So just FYI, you know, everybody knows I have the roadside assistance that I got, which is great. I'm not complaining about them. Please don't take that this way at all. I just follow with me. So the federal government, specifically North Carolina, and just y'all be aware but be skeptical, because I found out it's not what it says it is, has what they call a safe parking program for any DVSA survivors, Helene survivors, if you got a FEMA check, if you are a DV or SA survivor, if you are displaced, if you're in a tent, if you have nothing, if you're in a car, a van, a camper, they have a safe parking program for everywhere you're at. Long story short, Butterfly, tell me where you at, and as soon as I get the gas in, I'll roll up. that part. That's why I got the camper. I'm traveling. But anyway, as I was saying, the safe parking program. So DSS, my worker, contacted me. I got an email with a copy of the card and what the sticker that's supposed to go on my camper looks like, and they're mailing it to me, snail mail. You know how that works. Long story short, I let her know, and I'm surprised she answered me back on a holiday. Whoop whoop for Ching Chang. That is my worker's name, Ching Chang. So long story short, they tell me to park at the new BUCM, which that acronym stands for Burke United Christian Ministries, okay? It's supposed to be a soup kitchen. It's got, a pantry, a food pantry, a soup kitchen, clothes and all that, and assistance. And it was supposed to be safe parking, okay? Where not only would nobody bother me, but there was supposed to be regular patrols and security lights and cameras, okay? So, and they were opening at 9 a.m. and my worker had already put in some information. I'm assuming sent them an email and they were expecting me. Long story short, they just moved into that building. And apparently they're still doing construction. At around 5:15 in the morning, give or take 5 minutes, I heard somebody boom, 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 boom. I'm like, and it shook the whole motorhome. And I heard it again, boom, boom, boom. Get out here now, or I'm shooting in here and having you towed. No joke.
Where's that at?
Now, this is a public parking lot. I'm in the city limits. It's supposed to be a homeless shelter, soup kitchen, food pantry, and general assistance for people that qualify, okay? I was sent there. I have the email to prove it by DSS. I have the thing that says it's supposed to be safe parking. You guys know what I've been through with my DV and SA and going through the options program and restraining order and address protection and all that. So I was scared. I had just gotten to sleep. I hadn't been able to sleep because all the noises and everything. Never been there and a little scared. So I'm like, okay, I know I'm supposed to be here and I have the right. So basically, I'm just looking around. I go to the door, the big door on the side, because that's where he was. And I pull my blind up. You guys know I have the blind over that window. And look. And he's there pointing a gun at me. I don't want to break down, I'm sorry. But it did actively activate my PTSD, among other things. And he's like, why are you here? Why are you in my parking lot? What are you doing here? And I'm like, is this not Burke United Christian Ministries? Why are you here? And I kept saying I was sent, and he didn't even let me answer. I don't care. I don't know why you're here, but you got 15 minutes to get out of this parking lot, or I'm having you and your vehicle towed, and I'm shooting your tires off. And he literally had a handgun. And I said, I don't need that long. Now, mind you, I don't have reverse. So I got my stuff together and cranked up and rolled out. I did get pictures of him, and I sent them to my worker along with a short video clip of him being on the door and stuff. And they can, I'm gonna walk over here because they can hear that. I just got demonetized for the cursing. I'm going. Oh, it's always the MF part, but it's okay. No, it ain't your fault. I just don't want. I don't want no. I don't want nobody. Oh, no, we can start walking whenever up to the thing. I was just gonna finish this while y'all was chilling. Yeah, I was gonna finish my cigarette. And, yeah. Okay. So, anyways, and I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to edit nobody. I just wasn't trying to pick up y'all's conversation for the world. Yeah, well, I cuss like a sailor too. I just trying to be respectful to others, even when they don't give us respect. Um, but anyway, so what my worker told me, she actually called me after I sent the email today at 1:30 and asked me if I was okay. And she apologized. She told me that that's the general contractor for the company that's helping move them in, and that she apologized. He wasn't aware of the program that they're doing. And I said, well, I said, it's really wild that he only came to my vehicle. This is the thing. There's a minivan and the people were in it. They were there when I pulled up. They were still there when I left. There was 2 other cars and an SUV. All of them had the sign like I had, you know. They were all sleeping in their car. Same parking lot area that I was in. But nothing was said to them. You know, I don't, like, because I'm in an RV, it's like I'm getting singled out, or I'm not stealthy as much. I wasn't trying to hide. I wasn't trying to do anything illegal. But the fact, just my situation with my ex, like I was scared to death that I was going to run out of gas, or that I wasn't going to make it to somewhere safe. Shout out to Cracker Barrel and McDonald's. I don't know if y'all can even see the sign right there. Hold on. Make it bigger. The Cracker Barrel and the Mickey D's and Hampton Inn for being respectful and kind and not making assumptions and treating somebody like, you know, whatever. Again, I was sent there by authorities. Public safety had checked on me in the middle of the night, and I showed them the email, and I was told I was okay. Didn't get a chance to tell this guy. He wouldn't. I tried to show him the card thing. He wasn't interested. But he is going to lose his contract. I hope he enjoys not only losing the contract for the current building, but he apparently had a state and city contract to do some repairs on the courthouse and some of our state prisons in this area. He's not going to be there now. Amen, whoever said that. It is being handled. They going to hit him in the pocketbook. And that's what he deserves. It was disrespectful to the finest. Just like the lady at Speedway. By the way, I went back and talked to the manager today. She no longer has her job. And as for the person who it's Snipe Hunt or something, thank you to my mods that deleted their comments. Good job. Keep up the good work. I deleted their comment after where they were complaining. I don't know what comments y'all even deleted during a live stream. I'm not the person that's doing that. That's what moderators do. I do delete the comments if they're in the comment section after the video finishes processing, which is different than the live stream. Long story short, I'm going to tell you what they said. They asked me why I deleted their comments. Did the truth hurt? And had a bath lately. Now let me give y'all a little perspective too about the camper and the parking and why I kind of find it highly, I guess, egregious, or, you know, whatever you want to say, that it's happening this past weekend. Y'all know we just had Memorial Day, right? It's one of the biggest, like, camping, RVing, go to the beach, go to the mountains, cook out with your family type situation. Like, Saturday, Sunday, the reason last night I didn't go to Cracker Barrel to park is because it was so full of RVs. We are in, right down the mountain we're right here, Blowing Rock, Black Mountains, Smoky Mountains, Asheville, Chimney Rock. And I know they're not fully repaired, but people still go in there. Cherokee. And we get a lot of through traffic. To assume, first of all, that I was homeless and to treat me that way, what happens when you assume? You make an ace out of you and me. That's what my mama used to tell me. That's number one. And number two, just because somebody's homeless, does that mean they deserve to be treated that way? If they're spending their money in your establishment, they should be treated like anybody. It shouldn't matter if you walk up on Fred and Joe or if you drive in a Lincoln Continental. Period. Mom, ain't all money the same? It's all green. That's why I'm saying shout out to McDonald's, to Cracker Barrel, and to the Hampton Inn. I don't know about the Starbucks up there, but I've been treated with dignity and respect. I had $2.22, and I can't thank the lady enough in here at McDonald's. I got this at the Speedway. It was $1.03. McDonald's said I can refill it free if I want to in here. And amen to that one. Everybody does shit the same. I agree. And I told her I had $2.22 and a few cents in change if I could split it between card and cash. I was able to get a little small cheeseburger, and it was $2.23. Hey, that may be what I've eaten today, but at least I've had a meal. You feel me? Because the Burke Christian Ministries, I was supposed to get food at the pantry. They were possibly going to help me with a mechanic. They opened at 9 a.m. And I was there. I was told that they do have an extensive line usually because of the soup kitchen. They do breakfast and lunch. They don't do dinner. And for the shelter, that you have to get in line, parking, etc., etc. So I thought, well, I don't have reverse. I have, in this big ass thing, I'm down to 1/8 of a tank of gas. Long story short, I called Roadside Assistance. I don't have to pay them anything. They will come out. If it just needs transmission fluid, they'll put that in. They'll put air in my tire. And they'll give me up to 5 gallons of gas if I'm not within seeing distance of a gas station. That's the problem with that, because I'm too close to a gas station and I can't move. Like literally, I can't get out at Cracker Barrel. That's why I had to even walk down here. Even if it was driving fine, a car pulled in front of me and behind me, and with no reverse, I can't back up and get out. I'm stuck. Long story short, though, when I called them last night, I gave them the address where I was, where the guy came with the gun. So I had to call and update that I had to move because my life was threatened. Oh, sorry. Somebody gonna say something about me getting emotional and crying, but oh well. I mean, I don't know how anybody else would feel if you wake up to somebody threatening to kill you and to do an illegal tow while you're inside the vehicle. You might be a little emotional too. And you got somebody asking, when did you last take a bath? When did you last take a bath, Sniper? Because I took one yesterday. Obviously, it's somebody that doesn't pay attention and doesn't read. I have a bathroom fully functional and a stand-up shower fully functional inside the motorhome. And if I didn't, so what? There's all kinds of places. Every truck stop, you can go take a shower. It costs you about $3. And if you've got points, you can pay for it with that. Shout out to my truck drivers that's been helping me and making sure, if like right now, I need to be in the next county, but the jobs I have interviews for are in this county. Oh, and they asked me, did I get a job yet? Do you got a job yet, Sniper? Because I've been trying. I have interviews this week at Sonic, Wingstop, and Bojangles. I'm actually hoping that the Bojangles one comes through, because where it's located, there's a large parking lot that they connect to, and I've got somebody on the inside speaking for me. And if it comes through, I know at least while I'm at work and the night before I have to be into work, I have somewhere safe to park. Um, I was trying to read what? Facts. Oh, okay, got you. Sorry, butterfly. I don't got my glasses on. I grabbed the wrong ones and they're sunglasses and not reading glasses. In a minute, I am going to cut the camera off because I'm going to start walking back to the camper. Don't want you guys to flip out, so I'm letting you know up front. Just because I'm protecting to a point where I'm at for safety purpose. Everybody cross your fingers and say a prayer that everything works out. I have some jewelry and some other items that somebody's supposed to be coming at 2 p.m. tomorrow to get. And with the sale of those items, I should be able to put gas in and pay my phone bill and get a couple quarts of transmission fluid. You know, it's pretty crappy that all somebody has to do with their life as a troll is to talk shit to somebody and make fun of them because they're trying to make themselves better and a better life, and they have survived everything I've been through. Let me reiterate. I lost my mom. I lost my son. I lost my stepdad. I lost my kid's father. I lost my dog. Then I had to sell mom's house to keep the government from taking it. I had to pay off all her debt. I think people forget that. Like, after the mortgage company was paying, there was under $15,000 left. And that money off gate, Social Security had overpaid. Mom had electronic drafting set up to take her bills and stuff out. So that got deposited along with her retirement check from Sarah Lee for January. She passed away in December. I find out like late March that they've overpaid when I get, letters and stuff. Long story short, they charge interest. That within itself was almost $4,000 by the time interest was added and everything. Just like I got a check for $858. Out of that, I actually received $423. I had to pay $135 at the courthouse to be able to get a paper, to be able to go to the bank and reopen an estate account, and then another $15 to close the estate. Then I had to pay the attorney. What started out him saying $120, I ended up paying him $225 altogether out of that. I wish that the Social Security and everything was all that was owed, but I had to pay Duke Power $311. I am rounding up to the nearest dollar. Spectrum $74. Brentwood Water $92. Get ready. I'm on mute for 1 second. Somebody's wanting to ask me a question. I didn't announce it. All right, I'm back. Tried to get everything loaded in my arms. I'm walking towards where I'm parked, so I'm gonna wait until I'm inside to turn the lights back on, and that way y'all don't see me struggling. I don't think we need the umbrella right now.
Probably not. Is it raining out there?
I don't think so. All right. If you want, you welcome. Okay. See. So, I have a walking buddy. Just, well, you know, that way it's safer in two than it is by one.
Right.
And luckily, they work at one of the restaurants here, so it's helping me out too. It's beneficial to both of us. I'm trying to say without saying, if that makes sense. But anybody that has any questions at this point, you go ahead and fire them off, and I'm going to get to the next topic of the live stream. Y'all saw what I had done with the research on the gate and tag program, and a lot of people made comments that we all took those. Like one person, and I'm not going to name them, said, yeah, everybody in my class took those red tablets. They were to show the plaque after brushing. And I'm like, so obviously you just read the title, maybe listened to a couple minutes, because I went into great detail about Slim Good Body and how we had to rinse with the fluoride stuff and then go brush our teeth with the toothpaste and toothbrush they gave us and then chew the tablets. So obviously they didn't hear that part. And I know I went over it at least 3 times during that live stream they commented on, so I don't know. But anyway, I'm trying to remember the name of the channel because I just went blank. It's the guy with the goldfish that debunks stuff. I'm trying to think, like, the word is escaping me. Conspiracy theories. There you go. On a lot of his shows, he's got the goldfish beside him. Anyway, he did a show that I'm going to link in the description of this live stream where he went over the CIA's Gateway program. Amazingly enough, that program is actually, God, it's really weird.
Yeah, that's why I stepped upside you. I wasn't on inside of you.
Why? Because he don't want to listen. I'm trying to tell you, I will take shit out of him with this box. This box weighs 28 pounds. If I hit you with it, it will hurt.
I swear he's like a stalker. He pops up everywhere.
I've seen him since I walked to the store and back like 9 times.
Like he follows you, don't it?
It really does.
That's how he always has done me. My mom says the same thing. It feels like he's following me.
It's a creepy creeperton, yeah. It's a creepy creeperton situation.
I keep your eye on him. He ain't coming back this way though.
He'll get hurt.
We'll probably be up there before he gets back.
He'll get hurt.
Yeah, he walks fast too, and that's also
I'm just saying, I'm telling you, I have multiple weapons. He will get hurt. And I am legally allowed to use them.
Yep.
Oh, and we have stand your ground law, and that's my house. So no, dead ass.
If he comes up in there, you got the right to shoot. Kill him.
He don't even got to come in now.
Oh, really?
Stand your ground anywhere on your property. That is a 2-foot radius of that camper.
Yep.
Outside or inside, it's no longer like used to be. You wanted them through the threshold. No, North Carolina now has stand. That's why the guy up 64 that killed his cousin in the yard is not getting charged.
It was his house.
It was his house, and he had told them to leave, and they didn't, and they pulled a knife on him, and he shot him.
Right. I got shot one time, and they said that the person
Trying to see what
the person only got charged because I lived. So if I would have died, they would have got away with it.
Hey, Nat from Wally World, what's up, my chick? I can't come back there, but your manager that wouldn't tell who he was, I did video record him telling me to shut up and listen to him in front of my grandson. He might not be working there no longer. Him and your front end, Jason, I think, is who came out to me. And I did give corporate an earful along with the videotape because he lied, and I had documented proof. But anyway, back to what I was talking about with the CIA's Gateway program. If we're still live when we get up here, I'm actually going to pull up and play y'all a segment where he goes over the headphones that are used in the beeps and what they mean, and documents attached. I believe that the Gate and Tag program is an offshoot of the CIA's Gateway program, which was about telepathy, telekinesis, remote viewing, and ESP, and identifying those again. Welcome, Bam Bam. What's up? Oh, don't know this one. It's Tennessee. Girl, we
It might not be the same one.
may not
I
be.
know someone that goes by that name. Though.
Probably around here.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, most of the people in the live stream, anybody that wants to shout out where you're from, go ahead. Most of them are not from North Cackalack. Y'all, I'm going straight up a hill. I wish I could show you. But what I was going to tell you too, before I forget. So Roadside Assistance was slotted to come to the Burke Christian Ministries where DSS had told me to park. And because I had to move, I can't see what that says. Have y'all? Oh yes, I've seen the orbs in the sky. Yeah.
Definitely. Definitely.
Yep.
They come low here too.
I've noticed the triangle, the ones that's like 3 dots that form a triangular pattern. Those, I don't know if you can see where we're going. That Big Bertha.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going. They're green. When I saw them, and usually it's multiples, and it's weird because when we saw them, and it was a we, they were in a flying V pattern, is what I call it. Whew. Y'all, I'm getting a workout. But anyway, while I'm fresh in my mind and thinking about it, anybody watch the Diddy trial today? Diddy going down. I know a lot of people say it's just DV. They're missing the legal technicalities. Do you see the van in front of me? I can't go in reverse. I can't get out. That's why I'm walking.
Damn, I can get it out of here.
If that van had just moved, I can make it. But
You could miss that van in this polo. Like you could just make a clean circle right there.
I don't know, because the tire's low on the driver's side. So when you go on this hill already and you turn a certain angle, sucker will tip over on you.
Yeah.
That's why I'm just waiting for roadside assistance.
Oh yeah, they'll pump the tire up.
And they told me they'll take a winch and pull me out if they can't get my reverse fixed. Yeah.
They would probably wouldn't need that here. Hell,
Let's see.
Bet if that car wasn't right there.
Yes, green.
But I about bet we could roll it back a little bit. I bet
Wow.
Me and another dude about my size could probably roll it.
Oh, so what's up? Well, they supposed to be, and I pay the only thing I have a copay for on the roadside assistance is if they have to tow me to a garage.
Right.
And then my copay on that is $150.
Yeah.
That counts tow and repairs.
Someone had roadside assistance and it's free up to 15 miles and they charge you by the mile.
Oh, well, no. This is Progressive. And what they told me is anything they can fix here basically is free.
Oh.
I've already paid for it. Because, I paid up front a year in advance. Huh?
That's the one that's a little low.
It's the other side. Look at it. I'm pretty sure it's the driver's side one. That one looks way low.
It does.
Yeah, maybe it was that one, but I swear.
Cut it, look.
Is it cut?
It looks like it.
No. I just put.
Right there on the side. Yeah, I felt air come out whenever I hit it.
Great. I'm ready to cry now. I just bought these. That's. See, I swear it was this one. Sorry. Well, they'll have to when they come out, but this one, let me turn my flashlight on. Y'all just bear with me. I apologize. We're actually checking the camper. Why? The light's being used by something. What is my light being used by?
It's because you're on that.
No, I've done it before and it ain't stopped. It's weird.
Oh.
Okay, hide. Sorry, y'all. But this is the one that's low before. And this is side it was low. So that one's now see
Yeah, that one's low too.
out of them, do you? Okay, now I got it.
I doubt they'd let air out. I think they'd just slice it and know they're gonna do something. That one don't look too bad to me. I think it looks low because these two are low.
I'm gonna show y'all, everybody that's in the live right quick. Y'all are seeing what I'm talking about. Hopefully you can see it well. This is the one that was low. Oh, and while we're here, okay, wait a minute. The flashlight's on the screen, that's why. I'll show you what I'm talking about while I'm here right quick. While we're outside with the thing, why not? I hate this thing. Okay. See this right here is the transmission box that I'm talking about. See, it looks like an amp.
Yeah.
Okay. This piece, you see how you see the red from the transmission fluid where it's leaking out.
Yeah.
This right here is this piece, this silver nut that I'm pointing to right here, is supposed to directly go there. This is what he fashioned to put in, and it's leaking where you see this nut right here. It's leaking from here and from here. This is like, if you see it, you can see it like just rubbing, and I'm not cranked it all day, and it's been raining.
Dang.
Since like 5 a.m. I don't know if y'all can see that sheen, but that's where it's coming from. And it's supposed to look like this. I don't understand why to do an oil change you even were messing with this.
No, they shouldn't have.
That's what doesn't make sense to me.
Your oil's way over yonder, ain't it?
Right. Up here is the oil and the transmission fluid. And to do the oil change, the oil filter, you go inside.
Yeah.
You see that metal silver looking plate?
Yeah,
that pulls up on the inside.
Yeah.
To give you access. And as you can see, I have not one, not two, but 3 batteries, all new.
Yeah.
This one, let's see, which one is the marine?
That one.
Is that same marine battery? One's a 12, I think this is a 12 volt. This is a 12 volt one. It's the one that only cost me $120 some.
Yeah.
This one, the Duralast, yeah, it's the marine. The marine battery was $398. Yes. And this one down here, this Duralast big, you see it's big.
Oh yeah, that's the main battery.
That's the main one.
Yeah.
That one was $419. And then I put 6 tires, and you see the size of those tires. That's why I don't have no money.
Yeah.
I paid for this, cash money. I paid the mechanic $223 to do an oil change and to replace like my turn signal bulbs you can see here and on the back, and my brake lights. And I do know this will go in reverse when your brake lights don't work and turns, because they didn't work when I bought it, and it went reverse.
The Ford's is the only one that really has an issue with that.
Yeah. This is,
what he's talking about.
I got you. Yeah, this is a,
He worked at the junkyard, all he done was sold straps.
oh, got you. Sold or stole? So he worked at I-40?
Yeah. He didn't really work there. He kind of packed off there more or less.
Let's see. It needs Teflon, what'd you say? Is that like that white plumber's tape? If that's it, we already tried that. Split up and did what? Yes, the person that said the lights, I'm not trying to hurry, sorry. The person that said, and I'm going to turn my light on so we can see to get in.
How do you get up there?
Up where?
The big step.
Oh, I'll show you. I'm just trying to get my key off so I can unlock it. And turn the inside lights on until I get my jacket set. Oh, there's a driver door. But it's locked. Y'all bear with me and hold on for 1 second. I'm going to turn the camera off. I got to put the phone in my pocket while I get the key. Okay. Good. If I can ever get it undone here.
Nice, I like it.
Yeah.
What model is it?
The 95.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I like it.
I love this is my home. See, I told you I got an extra deadbolt that's not a normal key. Because, you know, a lot of people, they can clone the keys for like your addition and your door that's standard. Mm-hmm. I've got those as well, but I got deadbolts on both. And extra locks. And I just did something under the hood. That way we didn't get shocked when we touch it. I ain't gonna lie to you. Well, You gotta protect yourself. That's one thing my family has taught me well.
Hey, that's what you did.
Give me a good second and I'll turn the lights on so you don't break your neck trying to get up in there.
I was like touching the easy.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Got the electricity. Oh my God.
Well, I'm making sure, girl. I did it. I ain't getting shot, so you're good.
I'm weird. I'm scared of the little things, but the nice things don't scare me. Like you shoot me with a taser, or you're trying to like pull a taser out, and I'll freak out. I'll do anything.
Oh well, then I won't show you mine, cause I have
The
3.
sound of them. Oh my God.
I have one of the little monsters and several others. All right, guys, y'all are gonna not be griping at me about the camera in just a second, so I'm gonna set it up to where I ain't gotta hold it, and y'all can talk and I can get all my stuff set up at the same time. Just give me a hot second here. Okay. That's what I said. I'll just stick this right here.
Has it got pull-outs?
No, I purposely didn't want pull-outs.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's better like this because you can just park and sleep.
And see, this is the door that dude was at with the gun.
Shit.
You see this right here, right?
Yeah.
So I had it down like this, and he's beating like the cops. And so I come and I'm like, and he's standing there pointing a gun in my face. Because there was like a sidewalk right next to it, so he had an extra like 4 inches, if that makes sense, from just the ground. Okay. Alrighty. Oh, and I apologize.
Small, you just probably freaked out anywhere you was at.
Yes, I was already nervous and stressed out.
Especially with the past.
Yes.
That'd be sad.
Yeah, and I spazzed. You're welcome to have a seat, Cop Squad. Where'd I put my drink?
Oh, I saw something in the jacket last time I saw him.
I bet it's on the floor right there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm bad for that. Because I can't hold it and hold up and pull up. I'll turn on my little lights. Like I said, go ahead.
Dang, it's so home-like in here. I love it. I ain't been in a house and I don't know how long.
Well, that's why, like I said, I hate, I mean, I would love to say stay the night, and I feel in my soul, I feel bad about not, but I can't. With everything I've been through, it's like I can't.
Don't feel bad. I understand 100%.
But I can let you chill out of the rain and the elements until I go to sleep or until you go. Right. And I mean, it's better than nothing. And look, I even got a little saint. There's my twinkle lights I was looking for.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you had like a cooler.
Oh no, I wish.
Can in here.
That's what I'm gonna do though. Is like, see, I got my dirty dishes, and these is bottles. I refill with water.
Yeah, I do that too.
And boil water, and the sink will hold water. So I boil water and then put room temp water and soak together, wash and rinse dishes. Yeah.
Heck yeah, that's how I did it when I didn't have no hot
And
water.
I use as little as I can.
Right. Can you smoke it?
Yes, ma'am. Don't have. I'm trying to open the window to give a little bit of air. Because I have them all. I normally don't have them all shut like this. I apologize to you guys sitting there listening to me chit
I like your decorations up. I used to have a bunch of them in my room whenever I had a place.
Well, they were lights. My grandson is scared of the dark still. And so I try.
Too, honestly.
Well, that's why I don't like being in here too dark. So I got my lights where I'm powering up the night lights. And let's see.
I don't know how I ever made it in a tent and walking through the woods at night and time. Like, oh my gosh, I don't know how I did it.
You know, and that's the thing. Like, as bad as I may think I have it, somebody else has always got it worse. That's the biggest thing that I can tell anyone.
That's
and
how I try to think too.
We are all humans.
Right.
You know? And it's what I've seen since I've been here in just the last week and a half, like, what, maybe 9-10 days. It's not, like, this is not the town I used to live in.
No.
It's not the same people. Like,
About 90% of the people you see out here is on meth, and that's all they're after. They'll steal from you in a heartbeat, just trying to get meth, and...
Well, I ain't got nothing that you can get $1 for.
Right. Well, you'd be surprised.
Just like this, the TV, somebody's like, are you afraid of somebody stealing it? And I said, well, it'd be bad for them. I register myself.
Right.
So that the numbers, the serial numbers, they're made on it. They're on the components on the inside on all the newer TVs. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah.
So anyway, long story short, it's gonna come back to me.
Yeah, they try to sell it somewhere.
Yeah,
It's gonna be hot.
anywhere. Take it and get it repaired. Take it to pawn it. Anything. It literally.
I've seen people bring the dumbest shit though, like random ashtrays and sell my mom and dad.
Girl,
for
I've
drugs,
seen
and they'll give them
people.
a bowl pack for it.
I've seen people sell teeth.
Oh my god. I
You-
should have sold one that broke not long ago.
pawn shop. Seriously, like gold teeth
Oh,
and the
gold
silver
teeth and
teeth.
stuff.
Yeah, and dentures.
I've sold those
like
before.
dentures.
Oh,
Not just grills.
And they gotta be like shaped for you too.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yes. I know it sounds crazy, but they take them. Is everybody able
knew
to
I was a
hear,
woman.
or am I on mute? Huh?
You knew I was a woman.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Everybody thinks I'm a dude.
Well, everybody thinks that I'm homeless and living in the bushes, so there you go.
Everybody thinks that I'm not homeless.
I'm dead serious, though. Everybody thinks.
People look at me and be like, what, you're homeless, really? And like, how are you so clean? I got a Y membership at the YMCA.
Dude, there's
they're
plenty of
great.
places that, like I was told when the Burke Christian Ministries is fully open again over there, that they're supposed to be open as a homeless shelter. They're supposed to have, you can get your mail, like a mail
They did that
box
over.
and stuff. Yeah, and you get packages and everything is what I was told.
Yeah.
And that you can get 2 meals a day. You can get food and so much clothes a month. And they will, supposedly, they'll help me get this fixed. Like,
They
where he
say
tore
they do
that
stuff
up.
like that, but it takes a long time, and usually you go through a HOT program to do it.
well, I already went through the options program.
Right.
And that's what my Ching Chang, and I swear to you, I'm not being funny. That really is her name.
Ching Chang. That's
Yes,
cool.
that is she's my caseworker. And I apologize, it's a mess in here right now. I did not clean before I took off. I'm going to get the TV turned on and stuff too, because the TV, all the little twinkle light, everything
I
makes
like
it
your
brighter.
lights and stuff. I use
My
lights
daughter
like
gave
that.
me these. They're rocket ships, and
Oh,
they're for my grandson.
that's so cool.
They're blue, which is his favorite color. He's like, I got them all tangled, but they're the LED lights.
Hell
And these I've been, knock on wood, each one of these takes 2 AA batteries, and it's been working for like a month. I've got them tangled, and I'm about to just throw them up tangled because it's getting on my nerves. They're trying to untangle them, and I'm
You need
tired.
to get some
and
of
wet.
them LED strips, like the sticky ones, you know, and put it on the tops.
Well, you see everything lit up, right? This ain't even a
Yeah.
third of my lights. My everything
Oh, wow.
works. My refrigerator, freezer works. My stove works. Microwave, all that works, right?
Yeah.
But I have to do what they call dry plug. If there was an outlet on a pole, I have a cord that comes out here. I have an
Yeah.
adapter, and I could plug right into it, and everything would be powered up. And I wouldn't even need my inverter box.
Do you have a cord, you said?
I have an adapter
I could
cord.
find someone with a
All I have to
light pole.
all I have to do is have a plug up, and I wouldn't have to worry about nothing. And then
I was going to say,
that-
when
I've
they
got
let
a
you do that to
generator.
building.
that came with this, it's a gas powered generator,
Yeah.
4,000 watts.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how to work it.
Dang.
I have the books and stuff, but I can't figure out how to work it.
I know somebody that does know how to work it.
Well, I was told, and I don't know if with you working in here, you might know. There's supposed to be a lady that works here that has a camper up here in the parking lot. Not trying to say we're here, but up here in the parking lot. And she works there, and that's why she lives here, and they know, and they let her.
Yeah.
And they have security here at night, which makes me feel better
I
too.
didn't know that.
Yep. If you see, it's most of the time it's a silver SUV with kind of blacked out windows.
Yeah.
A lot of times he'll park right over there near that light pole.
I think I have seen that car parked
Mm-hmm.
here before. I didn't know it's security.
If you'll watch, like they'll be through late at night. The last time I parked up here when I was at the hospital, and
I used to come
It's-
sit in the chairs out front and stuff a lot at night.
do what?
I'd be out walking at night or something, into it with the family or something.
Oh.
I'd go out there in front and sit in them chairs for a while.
I just noticed him driving when I was parked here, and I was afraid, it's gonna be a situation. I'm really getting irritated with these lights, if you can't tell.
Yeah.
They keep falling, and it's because they're stuck together.
Hang
Let
it
me
over
just
the
do it this
knob.
way. I'm gonna try it this way. No, it's not that part. It's these boxes is what's falling and dragging everything off.
Oh, because they're heavy.
Yeah, with the batteries. I ain't never. It's because every time I go to just hook it to something, they fall. I swear to you, I've been using these for a week and I've never had this issue. It's because I'm on a live stream and there's somebody in here.
Someone's
Stay.
watching. That's how I am. I'm doing perfect with somebody watching.
Yeah. Do you want anything to drink or anything? I don't
Sure,
have.
if you got it.
Yep, I got. You like Coke, a cola?
Yeah,
I have cans.
that's perfect.
They're not refrigerated. Girl, I share. God don't like ugly.
Right. I like that.
And
saying.
I don't do anything because I expect anything from anybody. How can I sit here and complain? Might want to tap, make sure I didn't shake it up. How can I sit here and complain that people are treating me like crap and making assumptions and me turn around and do the same thing? Wouldn't that be quite hypocritical?
Right.
See, I told you I have one of those.
You got the Lost Mary. Those are good.
Yeah, it was a gift.
I got a couple of them actually.
I do too, but I can't find them. I have a storage building. I have teeth. My teeth are in my storage in there that I got locked out of. Yeah.
That's solid.
Yeah, because I feel like that's not
I
helping
got
when
a
it comes to
storage
a job. Mine was over on Jamestown Road.
They're a bitch up there too.
Well, this is my problem. When I moved in and put my stuff in, I paid for 2.5 months in advance, right? When I had a U-Haul, so I had to wait. Teach and treat. I had to wait. With the U-Haul, you're limited on your time. You got to have back, turn in by a certain time. So I go to the storage unit to put my stuff in after U-Haul, right?
Yeah.
There's a big old entertainment center. I just had a 5x10. There is a huge entertainment center taking up my whole thing. It's broken, and you can tell the people didn't want to leave it, but they didn't even clean it out and take it out. It's just like there.
Yeah.
And so, long story short, and I apologize for ignoring you guys.
What was that there?
Get and read. Yes, ma'am. I will get my glasses and read the chat. Okay. Oh, I'm going to talk about the Diddy. I had something I'm trying to get up to show you guys, too. Hold on. Okay, Popcorn retracted her message, so I don't know how to read it. I'm sorry. Got y'all. Understood. It needs Teflon tape. Okay, got you. I'm listening to y'all. I can't see what Popcorn and M&M's deleted. Sade, I'm working on it. I'm trying to get the TV on so you can see. Oh. Okay.
I'll take my shoes off.
Oh, that's fine. Cool. Okay. Just trying to get us a little bit of airflow and clean up the mess.
I try not to wear them no more than I have to because they're new and keep them fresh as possible. They don't look new because they've been in the mud, but when they slips for work.
I understand that one.
I'll be going through the woods where it's muddy at. I'll take the shoes off and go barefoot before I wear them in there.
I know, I be on that too.
I got some slides recently though. I've been wearing them through here because I can just wipe them out.
What size do you wear?
Oh, 10 and 11.
Oh, shit. I wonder if I'll look. I think I was going to say I did have a pair of slides, but they're too small for me, and they're tied on my feet. I don't like them.
Oh, yeah.
These is the ones I wear, and as you can see, duct taped and wore out. But
Those are nice though. I like Nike.
I got them at the thrift store.
Oh.
Yes. Not the Goodwill. They're too high.
They aren't high anymore.
There's, well, it was a thrift store in Gastonia, and on Tuesdays, everything's half price.
Right.
So these were like $10, but that day they were half price, and then I got a senior discount. So I ended up getting them for $4 and some change.
Heck yeah.
Tax included.
How'd you get a senior discount?
I'm 53. 50 and over senior discount. ID. That's
I
all.
didn't know that. I thought it was like 60 something.
No, that's when you draw the stuff. No.
Oh.
Oh.
You can draw the stuff.
You know that the Social Security.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm the same way.
I can't even remember what it's called.
It ain't no point thinking when
Yeah.
you got it.
Well, yeah.
Oh, you got the Roku TV.
Yeah.
Heck
Yeah. We're going to be on YouTube talking, watching YouTube. What's your channel? Let's see. I'm trying to see. So then, my channel is about my life and experiences, and it's called Nita's World because I talk about things that are going on in my world, things that are going on in the country, in the whole wide world, and thoughts. And the main thing is to love and respect everyone in their thoughts. No matter if their opinion is equal to or different from yours, doesn't matter. Doesn't make it right or wrong. Give me 1 second. I gotta swipe this down and turn it on.
I like that.
What is she
I'm
talking
on
about?
a
Hold on.
talk show. This is awesome. It's always been my dream to be on a talk show.
Oh, well, you kind of are.
I know, I love it.
What's up? Okay. Sorry.
You know what would have been awesome though? How you were saying to the people, you was like, and I hope I get a lot of likes and shares on it.
Uh-huh.
What would be awesome? How would they feel if you got rich off that one video?
I mean, people have, look at Shannon Sharp. The interview that he did with Cat Williams, just that one video, that one interview, just in nothing extra. No, like agreements he had with like Boost Mobile and them that, paid him to advertise their stuff.
Right.
Just in what YouTube pays for ad revenue, he made over $6.4 million. Yeah, it's possible. Let's see. There's a thrift store in Mount Holly called Bargain Hunter that has nice clothes, and most are brand new with tags for just a couple bucks. That's not actually that far from here. Mount Holly's what, about an hour and 15 minutes maybe?
Something like that.
Let's see. We about to turn the TV on. I want to pull up, and I'm actually going to turn the video camera on like I did last night and let y'all see. What is it?
What type of music do you like?
Why does it say not connected? Because everything. I have very eclectic musical taste. Very eclectic.
I like a little bit of everything.
Guys, give me 1 second because I got to mute to connect the internet. Sorry about that. Y'all know I be slow. I thought I had unmuted it. I've been sitting here talking to y'all. I was telling my friend how that you guys know, and it's the third time in like 3 years that I literally almost lost my vision in my left eye again. I've had the worst luck. The first time, I can't even remember what happened. It's been so long ago. The first time I got something in my eye, like some grit or something, and rubbed it, and where I rubbed it, it irritated it, and I ended up with a secondary infection. Yeah, my mom was in the hospital in Asheville when she had the stroke. I almost lost my eye. Like, I literally had an eye doctor specialist they called into the ER, and I left AMA because I'm the only child. Mama was up there, and I was the decision maker, and I couldn't be in the hospital.
Right.
What? Something happened?
No, it's just
Oh, it's that TV thing. Yeah. It
I've
don't
seen that
work.
reflected.
Yeah. I wish I could take it out and put something else there. And I probably can.
I look around at something strange just because of my vision. I actually can see a little bit out the side of my eye. So if
I
you
get
see me
it.
looking like that when you're talking, I'm just watching you talk.
Oh no, I get it. That's why I was telling you. And like I said, the people, the audience, the sunshines that are listening. That's what I call my viewers, the sunshines. So hi, sunshines. No, that happened to my left eye, and then I used to work at a convenience store. It was just a little country store. They sold a lot of lottery tickets. This is no joke. Like, I have the worst luck in life. I'm standing there, and if you know how the lottery tickets are in those, like, clear lucite cases, I'm standing there, and I had pulled out tickets and pushing them back because somebody was asking me what numbers specific ones was on and stuff. And long story short, one of the ones I'd pulled out and put back popped out. And it caught my eye, the corner, and cut it. I ended up almost losing again. It wasn't as bad as the first time. The first time, after I was putting the drops they gave into me, and I thought they was helping, because it was like the drops like when you get pink eye or something.
Yeah.
And the eye itself cleared up. It wasn't red, and it looked like it was healing. All around here turned bright red and started drawing up. I looked like I was like 190. Like,
Dang.
it ring, and that's how they knew. And they called it some kind of something, but it's a secondary infection.
Basically, it spread too far. They didn't get deep
It
enough to
was
get it all
my
out or something.
retina and stuff.
Oh,
Yeah, it was like I would have ended up with a glass eye.
dang.
Period.
I was
mean,
supposed
there's
to
no
have had
four.
mine removed, but I didn't stay for the surgery. I was scared, so I basically just got a messed up eye. But I would have had a glass off if I'd have stayed, but then I wouldn't be able to see at all either because this is the eye I can actually see out of.
Oh,
I
that's
can't see nothing from here.
I can see, like, I can read all this because it's far away, right? Close up, I can't read it without my glasses.
That's how I was before I went blind. No,
See, that TV takes about 30 watts on the average.
heck yeah.
So, and that's how long using that, playing it now, and it taking that watts. I've got 25 hours where I have to recharge.
That's pretty good.
So that lady's always that nice at McDonald's.
For the most part, she don't let you smoke pot out there, though.
Oh well, yeah, but she, I mean, she was very, like, when I told her how much money I had to spend on my card. I said, I've got $2. I swear, angel numbers, 222. That's what I had, $2.22. And a cheeseburger was $2.23.
Oh my gosh.
I had a penny. I had a penny, but she was digging in her pocket. She was going to give me the penny.
Are you talking about the older lady or the one with the red shirt?
They were both really nice to me. I was so shocked by it. I don't mean to sound stupid.
I liked that one with the red shirt for a long time, and I was hitting on her one day, and her wife came up there and said, "How you doing?"
Oh, gee, that's bad.
But I was nice to her too, and I bought them both a cheeseburger, and we sat there and talked.
That's what's up. By the way, if you want me to, I'll talk to Mikey for you.
What do you mean?
Make him be nice to you.
Oh, yeah, do it, definitely.
I can do it. Like, have you seen a black female in, like, it's a goldish brown 4-door car? She got braids. A lot of times she's got it wound up like this.
Jada?
No, 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 no. I don't know. Her name's Renee. It's my sister from another. She's been driving him around with that stupid little dog of his. If you know, you know.
Yep.
We're talking about her boss.
I want to see the. I want to see the dog.
It's a Chihuahua.
I never seen the dog, but the way you said the stupid little dog.
It's a Chihuahua. It's white, like white and black with brown. But yeah, it looks like a Chihuahua and a hound dog mix. I've never seen a Chihuahua with floppy ears like that.
Yeah.
I think its name is Annabelle as well. Yeah.
I'm gonna trip him out. I'm gonna be like, "Hey, how's Annabelle doing?"
How's your little Chihuahua doing? That's how you say it that way. But and just tell. I'm gonna write a note on a piece of paper for you to give him. It ain't gonna say nothing out untoward. I'm just gonna say, yo, this is my cousin. Be nice to her.
I'm scared to give that to him. I don't know. He might think it's a threat.
No, he won't. He knows me.
I'm scared.
Okay, I'll just put my phone number and tell him to call me. Or Facebook. I'll just Facebook him. Because I don't know if is Kelly still, well, if you ain't said the name Kelly yet, his baby mama Kelly, she crazy.
Shit.
He got two of them. He got another one.
Like, hey, Kelly, looking for you.
He'll be thinking she come from Michigan.
Shit. I just want to trip him out.
Okay. I'm trying to pull up. Oh, I should have drank that drink just now. I went down the wrong way.
Sure it's the same Mikey though.
Yeah, big on nose. He works at Sonic.
Wears glasses.
Yeah, yeah, skinny as a rail.
Yeah, kind of bald, almost short hair, like almost bald.
He bald. He keep it cut like that because he bald, just like Kevin. Yes, I know. I promise you, because that's who is supposed to be helping me with the job in Sonic. That's why I was told put the application in, and literally two days later, I got the interview.
They all let you vape in the building, except for when Naomi's there.
Oh, okay.
And
I'm just worried about where to park, so I would have to park, because I can't. Even if this is functioning properly, you know how that Sonic's set up, right? I can't even drive through that. Not good, and I don't mean literally go through the drive-through. I'm talking about pull in and make it that curve around behind the building and get out. If there's other cars.
If there's other cars, it would. No.
Yeah.
If there's no other cars, I believe it would.
But where am I going to park while I'm working is what I'm saying.
Right.
Even if I'm yeah.
Well, I know Kevin and them, they pull their cars around over where the gravel's at.
What I was wondering is, am I going to be taking up because it's so small.
Yeah.
Would they say it's taking up too much space? I was thinking that I could probably park at the hospital or somewhere and walk down there.
Right, or you could probably park here still. I mean, if you're just parking here during the day, I mean, I don't see them saying anything to you at night, because like I was saying, there's people that's parked here for months.
Oh, I'm just waiting on. Literally, I can open up my phone and show them.
Now, do you
park at Longhorn? That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, you could
Sade.
do that, actually.
Yeah, that's what I was
that
wondering.
big parking lot in the back.
Wait a minute. Is Sade, are you the Sade that I know? Benny's mama? Yes, no, maybe. Just let me know, because it's weird that you know where that Longhorn is there.
Oh, that is weird.
I caught that.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking. I was like, well, maybe it's people she knows on there, but somebody knows something there.
Oh, why are you under that name? That's messing with me. Is that your government? Sorry, y'all. No, this is my ex-favorite co-worker. Don't you tell Brittany, though, because it'll hurt her feelings. And see, Marquita can't say nothing because she worked at the other one when I worked there. She is local. I was trying to figure out who it was. I like that. That's a pretty name, though.
I like how you're so confidential.
You literally would be, if I ever went back to work, I would love to work with you again. I actually missed Cody when he left. Don't tell him that ever. You know, he was going back to work he said, at Tweetsy. And then, you know, when Helene hit, that messed it up. That girl he married was purty.
Where was you at when Helene hit?
Good out fine.
Oh, hell, it was bad up there, wasn't it? I was in Hickory. It
A
wasn't so
tree
bad.
went through our roof, and because it was mom's estate, and she was deceased, I could get the FEMA check, the little one they gave everybody, but I couldn't get the 3 to 5 3 to 5 thousand you could get for home repairs and fixing and stuff without having to pay back. That's the big, without having to pay it back, because the owner of the property had to fill out the paperwork and she was deceased. And even though I had established that I was her successor and had my paperwork from the courthouse about the executrix, it was a battle. And I believe, this is my personal opinion for those of you listening, I personally, sorry, I can't, they came with the thing, unfortunately.
What was it? I couldn't see it.
Oh, you don't want to. They came.
I was just hoping it wasn't silverfish.
Oh, I ain't never seen them.
I mean, neither, but I don't want to. I seen them online. Oh my god.
I'll look it up on the internet. I'm trying to find what to see. I used to use my real name till I seen how people stalk. Girl, I agree with you. I can't even see discovering the truth. You are correct. And unfortunately, my real name was doxed by some unscrupulous YouTube creators during the Summer Wells debacle. And I do say debacle. While I'm looking for the video that I was going to share with you guys about the Gateway program and to talk about Diddy and stuff, let me say this as well. Summer Wells. I don't know if you guys have seen updates. I've seen some from Michelle and Don B and Killer. Shout out to Killer Lux, one of my favorite true crime channels out there. Yes, I am, and I will continue to. What do y'all think about the Leslie Earhart interview? And what does everybody really think about Ziggy and Fred being married? I mean, I had people come at me sideways during that case about this thing and that thing and whatever, but I wasn't having intimate relations with a named person of interest / suspect in the case I was covering. I feel that there's some ethical issues there, and I'm not picking on Ziggy as a person or anything. I'm not being disrespectful to her. It could be Jane Doe and John Doe. I would feel the same way. I think there's some ethical issues that arise with that. If Summer's case was solved and everything was said and done, I probably wouldn't feel the same way on that. It's just the same, similar as to me saying that I definitely would not interview either of the parents in her case. And people don't understand that. Would I interview Brandy in Michael Monkey Vaughn's case? Absolutely. But I've said, I have felt that way, Miss Sassy Pants, for a long time. It is a wonder. I wonder long term if we ain't gonna see, maybe could she be getting played? It ain't past the man to do that. I'm just saying. Anyway, a lot of people are saying that it doesn't look too good for Mr. Andy. It got cold last night. See, I can't run my heat. So I'm just as cold as you are. It was probably just, inside was probably about the same temp as outside, if that makes sense.
Dang.
Yeah. I might have to crank it up for a minute because I've been using a 12 volt. And that way it'll keep it recharged. I'm looking for a video that, in case you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm looking for a video that I was going to turn the camera around and play some parts of. There's actually a couple videos that I'm doing during my live stream. Just explaining what I'm doing. Let's see. There's the one, the GATE program. I really, Gifted and Talented program is evil. That was the Good Children podcast. Yeah, they come to find out like they were allegedly, according to documents that I found, CIA documents that were released in 2001 um, about the GATE program. It was a government experience, like experiment on us. Where is that video? I know it was after I watched that one. I'm almost positive. It's the Y files. That's who I was looking for. Oh Lord, y'all typed long messages. Hold on, man. I'm convinced Damien did something this summer, and that's why JS has been so involved in misinformation. That is definitely a thought. Andy said something about summer. Yes, in Morrison. Yes, and I've been there. Wow, I didn't know about the flowers appearing. That's interesting. Right, I understand it's all just your opinion. Listen, and mine is nothing. My thoughts ain't no better than nobody else's. Mine is just thoughts and speculation based on what I see and what's out there, you know. Damn it. I'm going to have to just look the video out. Found it. Ha! CIA declassified the gateway process. I just,
The United States military is always looking for new ways to create super soldiers. They use performance enhancing.
I'm going to fast forward because I don't want to get copyright struck and see the part that I was wanting to play and show y'all. It does get in depth in this video. Let's see. I'm going to turn the camera on and let y'all see the TV. We're going to do it this way. Hopefully it'll help avoid the copy infringement. It does get kind of in depth in this video. I want y'all to see some of the documents and how it connects to the GATE program that was ran from officially 1978 to 1994. And let me say this. I think that some people missed in the video upload in the live stream part of what I was getting at. If you look, the reason that I believe that we all could have been given the same red liquid or red tablets doesn't mean that me and you side by side, one of us got a placebo, one of us got this one that had this stimulant in it, another one got a depressant. And that's documented. It even gives the names of the medication. So in the report that I showed you guys, literally it was like being played with, and we were children. Our parents didn't give consent. They weren't aware of what was going on. Our government made those choices and did that, allegedly, in my opinion. How about that? Disclaimer. But let's see where we're at.
McDonald knew his report would be difficult to believe, but he really thought it could be done.
There is a sound, rational basis in terms of physical science parameters for considering Gateway to be plausible in terms of its essential objectives. Intuitional insights of not only personal but of a practical and professional nature would seem to be within bounds of reasonable expectations.
Okay, I am going to speed it up just a little bit. I'm trying to, as I said, avoid copyright. So I have to stop and give informative, educational, and transformative commentary every so often. That way, I don't get demonetized and copyright stricken. Let's see, I'm trying to read your comments too. While it's muted and I've got it to the area I was looking for, I'm going to finish what I was saying about Summer's case. Or I can play. I know a lot of you guys have told me y'all don't particularly care for Don B. I understand and I respect that. But he does have a lot of valid points and some information that's harder for others to get because he's right there near the area, closer at least than I am. I gotta crank the car for a moment. We're gonna crank it. Yeah. Oh, make sure you got this around. Okay. It'll run, but it won't drive. If that makes any. I don't understand it. Just flip my brain out because I'm trying. How do I process that? Like,
I like how it feels when it's running.
I've totally lost reverse. I've totally lost neutral. My first drive that saves gas is where neutral is. And then my other one is the overdrive, and then like when you get to and I mean you can't see it from here, but anyway, when you get what's supposed to be your lowest gear, in that it's nothing. Maybe that would be reverse. Is there a possibility of something like that? I mean, that's crazy. Like almost like it's shuffled them.
Yeah.
It's weird. Oh. Something got held for review. I remember seeing a documentary a few years ago where North Carolina was sterilizing young children, and that's an allegation. Oh, I hate spell check. Oh, discovering your comment wasn't hid. It's a YouTube thing. I don't even think a moderator did it. It's an automatic. Next time, just spell it different. I can say it. You typed ass in the comments, which I don't care. I'll say ass all day long. Just type AZZ or AZS. YouTube will actually flag your comment. I just want to know one thing. Okay, hold on. Let me read this. Let's see. Candace and Summer vanished from the basement. Candace,
Teaching people how to cuss.
Yeah, how you can get by with cussing by typing on YouTube. Yeah, unfortunately.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's reality.
It's like, why am I in jail for teaching people how to cuss?
Okay, I just didn't want you to be upset discovering. That's all, Hunty.
That's funny.
And see, I just want to know one thing. Candace said Summer vanished from the basement. Marlena said Summer vanished from the swing. So which was it? Amen. And listen, they've told different stories. My thing is, I don't think they know. At best, here's my thing. This y'all want to know? You asked, so I'm gonna tell it. Here we go. At best, scenario in Summer's case, and I'll even tell you why I don't fully believe it. At best, Candace, Grandis wasn't paying attention for whatever reasons. Hey, Miss Justice, for whatever reasons and whatever. They were just not paying attention. Dawn was at work. The boys were into the video game. Now, I'm going to tell you, based on Little Man, they playing Minecraft. You could set a bomb off next to them and they'd be grunting yes. They would say yes. You can take my eyeballs and throw them in the yard. You know, and not listening to even what you're saying, just agreeing, so you'll leave them alone and keep playing the game. The brothers, I believe that's what, no matter what occurred, I firmly, in my soul, believe that those boys were playing a video game and could have cared less if the house blew up while they was in it. And that's just kids. You know, that's just nature. You know, nothing nefarious there. Normal, expected. I also believe that on the very best of the circumstances and situation, that the pharmacy visit had happened, Grandma and Candace were distracted, whether it was because they were using illicit substances or legal substance illicitly, or they were just tired and lazy and went to sleep and weren't paying attention, didn't care, and just go play never came back. Or maybe they were, you know, making the income however they made it after making that visit to the pharmacy. 2 and 2 is 4. It'll not be 3 or 5. Put it together and figure it out yourself. Like, you know, you get what I'm getting at. If you followed this story, you know. And Summer wandered off into the thick woods, the thick brush, and fell and just hasn't been found, or an animal did something and just hasn't been found, or ran in to someone who took her. If there was a stranger abduction or someone who is a registered offender abduction, or someone that should be registered offender abduction, it's happened because of lack of supervision, in my personal opinion. That's the best case scenario. I discount the bear or coyote or whatever you want to call it theory, because I maintain there would be signs of a struggle. There would be bodily fluids. Cadaver dogs and air dogs would have hit on that. That's why, and there would be like a piece of fabric, a shoe, something. And they say she wasn't wearing shoes. Okay, then piece of pants, a sock, shirt, you know, hair. There would be something. Because just think about what you're saying. You're saying that an animal attacked her and harmed her. I don't know of an animal that you'd be speaking of that wouldn't leave some sort of trace, whether it was disturbed ground with saliva from the bear.
Blood.
Yeah, blood, exactly. There's going to be some type of DNA type fluid, some fluid that will have DNA in it, some fluid that, if you're from around here, you know, hound dogs, hunting dogs. A hunting dog gonna catch that scent if something's happened. If an animal grabbed, they didn't grab pristinely, and I'm not trying to be too graphic, and I'm talking about a child, but let's keep it 100. They're not gonna say, let me grab you and not harm you.
Yeah.
A bear's not doing that. So, at the very minimal, even if they just swatted and scratched, and it, you know, it was a scratch that didn't even need a stitch, that's, you know, it's still gonna leave a trace of some sort of fluid. Like where the pants were that scratched through, there's going to be a piece of fabric, there's going to be some skin, there's going to be some blood that was let out. Whether we can see it with our eyes, a animal that's trained to search for that is going to smell it. They don't got to see it, you know, and they're going to lead you to it, and you're going to see the ground disturbed where there was signs of a struggle, and then you're going to see bear tracks. They didn't find bear tracks. They didn't find dog tracks. They didn't find coyote tracks. That's my point. There's no there. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying the probability is low. There's no physical evidence. There's no lead towards a physical evidence of that.
The animal won't eat as well.
That part, I wasn't even going to say that, you know. But I grew up around here. My granddaddy, you know who my people are, hunting dogs and everything. I'd feed the hound dogs. You know, coon hunting, rabbit hunting, and squirrel hunting, all that. I came up like a tomboy doing all that. No, you know, I don't got an issue with it whatsoever. Love it. Love those days. Wouldn't give them up for the world, you know. But that being said, them dogs that can track a squirrel or raccoon or rabbit from 2 miles away and smell it and spot it, they're going to pick up that child's scent if they're given that scent to follow.
Right.
And they didn't. They didn't. And that's why I feel like that she wandered away and an animal did something. Now, if she just fell and maybe banged her head or something on a rock and was in deep brush or ravine where she wasn't found, then maybe, you know, that might negate the scent from the animals. I might believe that would have happened. And I hope and pray, honestly, other than the alternatives, that would be the thing that I would pray would happen. And I know that sounds horrible, but if you know what the alternatives were in this case, you do what?
I just noticed that.
Oh, yeah, my daughter gave it to me. It actually says, I am enough.
Oh,
on the
yeah.
band. Yeah.
Mine's gonna cross on it. I had a different one. I lost it, and I had to buy one, so I got a spinner. That's what I wanted anyway.
I'm going to try to read what was wrote. I missed some comments, so I'm going to catch up on y'all's comments if everybody's wondering what am I doing. Let's see. In my opinion, when Lee was there, she just discovering, in my opinion, Marlene and others that are recently coming forth and saying something. I feel like some of them have ulterior motives. I 100% feel like if it was that important and weighing on their soul and their heart that much, they wouldn't have waited nearly 4 years to say something. I don't know what to tell you, but y'all want to know the truth, I'll tell it. Let's see. Okay, here's the next one. Let's see. I agree.
My brain bucket.
They wasn't paying attention, and I think and discovering, I think that is entirely possible, and that they just haven't been able to find her, or that somebody else found her first. That's the worry I have on that one too, especially with all the RSOs in the area that we know of, and there's probably more that we don't, and then there's others, just like the junior that got arrested afterwards, you know. Teenager excluded away. Yeah, I think his mom is very strict. I believe that on him more than the daughter for some reason. It's kind of odd. I grew up hunting, and hunters are stealthy, not to scare their prey. Absolutely. And he was allegedly caught. Yep. Agreed. I think if it was just wandering away and not being watched, that a wild animal attack. Notice I say wild animal attack. I don't believe. The things that's been said about Jody Sue's dog, I don't believe it for the same reasons I don't believe the wild animal attack. Could she have wandered off and fallen or something? Yes, that's a true possibility. Could she have wandered off and wandered into the wrong person? Absolutely. Now, if that happened based on the parents' action statements and others, I'd still believe they have guilty knowledge, even if it's after the fact, in my opinion. Now, the other scenarios, I personally believe, because of the DSS visit that even the father has acknowledged on the day before she allegedly went missing, they were told they were coming back and they better produce her. They were going to see her. They were going to talk to her. Even if they were able to continue playing the little bob and weave game, hiding back and forth from DSS and the authorities, eventually, soon, Summer was supposed to be starting school. Well, I can tell you, as a matter of fact, that the CPS workers that wanted to see her and talk to her just went to the schoolhouse and pulled her out and talked to her. And the parents probably knew that. You've got to remember, at very minimum, we factually know that prior to Candace meeting Summer's father, that she had a male and female child that allegedly, according to the female child, and I have the proof of this, if somebody says I'm wrong, I've got it saved on some flash drives and other memorabilia that is here and other places. Long story short, allegedly, according to what Candace Fludden, the female child that Candace Bly Wells gave up before she got with Dawn from her previous relationship with Andrew, I think was his name. According to what Candace Flooding publicly stated, she said in the documents and she showed the conversations with Candace in the Facebook Messenger DMs, and both stated that there was neglect and suspicions of other word that I can't say avenues. Um, and basically, I am paraphrasing and giving my opinion here. Please know that. Don't sue me. Basically, she was given the opportunity to sign away rights and avoid any civil or criminal repercussions. Which, ain't that what ended up happening with the boys after all that bluster and hullabaloo about, what, 7, 8 months ago? The news media came out and told it and showed the interview where they admitted it, that they signed away their rights to Summers Brothers. Let that marinate for a second. Ain't that history repeating itself? And I don't understand why. I really don't understand why. I've lost a child. And that's where I'm coming from when I say this. I don't understand why. I deal with more than I should and more than I normally would from my other child because of not having her brother. So I can't understand willingly. Nah, I don't care what you threaten me with. But again, I don't think I would have the same kind of suspicions and circumstance. I know it's hard to put yourself in somebody else's shoes when you can't see you in any shoes walking that path. I firmly believe that a lot of illicit substances and actions were going on at her address. And I'm sitting here rubbing my eye right now. I need to put drops in and quit rubbing, because I'll end up back at the eye doctor. Yeah. But anyway, sorry, I digress. And I think there were a lot of nefarious characters around, and all around, not just at their house, that whole area and that whole hill. And that's based on what I've been told by locals when I visited there. You guys know that. You know, I know that Sheriff Ronnie said it wasn't any more traffic or rug use. Again, how to curse and say things on YouTube without saying them and without getting in trouble. But than any other area of Hawkins County, which that should scare the bejeebus out of everybody living there. Because even we've heard from everybody on that hill, even the ones that participate in it, tell it. We even heard from Dave Rader and the search team how there was all those hypodermic needles put a knee at the beginning, and I can't get the lid off these eye drops. Maybe they work by distracting you. Look, really, it won't.
The hell?
I'm like, seriously, it is not. Y'all, if y'all, I ain't showing y'all this because I'll get made fun of until the day I die for this one. There's got to be a trick. Let's see. Like, I think I broke it. Here is why it does that. But I'm going to tell you one thing, they sealed. The water ain't, you know what I mean? They are sealed. Oh. I'm going to have to turn the car off because I'm going to run out of gas. Oh. Okay. It'll get dark for a second. Okay. It'll quit beeping. It just takes it a minute. Oh, let's see. No, fill it. Right here. Okay. I have a way. I'm going to try to get it. I'm going to read y'all's comments again in a minute. Anyway, back to what I was saying. If y'all don't know, I'm It was the brakes release. You heard it too? Okay. Like an 18-wheeler.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just still paranoid. That was on there. You can't say it. You've seen. I just had to use a flathead screwdriver to prise the lid off the hydraulic. I'm just paranoid after this morning. Scared. Paranoid. If that makes any sense at all. Every sound outside. Like, I probably won't sleep at all. Even with my security systems on, I probably won't sleep at all. Give me 1 second, y'all. Put eye drops in, and I gotta concentrate. If I try to talk to y'all while I do it, and these got like a mentholatum feel to them. Lord have mercy. I'm like, it feels like ice in my eye. Like,
Dang.
like you just got cold water, and then somebody went and blew it. Like how it would feel. That's how these eye drops is making it feel. It's not a good one. They I can't remember the name of them. My daughter got them with that's probably why they hurt. She probably did it on purpose. Rones, let's see. I said stop playing. R-O, I can't, N-E, R-O-N-E or R-O-N-C, Rodco, maximum strength. All I know is they're supposed to be real good. They really feel real crazy. Anyway, I know a lot of people firmly still believe the trafficking angle due to the videos and some other things that we've seen, in the past. And I'm not saying, even the deception detective went over why he could not mark that out as a possibility. And, and he even explained how. I'm going to turn this light off to save a little bit of the... You'll see. It's still bright enough, but it won't pull as bad on that. My 12 volt.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to turn it off here a little bit, but I'm trying to use it while I'm doing the live stream. But anyway, the deception detective even went over how... Yeah, it's a shaking. But that's what's making the noise, that necklace.
Mm-hmm.
It came with it. And I bought the little purple camper. That's my... when it's above your head right here, the purple camper. That's my dream. It didn't turn out that way. Not yet. I refuse to give up. I refuse to lose. Anyway, what I was I digress. If trafficking was involved in the disappearance, I believe that it's familial and local. Before I would believe that it was a national organization, like the dad was saying, going to Mexico and whatnot. No offense to anyone, but in my research and investigation, Summer's not the type of child that they would take. Her physical health and oral health was not great. And due to that, I don't believe that she would be a prime candidate. Because of that. And that's just based on general statistics and past reporting and documents from agencies that deal with child trafficking, like the lasagna scandal instead of the peace thing. Wow. And there's a lot to come out. If you guys haven't seen James O'Keefe's videos, formerly from Project Veritas, and we may be getting control of that back. I hadn't got into that deep, but he's been showing a lot of the Epstein videos. If y'all hadn't seen it, let me know if you want me to. And after the live, I'll also link his channel in the description for you guys. Sorry, I got the hiccups as well. I really, there's a Jesse on Fire video that goes into the temple. You know, I was always intrigued by it. And there's a reason it ties to Summer's case. The temple. And you guys look up spirit cooking, and I think it's Mila Jovanovic. I would think if an organization had taken Summer, it wouldn't be for the trafficking side. It would be for the side of sacrifice. I wish Miss Rhonda was in here. She would know exactly. And it's tied to Lima. And that also ties Diddy in. I want to ask a question. And then I'm going to start. I want to ask this question. I want y'all to answer me real quick on Summer's case. Have y'all noticed that a lot of the players in this game, alleged persons of interest, suspects, and LE and judges, when you've seen interviews and they've talked and pay attention to their rings, you may or may not be surprised, but I recognized most of them, and with research, I know a couple, as Jody Sue calls Monster, he's at least a third generation. And I'm talking about the Masons. I know this because, you know, my son was one. So I recognize that ring. I recognize the symbolism. And I remember that Killer, and I am going to, I might even play a couple portions. I know Killer will not get mad. I'm crediting him. And if you're not a member, please go join his, subscribe to his channel. He does some excellent, excellent work. He looks for the nuances in individuals' actions and reactions and things and statements. Whereas I'm more the one that's pulling the tax records and the property records and documents and looking at the historical thing. It seems to complement one another well. He and I have always got along, and I have mad respect and love for my brother. From another, not blood. But anyway, he did some clips, and he had where Jody Sue was talking about the monster and how he did just as many illegal and atrocious acts as others, but that Hawkins ignored it and played it off because of that relativity. By the way, if y'all remember during his live stream when I called in and asked about that buzz, he told me it was Mary Jane plants. That was untrue. If you don't go on the math registry, like the SA registry, if it's possession of Mary Jane. Straight up. There unequivocally, there is nothing else to say to that. That's facts. Even in Leslie Earhart's interview, and Killer has it in the clip, the video I'm talking about, it tells about how to get help, and it talks about the SA, that the RSO registry and the math registry. It has links to them in that video. So, do you think, and let me say this, we got Ronnie, big old Ron Ball, and Sonny Boy, and Andy, and Andy's daddy, and granddaddy. And probably Fred, because remember, Andy's grandpa and Fred's grandpa was the same person, if I'm not mistaken. That's how they're related. So, it wouldn't be far-fetched to think that Fred's a member of that society, even if he's on the outskirts because of his math involvement, allegedly, in my opinion. My thing is, What organization has secrets and has the backs of and will cover up for, even if they had nothing to do with it, other members? Could that play a part in why it seems that what's as obvious as the nose on one's face is being ignored? Could that play a part in why, as much as I talk about Ziggy and Fred, I heard when the Hawkins County detective called her back, I saw that video. I don't care if they thought she was full of crap and that Fred's a piece of shit. You don't treat a tip that way. You don't treat a tip that you thought deserved a callback, that TBI thought deserved a callback. You don't treat that individual that way. See, this is the thing that a lot of people in YouTube land missed. When you're looking at a case like this, when you're an investigator, when you're Chris McDonough before he got behind the YouTube muck, it ain't about who you like and who you don't like. It's not about your human emotions and feelings when it comes to individuals and them being in the case, which hence is why I would never interview the parents, which is why I would prefer to not have any direct connection or interaction with persons of interest or
Are you ready
suspects.
to sell your house?
If I'm going to be able to look at the case and effectively be unbiased and do the best at getting information out there about that case and about that child or that person or whatever it is that we're discussing, I have to do it without a bias. Because if I go in with a bias, it's kind of like, if you start walking downhill, it only gets further down. You're not going to suddenly be going uphill midway. I don't exactly know I see it in my brain, but it's hard to get it out there. I am going to have to turn the lights on, but we got the backups on. You'll see. And the TV makes it bright.
Yeah.
It's just, I got it. Oh, my ace is in the way. There, you'll see. I turned the key out. Are you okay? You're
Yeah.
nervous if you need
It's
more?
pretty nice, actually. I like it.
It's more calming, I think.
It is. I like it's like a blue light kind of.
Yeah. And like I say, the TV gives off more. Turn these might have. I don't know if they got. Hey, we'll get a little bit of light. Y'all, I'm just turning on my night lights. This one's on already. I'll be damned. I've got the batteries. I need to get some more, but that's the last thing on my mind. Gas and food and transmission fluid. That's, the number one priority. I think it's probably par for the course for most folks. Okay, I'm getting ready to read y'all's comments and catch up. But I want to know, and I'm not making any accusations. I'm just talking about, we've heard of the skull and crossbones societies and things like that. Who's to say that certain individuals, by the way, the judge that spoke, that did son of Ronnie, son of Sheriff, the judge that approved the Alfred plea, he had one of them rings on too. Just thought I'd tell you. They're all members of, it looks to be the same Masonic lodge, if not just Masonic involvement. And my point is, would those people cover for one another? Isn't that what a lot of that's about? It was when my son was one. Anyway, okay, let me go back to, where was I? See? Yes, I did. She does. I'll tell you, I just didn't put that part out. Let's see. Let me go back. God, y'all made a lot of comments that I missed it. Back. I almost deleted somebody's. Okay, I read that one. Here we go. Let's see. I have researched any brand, everybody involved in Summer's case, including a lot of suspicious YouTubers. Agreed. And I just seen so much pointing straight at him. I understand, and I'm not arguing that. And I agree with the suspicious YouTubers. Uh, Jody Sue's right in that, in my opinion, and God knows I never thought I'd be saying that out my mouth. But there are a lot of people, in my opinion, that have ulterior motives. People can say that about me. That's fine. And my ulterior motives, I've never denied. I put it out there. I created a YouTube channel as a part-time job and a way to connect and be able to do what I really like to do, which is be on a computer and tinkering and doing research and solving a problem and sharing it with others. Whether if it was couponing, a missing child's case, reporting on what's in the news, or just talking about how my drawers fit yesterday. Which all that kind of is my choice. But anyway, there is, in my opinion, a group of YouTubers, and I think people would be shocked to find out who all, from beginning to end, was involved in that group. I think there's not just YouTubers and creators. I think there was mods, and I think there was viewers. And I think they're still around. I think they still do and say things to influence people's ideas and viewpoints. And I think it's all quite calculated. Some of them, it's all about gaining a dollar. I'm not going to front. That's all their motivation is. But some of them may be closer to the case and more interrelated than we realize. And, just like PSYOPs and other, things that we've seen that corporate America and our government does, they want you to look left when you should be looking right. And that distraction is what I think several of those YouTubers are about. Let's see. Let's go to the next comments. Sassy Pants said, how long was it before Summer came up missing? Was Pam Wells up there? Allegedly, Pam Wells had lived in a mobile home that was no longer there down below them years prior. I don't believe that she was there, had been there for years. Anything to do with Summer being gone. I don't think Candace would have tolerated that. I really don't. She was jealous. And I think that jealousy was part of the issue. Also, we really don't know. Allegedly, no more than 30 minutes to an hour when police were called. And I think the call went through at like 6:22 or 6:23 p.m. Next comment, Shaduki. I mean, anybody and everybody. I agree with you, Discovering the Truth. I'm with that. Every single body. She said, I don't think Pam's been up there for years. Agreed. See, maybe. Ha! Miss Justice, I think I should ask you why you would say that, because I know what you're referring to, and you're not usually kind of snarky, so I think there might is if you email or text me, I'm on Do Not Disturb, so I won't see it until after the broadcast, but let me know in a comment that I'll be reading shortly. If red or green should be self-explanatory. I'm sure there was neglect. I am too on that discovering. Let's see, Candace. I do agree with you, discovering. You and I agree on that. I also think, kind of like the Cassie and Diddy case, because that she was that young, naive, and moldable, and possibly either, looking for a better situation than she currently had, whether it was to get away from that home life. That uncle was no joke. I think that it helped between that and her family situation, with her mom and the uncle, and what I can read and piece together in court documents from that. I I think that it may have helped shape and distort to the abnormal point um, her actions and emotions, especially those attached to like and love and that type of thing, if that makes sense. Okay, next. Yes, Sassy. I was actually one of the first people that put that out about there was a female child that she gave up for adoption. There was another one too. I showed the records in the Kingsport Times for that. Probably about 4 years ago. Myself and I believe Mountain Girl were two of the first people to bring that out, and I was ostracized. I was drug over the coals and called a liar and everything else. And then when I think it was Lips, maybe, that came out and told it and showed the proof through the text and stuff, like a year and a half later, she's on Scott's channel. She got applauded and kingdomed. But it's the same thing that I told y'all. I just told you a year and a half before. I agree. Discovering the truth. Candace has some I think some developmental issues that are not her fault. I think she has DD, developmental delays, and I say that based on the nearly 7 years that I worked at J. Iverson Riddle, the state facility. And several group homes I worked at as well after that, for people with developmental delays and other issues. I see fetal alcohol syndrome, which could also, there's some other Guillain-Barré and certain things that can mimic that, but based on what we know of her life and what we can read through documents in court and other testimony of persons there, it seems more that. And then certain drug use, can cause schizophrenia and other type disorders to manifest. And if you continue using after their manifestation, you end up with Swiss cheese brain, and you even stopping after that fact and stopping completely, you're still going to have those episodes and those issues and have to maintain a medicine regimen for it, which is insane. And I do know that to be true because one of my friends since youth has a son that's going through that, and we never ever dreamed that he'd be in that position. It was really hard to watch because it was very hard for his mom to accept that was going on in his life. It was bad. I think autism as well. I do agree with you. I think autism, I think fetal alcohol syndrome, and I do think that she has some issues from the prior drug use. I agree with that discovery on that one. Let's see. No, I don't believe anything Lawson says. I think he has ulterior motives as well. Make sure they're not eardrops that I'm putting in my eyes, right? I did that before. That's why she's saying that. That was insane. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Killer Looks Channel. Thank you so much, Miss Justice, for dropping that link. Y'all, give Miss Justice some hands, some shout outs and hearts going in the chat. She works her arse off and she don't get paid it's a very thankless job because I'm a slave driver and a butthole as a creator for my mods. No, I'm just kidding on that part. But she does an awesome job, y'all, and she really does it. It's a thankless job. Moderators don't receive enough thanks. So shout her out and show her some love. Discovery says, I really like Killer Looks. He's a great researcher and puts things together great. You don't like the grill? I have a harder time understanding him when he's got the white mask on. And he from Nanola, so there's a lot of it's not it is dialect, but it's also accent that I think that people have a difficult time. I just get it, and I just think he's cool and awesome. I look up to him as a creator. Let's see. Dee has called in so many bogus tips. They probably think she's lost her credibility. Agreed. I just know he said, I'm not going to argue with you, and hung up on her. And I didn't hear her trying to argue. I heard her giving the information on the vehicle they're talking about. She's being fed the bogus tips directly from Fred. I mean, there's multiple videos showing that out there. So, but I agree with you. Ambient lighting, yeah. No, when I moved to this parking lot, it put me back in line for roadside assistance, and this is the area where Helene was, the worst. And long story short, we've had rain, it's been like 6 days straight now that it's rained, at least, or maybe 7. There's a lot of mudslides and some other things going on. So as they told me, they're experiencing high delays, and they do apologize, but they will be here to me. And they said no later than 2:30 p.m. tomorrow. So I'm chilling like a villain. See, Andy's involved since he has an alibi. So y'all haven't heard, huh? Andy don't have an alibi allegedly anymore. I'm going to find that Killer Looks video. We're going to swap over real quick because I'm just going to play y'all that. If you don't know, I'll finish the comments as well, but if y'all don't know that, we got to get into that. Allegedly, he doesn't have an alibi. I'm going to let it play and let y'all hear. I think LE confirmed that. Let me think how to tell y'all where it's coming from. Apparently, I don't know if it was trail cam or whatever, but there's some kind of video proof of that's come out. I'm real shocked, actually. Sorry, y'all. I've also been following. Y'all seen where them people, the 10 prisoners, escaped from that New Orleans prison by pulling the toilet off the wall, and they've arrested more people that helped them than they've caught escapees. I don't know what to even say. And y'all see, I've been watching the Diddy stuff. Y'all can see. There's the video I was talking about. Hold on. Jesse on fire right there. That video is a must watch. And look at that. That was kind of interesting. I guess there's DV everywhere. Emmanuel Macron's wife was whacking him. And I just can't believe this video is true. Because if it is, he going to jail for them 65K views. He's saying that that's the escapee Antoine Massey that he picked up and took to Florida to a bus stop, a Greyhound. Yep. Even said, are you going to tell them that you held a gun to me? I don't believe it's true because I didn't see anybody coming out in an orange jumpsuit. And I don't see him trying to still be wearing that and getting on a Greyhound bus. So I think that it was type of a spoof type video. But they should have put that in there somewhere because I'm telling you, if y'all think the feds and the local and state authorities are not watching and paying attention to YouTube and what's being said and other, Rumble and Kick and everywhere else and Twitch, you better think again. There's a RICO in California that 34 people just got arrested on, and 85% or better of the basis of the charges that they're receiving has to do with interviews and videotape aired on podcast. Period. This is the Don B video I'm talking about, where he says Summerwell's case not looking good for Andy. I might play you some of that, but here's the killer looks. Hey, shout out to Killer. Did they find Summer? That's a longer video, so I'm only going to play parts. I want y'all to see this. Shouting him out big time. What? I'm going to play some parts. If you want to see the whole thing, of course, go right on over to Killer's channel and knock yourselves out. And I recommend, like I said, if you're not a subscriber, please go check him out because he's thebomb.com. Okay, I'm going to turn the volume down and kind of let it play without sound while I continue to read y'all's comments here. Because I want to let y'all see what has happened and what's came out. That's now, I am going to play this part. If y'all ain't seen it, I want to play this. And Killer would want me to play this if I don't play nothing else. I wish somebody can tag him. I wish he'd come in. But right here, this part. This is the guy that Sean Atwood is talking to in this clip is Tim Tebow. So hold on, let's see. And then he don't have an alibi. Just know that. His alibi has fallen through. And remember, Leslie Earhart said that they learned a whole lot of new stuff, that they were just almost there based on the tips and everything was still coming in. It wasn't a cold case, and they learned a whole lot just in the past few months. And that interview just recently aired. By the way, when we look at that part of her interview, I do want to shout something out, and there's another thing that it made me think of to address real quick. Leslie looks like for the first time ever she's wearing a wig. And I'm just wondering. And I think prayers and good thoughts going her way. That's all I want to say. It's just a gut feeling and instinct. Have nothing but that to base it on. Either that or maybe she decided to get some, what you call them, extensions or something. And shout out to her. But anyway, I'll say the thing I wanted to address. It just dawned on me. I don't even remember who it was. But I remember seeing that somebody was out there attacking Miss Christine. Now, Christine and I have not always agreed, and our viewpoints are very different. But shame on you. That woman is currently and has been in a fight for her life. You are a low-life piece of shit, MFer, to even think of attacking her. I don't care if she said something that wasn't credible. What she's currently going through with the chemo and the radiation that she's recently been doing, currently dealing with, you are a piece of crap. It can affect your thought process. Leave her alone. It takes a low-life scumbag to do that. And I meant what I said. I don't care if everybody unsubscribes and I never get another YouTube view. I firmly stand by that. Period. Sorry. You are one of the only ones that's always done their own thing. They want everyone to be talking about the same thing. I agree. I'm going to do what I want to do. I like spice it up. I like to look at things outside of the box, a different viewpoint. You know what I mean? Let's see. It's a known fact that most suspects in crimes, such as Summer's case, stay close. Amen. And ain't nobody been as close. You got that right. Well, I agree. She did move away. And I'm going to say this. Whether you love Jody Sewer or hate Jody Sewer or down the middle or indifferent, allegedly, again, somebody has made some threats to her and encouraged people to do things to her camper. Don't do that. Don't do that. I don't care if you don't think she's a good person. Don't do that. She's a mother. Allegedly, she is a cancer survivor and she's dealing with that. Even if she's not, thank you, Miss Justice. Even if she's not, don't do that. That's like putting bullets in a gun. You're giving ammunition for somebody to shoot you. That's what you're doing. And besides, it's just not good. It's not a good look. It doesn't make you look like a good person. Two wrongs don't make a right type thing. And hey, let her talk, because if she really does know something, maybe she'll eventually get verbal diarrhea and we'll hear it. I just, personally, how I feel about someone, like I was saying earlier, isn't relevant to being able to listen and analyze, I guess. Okay. Thank you, Miss Justice. I'll look just a hot second. Son has autism, and they were trying to place him in Iverson, but they didn't have any beds available, so they sent him. Oh, okay. Got you. I know where Butner is. You know who else was in Butner Institution, Correctional Institution? Bernie Madoff was there. I actually had a friend from church, his son was in Butner at the same time. So I know exactly the area you're speaking of. Let's see. You got that right, bam, 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 bam. Really? I'm going to show you. That's all I know to tell you is what has recently, within the past few days, come out, discovered. Yeah, that's right, Miss Justice. Hey, Susan, I'm better now that you're here. Thank you for the copyright thing. No, Sean Atwood, this is not. This is a clip. Like I said, this is Killer Looks video. This is a clip, but it has to do with child trafficking. So, yes and no, I guess, on that one. I just think it's important to show. Oh, got you. That even makes more sense now, discovering to what I saw, that you just actually filled in pieces that were missing from me. Now I've got a better understanding of what they were talking about in the video. Wow. Okay. You'll see. You'll see. I agree with that. Horrible inside. What post? Is there a new recent post about Christine? If you're talking about the derogatory one, nope, sure didn't. If you're talking about, did I see Christine's video addressing it? I absolutely did. And what I will say is, regardless of whether she and I vehemently agreed or disagreed, she's always treated me with common courtesy and respect. And that's what she deserves to be treated with as well. Period. Period. And it wasn't good. I don't know who did it. I don't know where. I really don't. I just think it was atrocious, period, no matter where it came from. It could have been my own child, and I'd say the same thing. People haven't harassed her, but I don't believe it's as bad. Well, of course, I agree with you. On the JS thing, I firmly believe everything is inflated and conflated. If she thought he was that bad, they have to evict her. Why is she so? Listen, Discovery, I agree with you. They were together, 26 years? And listen, I get the DV and the don't leave and like the same questions that are being asked with the Cassie and the Diddy case. But at some point, just like it's been proven in my opinion, with the Cassie and the Diddy case, the victim becomes the victimizer. Whether it's through manipulation or force or coercion of some sort, or by choice. After an extended period of time, it's inevitable. In my opinion. Let's see. Oh, is that Sassy? I did not know that's who it was. Oh, wow, Hunty. Let's see. I'm just checking. What? I keep getting these weirdo emails for stuff I didn't apply for. Okay. Well, thank you, Doc Phone. I agree. Everyone should be free. I think everyone should be free to worship how they choose. I think they should not have to worry about waking up and gunfire and bullets coming through. So, amen to that one. I would love to see peace and everybody allowed to live and worship as they choose. So, agreed. All right, you guys, I'm going to play this and let me set my little hickey mabob up. Now that I've filmed it, I feel like I got a new toy. Oh. I'm just adjusting, y'all. Okay. Because I want to fall forward. My phone is heavy. Just hold your taters. I'm trying to figure out how to loosen. I'm turning the, maybe not. Agreed on that. Discovering the truth, you're correct. I was in a similar circumstances. I don't know if you know my original broadcast. I put my paperwork and stuff out there. And
Keep your relationship.
Sorry, I might turn the volume back down. Commercials kill me. And I agree. Just like, for instance, Cassie and Diddy case. I mean, the Diddy trial and what's going on with him and Cassie. He said jump and she said how high. And yes, Sean. And to me, that's normal. Okay, hold on. And what I would expect in that type of relationship. All right, let me turn this up and let y'all see this clip. Just because I think it's just important for public knowledge, not that it has a direct link or reflection to Summers or any other case that we've been talking about. It's just important. And I want to acknowledge what Tim Tebow's been doing with his time and his money and his fame. Not everybody is bad. No, she's not showed proof. Sassy Pants, let me put it this way. No proof has been shown, in my opinion, that Andy did any transactions with the Wells. That's number one. The only link has ever been Hunter saying that Andy or A or whatever name. That's the closest to any proof or link on that. Kind of like Smiley Joe ain't never showed no proof of that cocktail being delivered to her neighbor or her. Sorry. Okay, let me make sure the volume's up, and here we go on that clip. Yep. The swirl is real. Literally.
This is over the last 30 days, and every red dot on that map is at least one unique IP address of individuals downloading, sharing, distributing child abuse and rape images under the age of 12. And there's over 100.
Let that sink in to you. Let me let y'all see that map. Since I gotta pause and talk, I love that, Miss Justice. Let that get out there. Oh, I did not see that, Paula. Was he in a live stream of his, or was he doing an appearance on someone else's channel? I've wondered that for a long time myself, discovering, honestly.
111,000 of them just in the U.S. of the last 30 days. You think so much is done by all these groups and gangs, and yes, that does take place in a lot of areas, but man, it's overwhelming when you think how much is done by families, by friends, by those in the trusted circle. And
the end is, in my opinion, directly going to apply to Summers' case, and one of the many reasons I believe Killer put this clip in there. And shout out to him once again, because This is information that every mama, sister, daddy, aunt, uncle, cousin, niece, nephew, brother, whoever needs to know. How can we protect if we're not known? Forewarned is forearmed. That's the only way that it counts. Let's see. Yes, he was rushing to read it. Absolutely. And could have been. You could be correct on that. Absolutely. Oh, look, I'm done at the hospital. That makes that makes sense. It could have been Candy was the name it was saved under, and that it was Grandma basically saying that she was done, come back and get her. That makes total sense. Oh, wow, I've never seen it, Paula, but I will go and look into it. I want that clip. And Mary Jane is fine. I had never seen him admit to serving the parents or children anything. Now, I do know that he said that he had given Dad a joint or a little bit, before, but he didn't admit to selling that I saw, and no other substances. Like even when I asked him, and I gave him the direct case numbers, locations, dates, and everything of his arrest, he still told me it was like 6 or 8 Mary Jane plants in the basement that they found was why, and that's not true. You don't get put on the math registry for the state of Tennessee for Mary Jane plants, period. Call TBI and ask them. Call the Fleebs and ask them. He said a gram or two, basically to pay for what he smoked. Yep, that's what he said, never to the kids. That's what I thought. Wow. Why he admitting to so much all of a sudden? Don't forget, look here when you should look there.
Especially when we talk about the fight against child exploitation and child sexual abuse. It's off the charts of what is being done in the families. And it's the...
Here we go. I'm gonna back it up just a notch because I want you to hear this. I want you to hear what he's about to say because I believe this is what Killer was trying to point out as well, and I'm gonna put it out there more blatantly. Listen to what he says about this. This is what, by the way, dealing with trafficking of children specifically, that is what Tim Tebow, ex-quarterback, NFL football player, that could do anything he wanted to. He's not an ugly guy. He's got billions of dollars. He could do anything he wanted to. He has developed an organization to combat and bring awareness to child endangerment / trafficking / neglect and abuse and involvement of those. He's had a lot of stuff go on to try to discourage him from what he's doing, believe it or not. Let's see. That's what I thought, Paula. I understood it to be for Barb's Itchwitz and what is the I'm trying to think how I could say the other like if you back hurt type stuff that she was getting while she was in treatment, for the big C. If you ain't got a job and you ain't got no income and you and your man fighting, he spent all his money on, as she got on the side, the coleslaw. So, how you paying for all that medication? Because as I recall, my son's chemo pills were so expensive that he had to stop treatment early because he couldn't afford them. So, and I'm not talking about cheap. I'm talking about one pill's like $300 and some. So, please explain. Again, I agree with discovering on that. I don't believe most of what Marlena says, but I do believe, like anybody else, any good liar, and if she's good at it, okay, sticks close to the truth. You feel me? Like the truth is interpollinated. And they manipulate, in my opinion, the truth to get what they want. Huh?
Meter in the bush.
To get what they want. You know what I'm saying? Like if somebody lying, they gonna stick as close. Because when you lie, you got to remember the lie every time you talk to that person about it. So
one to cover up another.
Yeah, type thing. And eventually that's where you get trapped up and caught. So that's why I say let them all keep talking, because eventually they're gonna tell on themselves.
Right.
Yeah. Trying to see. Please, Miss Justice, because they will flag it. If you can, ma'am. Oh, absolutely. But even that has a copay. It's at least $4, at least in North Carolina. I don't know what it is in Tennessee, for each one. And wouldn't that be a great profit? And there is a cap and a limit. Like, I think six prescriptions per month is all that you can get, unless you're on the pregnancy Medicaid. And then there is a cap. Like, once they paid out so much, just like any other insurance, once they paid out so much, you have to pay out of pocket. And that's not just for medication. That's doctor's visits and treatments. Because we went through that with my son and his insurance company. 200, I think it was either 250,000 or 275 was the maximum payout per year. Pretty much the first brain surgery took that. And thank you, Miss Justice, again. Okay, I want y'all to hear this part, please. And by the way, somebody say it's inappropriate, but it's inappropriate no matter when I say it and how I say it. Anybody that would like to help support the channel, there are links in the description for the Cash App, for the PayPal, for the Venmo, and it would be greatly appreciated. As YouTube, I'm averaging $100 every 5 months. So it would be greatly appreciated, but not expected. At the very least, please hit the thumbs up, please hit the subscribe, and become a member if you'd like. We have the lowest membership price that YouTube allows, and Patreon, and all the links to others. I need 8 more TikTok members to get monetized on TikTok, so please hit the TikTok link in the description and help me out that way. It's allfree.com for that. Okay, back to the program. Wait a minute, I missed something. Let's see. I agree with that. That's why stories end up with this embellishment this time and the next time a little more and a little more, because you have conflated and inflated those stories, and you can't remember exactly what you said, but you want it to sound as bad as it did, if not worse, so more gets told and comes out. I agree. About where she passed, but Medicare is different. Medicaid limits, Medicare does not. I just know that from Mom too. Medicare and hospice, palliative and hospice, traditional hospice, are both the same on that. There isn't a limit, but Medicaid does have limitations. Usually Medicaid is the custodial parent and children will have it, or like I am under the age of, I think it's 60 or 62, and I have my hereditary blood disorder that eventually is terminal, and due to that I will be able to keep Medicaid. But it does limit me to 6 a month. Some people get Medicaid and Medicare, like dialysis patients and such like that, and it kind of works. One works as a supplement for the other. It just depends on your diagnosis and situation. I just went through that with someone I know that was young, like mid-30s and on dialysis. They made it to the age of 42. Yeah, yeah, I get that on the scream. What has always stuck out to me was that the statement about the substances to the children so they could have things done to them and others, and the walking in the creek so as to not disturb stuff for when the dogs came looking for summer. Those always bothered me because they were inaccurate. Okay, back to this.
Of what is being done in
Pay
the families.
attention.
You know what's the, I don't know if I want to say most disappointing, but maybe one of the most heartbreaking is, do you know the number one offender? Biological fathers.
Did y'all hear that? The number one offender. So I'm sure that that's why Killer included that in this broadcast, where he's addressing what's going on currently and recently in Summer's case. I'd bet my draws on it. So not even trying to be funny, just, knowing him and how he puts things together. I have so much respect for that and admiration. Sorry, I'm digging through a drawer right now, trying to. I swear I got a chocolate egg in here. I'm hungry, and I'm digging through a drawer for a quick snack. You want one?
Oh, yeah.
Little Easter egg, they're little, just bitty chocolate eggs. I can't remember if they're the crunchy kind or not. Little man had left them. I had them in his Easter eggs, and apparently he left me a couple. I know I got another one in here. Like, I found it. Heller. Okay. Oh, in here. There's a Rolo. Dessert snacks after our meal at Walmart. Woo. Okay, and I'm gonna fast forward to some other parts for you guys, but I thought that was really, really important. Right. And what happened to that joining in the military? Can somebody tell me that? I think that's what she was referring to as well.
Investigation. Racist silence. To make one thing clear.
Like I said, I'm not trying to play his whole video. There's just some parts that I want to play for y'all. And most of it's Leslie Earhart. And the part about Andy's alibi and the law enforcement part. There's some text. Let's see, is it right here? Yep, that's not it either. I'm gonna keep fast forwarding until I get to it. Y'all just bear with an old lady.
No, Andy didn't mention it. Actually, Fred Hill mentioned it to me about Andy.
Okay.
Andy was
It sounds like that.
He did bring somebody with him several times, but she doesn't know who he was. Oh man, if she saw a picture of him, I wonder if she would know him.
Okay, that's where they're talking. Hey, Lisa, welcome. Yeah, I didn't know why, and he got married. Wow. I'm all right, I guess. Not great. Maybe he meant all of it, Paula. It's a possibility, right? Jody Sue, maybe she meant all of that. Maybe she meant that he wouldn't be drawn into the lifestyle that his parents and neighbors and other possible, family members and friends were drawn into, and safe from what was going on up there. Because listen, YouTubers were seeking them out and showing up. You know, like Smoller, she heard her husband ended up in Candace and him's driveway because they were hunting Jody Sue's driveway. So, but anyway, I want to get to the sorry. Yeah, it's part of my blood, so I have trouble breathing. It's no big deal. It'll get worse. I'll end up having to have blood transfusions twice a week. So I'm trying to just work and get everything fixed up and live to the fullest.
Right.
And enjoy life. You just had me crack up. Oh, sorry. Oh, that was strangled. Let's see. I'm going to read this on the screen right quick. Just give me a moment, you guys. Okay. So, Ziggy says, just my opinion. And then, damn. Someone named Arthur Blake says, the Blue and White Motel that's right around the corner from the McDonald's is right in front of the Best Western. In Alcoa, Tennessee, is right off Alcoa Highway. Okay? I'm not sure what this is about. Andy B says, I don't have no money to get. So. I don't know what that means. Okay. Lady May says, Andy, how do you know about this video? Who contacted you? I know we won't get an answer. Will you please help bring Summer home? And then Doxy Mom says, I personally don't think you or Jody Sue had anything to do with Summer. But I think you know either what happened or some details of it. Bingo. I feel like that about a lot of people. A lot of people, and I've said that before. Because, like, Jody Sue's a little bit pregnant. Because she sits here and tells us she didn't see nobody out the way. She didn't hear nothing happen but the scream. Didn't hear nothing else. Didn't see nothing else. Don't know nothing else. But in her, listen, love her or hate her, you've got to admit that she does live streams for like 9 to 15 hours on the regular. I can't imagine. I love y'all, but damn, I got to go to the bathroom or something. Anyway, during those filibusters, she talks and things come out. Like, she's telling us how she could tell the difference between the white truck, the little red SUV, the Suburban. She could tell when Fred was coming in, whoever, because she could tell the difference of the vehicles by the sound of them on the gravel, especially in the Wells house, okay? So, why don't you know more about what happened that day? Why don't you know if Dawn was home or not? Why don't you know if Candace left out once, 2, or 3 times? Or if somebody else came up their driveway or was sitting nearby? That's my things that I question. And I don't see why anybody, even Jody, would get mad at me. I think that's a reasonable type question. I'm not attacking her personal character. I'm just wondering, due to some of the issues that you have medically, is it affecting your memory and your ability to recall things? Or are you twisting and circumnavigating the truth, and that's what's affecting your abilities? I'm just saying, just questions. I'm an individual. I have thoughts and opinions. I don't know why Ziggy made the comment about him having a thing for women of color. I'm confused. So I might play a little bit so I understand. Okay. Oh, lots of comment. Hold on. I agree. I agree. The reason that I think that there's people that know things that aren't saying anything because it would possibly out them to law enforcement or family and friends or significant others for either illegal or immoral activities that they don't want to be discovered. Okay, the one Peggy Sue, is that Jody's or Andy's mom? Because I'm about positive that I agree with you on that. There's actually a Google Earth picture that I was able to pull up, and sure enough, I'm just not sure without looking back if it was Jody's mom or Andy's mom. It's the same one that worked with Chase, I believe, and Jody and them at the factory, the Honda place. That same individual, and there's on the Google Earth image, not a current one, of course, not even current at the time Summer went missing. You can find the vehicle that was described in that driveway, along with the blue minivan. If y'all know, you know. Okay. Let me rewind just a notch.
Oh, like oh yeah. So like hemp or the guy that he was like the mom that was the whole wedding down there. Apparently, you know him from prison. He knows Playboy from prison. What? Don does? Yeah, that's how you met him.
But then on separate occasions, Don Wells and Jody Sue's boyfriend Andrew Bernard would run off at night and be gone 3 to 4 days. According to Jody Sue, Don Wells would put his vehicle in neutral and sneak off the property and go to Knoxville. Check it out.
He would just sneak off the line, I know.
Again, shout out to Killer Looks. This is an awesome video he did. Giving him credit. Not going to show the whole thing. We'll give y'all the link to go over to his channel and watch this. It'll be in my description. It is a compilation of several YouTubers out there's work. And again, I've had people come in and you're still in Killer's work. Know that Killer and I do have a good relationship. And I know that by giving him credit and asking you guys to go over there and hit the thumbs up, like right now, like watch. I'm subscribed already. I done rung my bell. I gave him the thumbs up. Let's hit the closed captioning as well. But I want, I don't want anybody to get mad. I appreciate his fans and their ability to come out there. And Killer himself will tell you, in my opinion, he and I have a great relationship. He's not a shit starter or a shit talker. If he's talking shit, he's going to follow through with that shit. Real, 1,000,000%. And he's always kept it 100 with me. We've never had an issue. He's one, honestly, that I've never, ever side-eyed or looked at as having ulterior motives, period. And he does excellent research as well. Because Don would sneak. I don't think he'd sneak anywhere either, honestly. I feel like that Don would be like, F you, I'm going to do what I want to do. And that'd be it. Agreed. Thank you again, Miss Justice. I appreciate that. Amen. Amen, Paula. Agreed. That's exactly what I'm saying. It has nothing for Killer, nothing to do with clout or money or fame or anything of that nature. He's not out there in this clique that's throwing up smoke screens and distraction. I've always felt he was 1,000,000% above board. and just an awesome, authentic person, period, you know. Oh, my phone's about to die. Shaduki. Where is my hickey my bob? Oh, bear with me. Lord have mercy. It's on 5%, you guys. I wouldn't have noticed it, but my screen started going dim. So, hold on. I gotta figure out how to do this. How to do this thing. Let's see. Bear with me, you guys. I'm just trying to be able to plug this in and still have it on the stand. Okay. Let's hope it don't tip over now. I may have to... Y'all just bear with me. I'm making adjustments. Okay. Let's make sure we're charging. My screen lit back up, so it should be good there. Okay. It's finally charging. Okay. Good deal. Alrighty. Let's see. Y'all know I'm nosy, so you know I'm going to look. I can't see it. Oof. Shaduki, what did I just touch? Ha! Oh, you ain't, listen, Miss Justice, you ain't even got to do that. I know why you did it. Girl, I love you. I got mad love for you. Ross Boss, listen, thank you. And I'm going to tell you why I said you don't have to do it, Miss Justice. Just like P. Diddy is paying $20 to $50 an hour to wear the free Puffy and free Diddy shirts. We got people doing this. And it may just be bots. But you're entitled to your opinion. I mean, whatever. And I'm going to say this. I personally, just like in Young Thug's case, just like in the YNW Melly case, I personally am generally usually an advocate for bond. If one person can get it, I think everybody should be able to be entitled, you know, until you're proven guilty. That our system's supposed to be based on that. But when you've shown a propensity for violence, and when someone that is a possible witness in your case has received not 1, not 10, not even 100, but in the triple digits phone calls the day certain lawsuits and other things come out, like Kalina got all those calls after Dawn, her dirty money bandmate, filed the lawsuit. It's not a good look, especially considered you hadn't talked to her for like 2 or 3 years, and she thirsty. Anybody watch Love and Hip Hop and did when she was on it will know how thirsty. Okay, so yeah, that's my opinion, and you're entitled to yours. And I won't delete you, but I'm gonna pray for you, just like I pray for Didi. And those people that think that they ain't listening and watching and paying attention, and that the Afro Turf bots ain't real, Ross just proved it for you. I'm trying to figure out why all of a sudden I can't get the whole screen on here, you guys. I'm trying. I'm just doing the best I can. Yeah, it is hard to deny a crime when you're being videoed through it. Amen to that one. Okay, back to our topic at hand, which isn't P. Diddy, but thank you for your comments there. And Miss Justice, boo, I ain't mad. I'm not dressing you down. You always have my back. Everybody throw some purple hearts in my chat for Miss Justice. Let her know we love her. She shows up and shows out and does her job that is thankless and that don't pay her with the best and the utmost. I got nothing but mad love for you, baby. Girl, I feel you. And my first instinct would have been the same. That's why I'm saying I get you. But for me, the reason I say not is it does go towards the proof of the social media campaign, no matter how small or large the channel, anybody that's covering it. We've been getting hit with copyrights. We've been getting, just talking about it, we get embattled with bots and pretty nasty comments. So I get it. Amen. Thank you. Thank you guys. Please show Miss Justice that love. I just want her to know that she's appreciated and we're thankful for her in here. All right, back to my video right quick.
The next morning,
Shout out Killer.
You're gone. I'm like, yep. And we'd know that he would be gone. It's just like Mom Street had his patterns too. And so in that way, we knew when each were doing their runoffs or whatever it was, but yeah.
I'm just trying to get to the part where he shows the documentation and the recording about the alibi not being so solid. And if it's not in his, we'll pop over to Don B. I know he showed it, but I prefer Killer's first, because that's my boy, that's my homie, that's my peeps. And right now we're just laying that foundation. And y'all know I gotta stop. Thank you. For Waves, thank you, Discovering, for showing that love for Miss Justice and for Summer. Amen. Thank you. Appreciate that. I just think, and Bam Bam, Bam Bam's in here. That's another mod. I just think that we don't oftentimes, shout out and show the love for our mods. And dude, sometimes the chat can get kind of ratchet. And without a mod, because I can't, especially when I'm driving or walking or whatever, I can't really pay attention enough to ensure that if sometimes YouTube will catch it, and a mod won't have to when I'm directly streaming from YouTube and not using a streaming app. But if YouTube doesn't and it gets through, when I try to process the video, it'll demonetize it. I did get that Happy Mother's Day video finally fixed. I don't know I know my opinion. I think a lot of times that when there's a copyright claim, the first 48 hours that a video or live stream is uploaded on YouTube is the most profitable. That's where you make your money. After 48 hours, the first 5 days, after 5 days, you're not making crap. So that video for the first 8 days, and I think it turned out to be that long because of holidays and times that there ain't nobody in there. I've seen it affect it before. That being said, I personally believe that it takes that time and they lock it and hold it so that whoever made that claim, that's who gets the money. So even once I get it remonetized, I don't start getting paid for the views and the ad revenue off of it, except from the day and the time, that moment that it finishes that edit and unlocks it. Whoever made the claim is who gets that. It sucks. It's just the nature of the beast. And we learn to play in the sandbox. Hey, Snipe Hunter. That's who I was talking about. No, I took a shower. No, I said midnight tonight. And if you'd been here, you would have known I addressed that. I said, if I didn't, I will tell you now. Straight Talk has a points program where you can earn points. I was able to purchase enough time, hopefully, I said at 2 p.m. tomorrow, a friend is loaning me the money to pay my cell phone bill. And I'm going to pay him back when I get my first paycheck. And did you wash your ass yet? Because you stink, in my opinion, and I can smell your ass from here. I bet you would just hit this bitch that owes me money for rent, about $375 right now. and damages that you and your animal did, when you lived in my house and used my TV and slept on my bed and used my grandson's sheets and didn't have anything but a box yourself and was supposed to work a job and pay, and your grill looks like a chainsaw chain. I'm not the one that caused your car to get towed, by the way. They had it advertised on social media that they were doing a blitz because there was an escapee from one of the local jails, and they were looking for him. Had nothing to do with me. I pray for you though, and I'm asking everybody in the chat, will y'all please pray for Snipe Hunter, that they get a heart and a clue on life, that maybe God can enter their life and help them not be such a sad, disturbed individual. And yeah, thank you. Were you going to offer me to come take a shower or something? But yeah, I probably took one before you have. Because if it's you that rented from me on Neener, the shower and the bathtub during that 7 months you lived in my house had about 4 inches of dust. You really don't want me to tell about you. They think it's disrespectful. What they don't understand, right? They ain't sleeping with me. That's funny discovering. Those of you that have seen the tour, y'all know I got a shower in here, so I don't understand. Paula, you funny. I like the jokes, actually. But for real, I mean, so what's your issue? I'm just waiting for them to make. Did you block them, Miss Justice? You'd have to. But if you did, it's cool. I ain't mad at you. I'm just saying, sometimes it's fun to play with a toy. What's they gonna do? How they gonna hurt me? Is the bitch gonna bust a cap on my ass? Ooh, I'm so scared. They're gonna type in all caps and scare me. I mean, some people are just stupid. Trolls are dumb. I bet you they're boring people. They probably didn't have any friends in school. Probably the ones that got picked on, locked in the lockers and hid in the trash or flushed down the toilet or something. I don't know. I feel like that's the people that are just mean to people for no reason. I really feel like it's because, they're not happy with themselves. Yeah, they're just not happy with themselves. Maybe their mom or dad beat their ass when they was little and they went to school and bullied other people and it made them feel good about themselves. Yeah. That's what psychologists say. Like bullies and people that pick on people, it's usually because that they're getting abused or picked on in some fashion and they do it to feel better about themselves.
What did they say?
Who, the person?
Yeah.
They asked me, because they're making fun of the fact that basically I'm homeless and asking me if I had a bath yet today.
Damn.
Yeah. I bet they didn't brush their teeth.
Right.
I bet you know what I found just in the last couple of weeks? I guarantee you that a lot of the people that are homeless and on the street are probably cleaner than most of them that's got a house.
Yep, most of them.
Because when they get an opportunity to wash their things, their clothes, themselves, they take it.
Mm-hmm.
While other people are sitting on their couch with their Cheetos smelling corn chip feet and thinking, I'll take a shower in the morning. And then you go lay down in the bed all nasty when you have an option and a choice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, that's something to be talked about.
Right.
Yeah. Let's see. Yes, y'all know what a snipe is, right? Actually, Snipe Hunter, to me, sounds like they're saying I'm a dumbass. Because we used to go snipe hunting. Have you ever been, any of y'all ever been snipe hunting? Y'all country bumpkin folks like me. You know what a snipe is? You know what going snipe hunting is? You see, you smiling, so you really do probably know. Go in and find out what kind of animal a snipe is. What they do is boys, especially in high school, it's bad when they first got their license. They'll take you out in the woods or something and give you a bag and tell you we're going snipe hunting. They gonna tell you you hold the bag in the middle of the clearing And you took people snipe hunting, discovering, I'm telling the truth. They'll have you hold the bag in the middle of the clearing and tell you, I'm going to go in the bushes and I'm going to run it out. Tell you, I've heard it looks like a groundhog. It looks kind of like a squirrel or rabbit or raccoon, something like that. And literally, they leave you holding the fucking bag. Okay? If you don't know now, you do. When they tell you they going in the woods to rustle up the snipes, what they doing is going to the vehicle and leaving your ass standing there holding the bag. There is no such thing as a snipe. What you mean, sassy pants? I didn't see what you typed, so I don't know what you meant. Unless sassy pants is also snipe hunter. Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, that's what it is, Miss Justice. It was a thing back late 80s, early 90s. That's when it was occurring. I mean, when I was in high school, when I graduated in 90, so, hey, will. I remember in junior high as well. Y'all might have to go back. Oh, no, we're back here. Okay.
They're
But
pretty open about it. Plus, everybody run area knew.
hold on. It started talking before I told it to. Jody Sue don't know how to be quiet, apparently.
Introducing Blueprint
I'm sorry.
AI.
Trying to.
Our new experience.
We got a long commercial, so I'll just turn that down while it's playing. Ha! I never knew till I was grown. Or you go to cussing again, discovering you probably get by with it. No, there really is such a thing as a snipe. No, there really is a bird. So that person is a bird hunter. Oh, sugar. I'm gonna have to look that up. Y'all playing with me because you know what I'm about to do? I'm about to do some real scandalous type shit. I'm going to change my YouTube picture to a picture of a fucking snipe. If there is a real snipe, I swear for Bob, watch. I will do it too, just for shits and giggles and to be an asshole. Mm-hmm. I told y'all I'm back. I'm ready. You're not going to hurt me. Life is fucking me and kicking me in the ass every day. There's nothing that somebody can say to me in a comment that's going to hurt me any more than waking up at 5-something in the morning being screamed at and threatened with illegal activities and a pew-pew in my face. Do you think I'm scared of somebody behind a freaking screen and a keyboard? Get your britches on. Grab your nuts and do something with your life. Said it, meant it, stand by it. Sorry if I offended anybody with my language, but hey, it is what it is. I do apologize. I don't normally do that, but I'm over. I'm over people and bullshit as of late. Okay, back to oh shoot. I muted Jody. She sounds so much better. Sorry. If you knew, you'd know. Bless your heart, you've not been involved in this case. Don't know what I'm talking about. If you had, you would know. You would understand.
Yeah.
More have to listen to her much before you might pick it up.
But they were pretty open about it. Plus, everybody around the area knew.
Thinks that Don killed Jose, and that's his black truck, by the way. And he has for a while.
I don't know if y'all remember that. I remember her saying that about Jose and all that. Ha! What? I just saw Smiley's last what the heck? Okay, hold on. I saw someone in the comment section with the username Smiley's Lost Eyebrow. I am so freaking done. Why? Y'all got to tell me. Somebody clue me in. Send me in that email, include that. Did she come on with only one painted on or something one day or what? Sometimes them drinks will get you. Allegedly, in my opinion, I know more than you know. That's why they came for me. When I know your secrets and you try to stab me in the back, you're afraid I'll put them out there. Well, that reminds me, what was it, Tiffany's left foot or something like that? If y'all remember, It was somebody that it was Tiffany's right foot or Tiffany's left foot. I can't remember. It was after the Dunkin' Donuts debacle. Okay, back to Jody Sue for a minute.
Since for
Starting to get cold.
Where's that?
I'm trying to find the. I'm trying to get the drink. I can't get my hand at all.
Your clients over there are very much capable.
I'm just trying to reach for real. I'm doing the same thing. I'll be doing whether it's here or not. Are you okay? Because I know it's cold.
Summer.
I just keep those.
But it's absolutely
You cool?
So,
I'm bored. If you don't know what we talk about, you want to. My arm ain't long enough. That's why. That's all I was trying to do is get this.
Pinpointed Dawn is the one that was responsible for our own people Dawn incident, where my own daughter was the same age as Dawn's.
This is where she accuses him of Daddy Don of being a peeping Tom. I don't watch her either, so it's hard to know. What do you think?
This one is a little cold though.
I know, and I don't go eat. So that's why I was saying you probably warmer out there than I am in here. It'll get colder. I probably should shut the window, huh?
Possibly.
I'm a dorkfish sometimes. I'm sorry, I was having a side combo. I apologize.
Little girl inside the hollow that we now think, was actually the target and not myself.
I wouldn't have thought about
Dawn's
it.
creepy and peeping behavior.
I literally
Also,
was
another
probably fell
truck
asleep
and
with it
dogs
open and
in
flames
that
after
incident.
that. It got real cold last night.
Blood my ass.
Like,
But
I
even
think
then,
that's why
other
my
neighbors were talking about it and weird shit about the
chest
dogs.
bothered me so bad.
The other day,
because of how cold and damp.
and Michael, that's exactly how Dawn did us.
And it's not good. I already have bronchitis, other issues like that, so
But
I've dealt with it. I'm gonna will.
Even for
It is
him
what
being
it is.
he has always maintained that Dawn's. We started getting word that, the older ones were touching each other and inappropriately touching things, and then they turned it on Dawn right there from the last DCS cases, and that because the one was angry as fuck at Daddy there. But that wasn't
Wesley.
because there was a little
It
girl.
runs it up here, so I know. I
I
woke
started
up
thinking the
and
fucking
it's
worst after another
somehow,
DCS
like,
case
I
was
wake
open,
up
and that's when I
and
really
it's
started looking into Dawn. That's when I knew,
like,
well,
damn,
before he ever
like
come back from Utah, these old sons was a
rung
fucking
out down in
pedophile.
my
And the
clothes.
chances were, one pedophile
I
is, most
understand.
fucking are,
It's
but then there's still no proof Dawn really is. And his sister's come out after Summer's missing, and we know. You know why I was sitting on the bank all the nights, Kings? You want to know?
I got one towel.
What, just because of the fucking one monster we got, because still thought men two things can exist at once. A stranger come in here and took that fucking baby girl. But also, not just that, but here's Dawn living beside of us. He is a fucking predator. Has never discounted his fucking sisters. So I had to live beside that shit every day, worrying if some motherfucker trapped inside Ben Hill without any way to get to his usual crack habit down in Knox Floor's runoffs and all these other things. Well, certain types of monsters you can't get one fix to try to get another. Well, guess who's the gross one left in there? So, if it was the last hurrah, if you ended up.
I apologize. It's doing that again. It's raining. Sometimes the signal is in and out. Oh, I can't see who that is. What's up, coleslaw? Flies on the slaw. Let's see. Did take that lady. Yes, I remember the lady's underwear. Was it the mamas or the daughters? I can't remember. I know the daughter was in the car with him. What's up, flies on the coleslaws in the house? She's a celebrity. I feel privileged. I don't even know what time it is. That's terrible.
It's about 1 o'clock.
Oh, Lord Jesus. I'm up past some bedtime.
Yeah, it's 4:56.
Yes, agreed, flies. Agreed. First of all, if the boys were doing something, let me say this emphatically, they would have thought it was normal, in my opinion, given what they saw around them. And to a certain point, you got preteens and teens. I mean, how many kids do you know of that played doctor or that, even kissed each other, spin the bottle type thing? And that's the age. That's all normal growth. Your mind is going to all this. Is no adults questioning why these adults are going there mentally? Why that's one of the first things that comes out their mouth and allegations and where it goes? Yeah, Dawn in the red panties. Very confident. Yeah, I'm almost positive there was a police report. I agree with you, Paula. Absolutely. That's where it came out. I'm trying to remember if it was Texas or Utah. Y'all do recall, what was it, John Wesley? I'm trying to remember the last name. Um, but that was the alias in Texas. The oldest boy I thought might have been, around that age. Because I wanted to say I thought and I might be incorrect. It's, a lot. I've slept since then. Um, but I understood he was around 11, 12. So I kind of would have thought that would have been natural. Amen to that one, Flyles. Amen. But they're not. Obviously, they weren't worried about anything other than pizzas and whatever they could slap down quickly to get them to leave them alone and go on. And Mountain Dew, according to reports that were told and statements that were given by people there within the house. So if you're not worried about basic needs, cleanliness and food and making sure homework and stuff like that's done, they for sure are not going to be worried about proper communication and morals and activity, in my opinion. Yeah, I thought so. JLR, yes. That's what I thought. I agree with you, Paula. John Wesley Miller, thank you. Yep, Lisa, I brought that, out early on and was telling about that. And my thing is, if you look at Don's charges and you compare them to current situations today, and cases, you will see similarities. And what I'm saying is, whether maybe the person gave information on somebody else and they got arrested, so your charges got lessened, or you were actively involved in gathering information because of previous charges. I think I've always said that Daddy Don fits in that category, in my personal opinion, just based on the number of times in the number of states that he's been in and got charges. Because if it was 20, 30 years ago when we're talking about this and it occurred over that time period, that's one thing. But nowadays, the computer systems are all connected. Flies, I'm not sure what that meant. I'm confused. It don't take much. I want to get to Andy B's alibi.
So they didn't get fucking arrested, whatever else. But, there's part of why I sat on that bank too, why I walked them, why I sat outside my fucking cabin, why I didn't get to sleep, and all them predators they did fine, whatever.
Can somebody tell me what's the shit on her shoulder? I'm sorry, it's distracting. This. Is it a Jack and Sally thing from that Nightmare Before Christmas or what? It looks like two chicken feet intertwined to me. You see what I'm talking about? Look, yeah. Does it not look like the two little chicken toes is overlapped? I'm so confused. And again, Flies, we're in total agreement. CIs. Snitches get stitches, rats like cheese, all that. And furthermore, the one on your screen and co-partner, her more than him because they had the same charges, she got all her felonies dropped, and he still had some. And it very much so signaled cooperation at the minimal, in my personal opinion. And I spoke directly to Andy B about it. And again, like I said before, he told me it was Mary Jane plants. And I maintain that you do not have to be on the math registry in Tennessee. That's just like the RSO one. You're not on that math registry unless you are caught Using, possessing, manufacturing, selling. That's the only way you get on it. And as I understand, it's not the charge but the conviction. Now, I may be wrong about that part, but I know I can't listen. The government, let's say they create a registry for everybody that wears a size 9 shoe. Okay? You're not going to be on that if you wear a size 6 or an 11. You can be caught with 200 pairs of shoes. If none of them size 9, you're not going to be on that registry. That's the same thing I'm speaking about now, period. I mean, that's just kind of straightforward. Take your potty break. I feel you. I feel you. And we ain't going for 12 hours. I hate to tell you. We about to potty break on here. We about to break soon because I got to go to bed. I have, cross your fingers. I have a job interview tomorrow at 3:40, and I'm praying it works out. If not, then I have 2 others this week. Understood. All right, back to playing this, but somebody please let me know what's that shit on her shoulder. For real. Is it a tablecloth? I mean, I can't focus on right now on what she's saying because all I see is that. Understood. Thank you. Love y'all. Thank you for the prayers and the love. All right, here we go.
You know, Henry mentioned Don's little footsteps grabbed it. I was so worried about him when I came up. But I'll tell you, that monster believes your clients there are absolute monsters. However, it didn't keep him from commingling over there.
Huh?
You need me to head out soon?
I mean, whenever I get to bed here in a little bit, Jill, till then you're good. I mean, chill. I know you're cold. I apologize. I wish I could make it warmer.
It's warmer than that,
It gets real. Last night, I mean, I could see my breath inside of here.
Dang.
Yeah, like right before dude knocked on the door when I was still over there at Burger Christian Ministries. Right before he knocked on the door and pointed the pew pew in my face, screaming at me. It was cold. I was laying on this, and I had this blanket wrapped around me and 2 more quilts wrapped around me, plus socks, house slippers, pants, and my hoodie and t-shirt, and I was still shivering. So it got cold. Yeah, I have a heater that I can plug up and use in this, and my heat and AC work if I'm dry camping and plug up. The generator isn't strong enough to run those. I'd have to have a generator that pulled 5,000 watts to be able to run one of those independently because they will heat this whole thing. Or if I have more gas, I can crank up and run the heat. And the engine heat from here gets hot. But I'm down to 1/8 of a tank of gas.
Right.
Until roadside assistance comes or till D gets here tomorrow. And, thank God. I've never met somebody that only deals in cash. And I hope he's not just blowing smoke up my butt and get my hopes up. But, I told you, I'm friends with both his aunts that raised him as well. And he's supposed to be coming down here to go to the Carolina Orthopedics for an appointment at 3:15. And he was coming by here to loan me the money to pay my cell phone bill and to put some gas in. And I'm just thankful. And let me pay him. He's going to loan me, he said he would loan me 100. We'll see. I believe everything when it happens. Like we was talking about trust issues.
Yeah.
But I told him as soon as I get one of these 3 jobs, I'm claiming them in Jesus' name. Amen. It's happening. And first paycheck, I'm gonna give him 50, and the next paycheck, I'm gonna give him 50, and then the third one, I'm gonna give him $40 more for loaning me the money and taking it back in payments. But I was scared to be in this, especially with the engine stuff messing up and, reverse dropping out, everything. And then, the guy showing up in the safe parking zone with a pew pew in my face, threatening me and everything else. Without a phone, I would just be, scared.
Yeah.
And it sucks. Okay, back to Jody Sue though. Let's see what part of. Okay, so it is distracting to y'all too. I thank Lord, because I thought I was just cray cray. Oh, I got such my knee out, my foot, my knees swelling. It's this weather. It's horrible. This rain. It's just a even when it don't really completely stop. If you notice when we was even walking up the hill, it was just a slow little, if nothing else, a pissy drizzle, as my grandma used to call it, just enough to and there's like stuff I still haven't been able to even like clean up and stuff. It's like what basically personal possessions. I don't have much more than what's sitting out right now because my storage building got locked and everything's in it that I was able to keep. I lost before, okay, if I count as me still having what's in the storage unit, right? I lost, being kind, 80% of what I own. I was able to salvage some clothes and toiletries, a few, electronic items like you can see, and I lost all my shoes, but like I have like 5 pair of shoes, and that's it. And I had quite a few more. I lost all them, half my clothes, and then now with the storage unit, I mean, if I don't get my stuff out of there, I lost all my dishes, all my silverware, all my pots and pans, half of my clothes. I'll be down to 3 pair of shoes. All my sheets, and I mean, just like it's like overwhelming when I think about it. I was able, like, I know people might not understand it. I did get my family Bible. I got pictures that I can't replace of my grandparents and my dad and my mom and my son and little man. And just like personal stuff that, it ain't worth $1 to nobody else, but it's invaluable, to you. Like, it was a sticker decal that my son had on his motorcycle when he used to do dirt bike racing, and his helmet when he played football. Just things like that. You can't to give it to somebody else. It ain't worth $1, but for you, it's priceless.
Sentimental.
Yeah.
I understand that.
Yeah, and it's those kind of things. That's one thing, and you probably can identify. One thing that I have learned: things are just possessions, and they can be replaced. And that's kind of how I tried to look at it, and pick the items that were irreplaceable first.
Yeah.
I should have got my damn teeth though. There's y'all some comic relief. I should have got my darn teeth.
Mm.
Okay.
And, but I bet he didn't give you the real reason he was over there, did he?
I wish you'd get to the part about, okay, wait a minute, let's see.
Because you were lied to about one last time.
Okay, hold on, y'all. She says that's Jack Skellington on her shoulder from The Nightmare Before Christmas. So I was right, it was about that thing. I didn't know if it's Jack or Sally. I've never watched the movie. My daughter's obsessed. I even bought her like some kind of special box set when they were younger. It was like a 10 and came with extra stuff. It looked weird to me, and I never was interested. I don't do creepy movies anyway. Life's creepy enough. I lost probably, so you understand discovering. So that 10 days move is I understand discovering. Furniture wise, I lost everything but one little cabinet and a leather stool and the storage table that was bought from me from YouTube. When the house sale had to happen, I couldn't get anybody to help me. I even lost my bed because I couldn't move it. And I had nowhere to take it. And I was only, the U-Haul, I only had it for 2 days. The storage building wasn't but a 5x10. It's not as big as one would think. I was very shocked at how small it was. It is. And I probably got about 15 days left to save that. And, I mean, listen, my fucking dentures are in the storage building. Of all things to lose. The other stuff is, there's some things that are very sentimental that I would like to be able to get. They're not of high value, but they're not replaceable because nothing else I can go buy is going to be my mama's, my grandma's, my son's. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. I don't want to get emotional. I'm trying to not do that. So here we go. I'm going to get to the alibi.
There it was. And why?
You know the guy that came with Dawn was the same person each time? Yeah, she didn't really find out. She didn't say whether she didn't really like. She really never like.
Okay, weird. On this, let's see. The only reason I know something about that hotel is that a job out of town, and I know a lot of people that work in the Mouse's Ear, which it used to be called the Gentleman's Club 2 years ago. Not sure about that. Then you got Charlie's. It says something about Playboy. Playboy is a light-skinned black guy, and he's very good looking. It's said that Sean Williams used him to get women for him because he was so handsome. I don't know who Sean Williams is. Sorry. I've heard Playboy there. Then we got Renee Marie. When Damien was driving the truck, was an accident covered up. And then Sin says Andy B. CRS. I think that means can't remember shit. That's what it meant when I said it. Then Ziggy is asking, who is blackmailing you guys? What kind of BS did Don get you into? At Andy, Jody Sue's mom was the biggest supplier of spills in the area. Hold on, let me see if I can take off the closed captioning so y'all can read what I'm reading. This is all Ziggy on your screen. You can see what I'm reading, okay? Who's blackmailing you guys? What kind of BS did Don get you into? At Andy, Jody Sue's mom was the biggest supplier of spills in the area. You know that? Question mark. Just my opinion. So that's Ziggy's opinion.
Really? You know, like, you didn't describe them in any way? Like, if it was the underdog, it was underdog. So now traffic.
If there wasn't a lot of traffic, they would be delivered to other people. I'm not sure.
But they would be delivered to other people just, just went up there.
Who was that talking? Do you guys hear that? I swear I thought that was Marlena.
But they would be delivered to other people just, just went up there.
See, when Don and I went together, we're digging this. They put a thing on. They took him to the whatever 865 with it, advertising safe. Whatever you want with like this. Yeah.
Oh, with Summer?
Well, with Rose, she was in on it.
Rose.
See, that's the, I'm gonna tell you, this part is where I kind of tuned out. The Rose comments, I'm wondering if it's the other Rose. You know, if you guys remember early on in Summer's case, it wasn't Rose Bly. I can't remember her name. It was Rose something that showed up and that started the GoFundMe and everything. Wait a minute. That's my same exact, thank you so much, Miss Justice, because I'm confused. I was about to ask that same question. Yes, Rose Mayer. So is Fred possibly confused and thinking Rose Mayer's Rose Bly? Because a lot of people did in the beginning, as I recall. The resemblance was uncanny, and the age, kind of, sort of was to get, all that part. So I'm just wondering. Maybe you guys know or don't know. I don't have a clue, but I'm asking because I think maybe he got that confused. I mean, even he's admitted that he had to go to rehab and that he had a substance abuse issue. So couldn't that not have clouded his ability to tell the difference? Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought was who they were speaking to. Allegedly, it was one of the hookers that Dawn frequented in Knoxville, is what I understood. If I'm incorrect, please correct me. Not going to get upset. I would prefer to be accurate. I'd rather get it wrong than right. Damn it. I hate being blind. Can't see nothing I'm reaching for in the dark. That burger's all I'd had to eat today, and I am hangry. Yeah, I didn't realize that either. I was a little confused about what you meant, though, myself. Okay, back to this. I'm probably going to fast forward a little bit. I think right here at the text. Here's the messages. I want to know if these are the messages y'all were talking about being faked.
So you've known him for 10 years or more?
Yeah, I've lived here all my life. What you're seeing here is it's communications from Andy to, pardon me, Jody to someone else, right? In this, it says Andy was locked up a few years ago. Anyway, he came in for tires today. He recognized Andy, chatted, etc. Right? Andy says he was a bit funny acting though, etc. Anyway, at the end, he asked Andy to come to the van. Now,
I think this is Benny talking. Hold on a minute. Let me read. These ain't the messages I'm talking about. Let me read the comments. Bingo, discovering. I agree with you on that. It's kind of like, the fish that got away story, discovering, if that makes sense. It was this big when it was really this big. Thank you, Miss Justice. I thought so. I recognize that voice. And I think, yeah, clout is what the young folk call it today. And, I mean, listen, if he really is into Ziggy, honestly, ain't y'all seen it? Men or women who, want to shine in that person that they're with eyes. They want them to look at them with that type feeling and admiration. I fully agree with that. Okay, back to this. I'm probably going to go a little past this.
maybe Andy didn't work on the van, someone else did, and that another time Stone was asked Andy Bernard on over to look at the van. He mumbled something about girls, then opened the door and told Andy.
Okay, I think this might be it.
And Ed Redman, he's the one that would brag about getting the hookers from Knoxville. Which is very, very interesting, guys, when you put this all together, because you're thinking of all the ones that hang together and where Knoxville's coming up to bring back prostitutes from Knoxville. He would have they would come and see him from Knoxville. And this is somebody who Don was working for the week before Summer went missing. And also as mentioned.
Oh, I agree with you. I agree. I'm going to say this. It's opposite ends of the spectrum. Either he is truly 1,000,000% head over heels in love better life, better wife type situation, or he's diabolical, and the end game is crucial.
In this obituary of John Smith recently, you guys are going to see all these people tied together in this Knoxville connection. I can't help but it's not my fault that it's so.
I want to get to the alibi.
Obituary. Pull up John Smith's obituary, not the one that's posted on YouTube. The one that states his best buddies. Exactly like Fred said. Ed Redman.
Look, you could explain why you were at Dawn's today? Because you didn't have their end, so there's only one other reason, and it's spelled out. He goes, big no. Oh, bullshit. No better. And make no mistake, he was being installed there as well. It's right across the road. But anyway, there was some funky shit up.
That's probably also how Rose went missing. It probably is all related, you know.
Okay, I don't know about that part. I feel like Jody Sue, a little bit of her stuff she's saying is because she's still, you know, a scorned, jealous woman. She's still mad as hell that he chose somebody over her. Jody Sue is definitely a pick-me when it comes to Andy. I said it. I meant it. That's my opinion. I agree, Lisa. I mean, like I said, I don't think, I was being a little sarcastic, I guess. Fred doesn't come across as a diabolical mastermind. I think his crimes are more straightforward if he did them. You know, any that he might have done. In my opinion. Okay, that makes sense. The ADD. I can buy that. Amen to that, discovering the truth. My abuser never once answered to me. Amen. I wish I might. Ha! I think so, discovering the truth. I just, again, I can't help but tell you. No, we can't help who we fall in love with. Amen to that one, okay? Let me say that. And I'm not judging. I just have ethical issues. That's all. And I think that's okay to say.
So you've booked in at 4:41 p.m. Eastern.
There's something I want to show y'all that Killer's about to show you.
Today marks 2 years since a little girl in Tennessee vanished from her rural home. Her name is Summer Wells. Sheriff declined an interview in the case. He did email us, though, saying he expects an update on the case in the near future.
He expects an update.
We never got that, by the way. Did we ever get that update? We're still waiting on Ronnie's update, correct? I am going to tell y'all, those of y'all that are Fred fans are not going to like what's about to come up, though. And I've got to be 100. I have to look at all. That's what I was talking about before. I cannot let my biases, good or bad, affect how I view something. I can't have rose-colored or pea-colored glasses. I have to have clear and look at everybody through the same lens. That's the only fair thing to Summer. The age progression photo was bullshit, in my opinion.
Update on the case in the near future.
Hey. Okay, cool. Is it just a selling charge? Is that what it is, or is it manufacturing? Did you have a selling charge?
Well, it's maintained duality with selling, I don't know if it's 4.5 grams or 450 grams times 2.
Or dial 1 now to be connected to an operator. To repeat
That's a big difference, let me say.
Will now be connected.
Hey. Fred. Hey, and real quick before we get cut off, what's going on?
Oh, okay. I agree with you on that. I didn't know that it predated. You said it predates Summer going missing or Rose going missing. Just to clarify, I apologize. I'm trying to read 2 things at once. Killer didn't really expound on this, but just look at it and kind of let this sink in on your timeline here. We have on June the 13th, 2023, Fred got arrested. The 15th, Lawson says an update soon on the Wells case. 22nd, Fred calls Ziggy from jail. Police tell Fred they know about the cave. 23rd, Laura, Fred's girl, at the time, is arrested. Fred calls Ziggy, saying he thinks they must have found Summer. 27th, polygram expert, help me, jeez. Poly exam, Pruitt requested given to Fred about Cotton. Remember, when Fred calls Ziggy, they think he was involved in 2 unalivings. Didn't Cotton get unalived?
Anything you need me to say, tell it, anybody?
Gotcha. Thank you, Lisa. Hold on, let me rewind so y'all can hear that well.
What?
Maybe I should rewind that again. And y'all pay attention to this timeline. Killer is pointing towards something very interesting. And we about to put it together. And then we'll do Andy B's thing. Just hold on.
You're on an investigation under 2 murders?
Let me rewind again.
Say, tell it, anybody?
Lawyers to send some money to you so you can move to them counts. They got all my stuff locked down, said I was under investigation over 2 murders.
What? You're on an investigation under 2 murders?
There's more. Just stay with it. Killer sees stuff like I do, and that's why I love him. I absolutely love his perspective because he makes me think.
That's what they're trying to say.
What the fuck?
I don't know what they're even talking about.
Oh my God. You mentioned Summer Wells, so I didn't.
Here we go. This is Leslie. First of all, tell me, do y'all think that she's wearing a wig in this? And listen very carefully to her comments about Summer. It had you saw that too? Discovering. Let's see. I don't know what. Yeah. There was an S and a V, which makes me think that that's one of the 2. Who's the other one though? Now I'm taking, understand, I'm taking Fred at his own word right now. Please stay with me, okay? I'm not making an accusation of him doing anything. I am taking him at his word. And then looking at subsequent documents that are public record that substantiate what he said. Doesn't mean guilt or innocence. He's never been charged, as I understand, with anything. But I know that you're correct about the S and the V. Justice for Summer Moon Utah Wells. Amen to that one. And I'm just wondering, because there is some talk about something with somebody's parent. So I'm not saying, I don't know who the second person is. At this point, no one's been identified. That's an open-ended question. But obviously Cotton is one of the 2. All right, let's stay with, I'm going to just zip back. we're going to look at Leslie. I'm going to let Leslie play because I think it's important. If something happens and I feel I need to stop to expound, I will. Or if it exceeds, I can't do more than somewhere in the 50 to 60-second range. I have to stop it or I'll get copyright stuck and it won't help. I don't remember, Lisa, any documentation where it showed it. But I agree.
What the fuck? Oh my God.
You mentioned Summer Wells, so I did want to ask any updates on that case from your perspective or from a TBI standpoint, or
I'm glad you asked. It is still an open and active investigation. I think most people think that the case has gone cold, but that's not true. We still have agents working on it constantly. We follow up on any new information that comes in. I can say that we've been following up on information that we've received in the last few months. We've been following.
Like he's going to repeat that. First of all, y'all think she's got a wig on in this? I swear. That is synthetic fiber. That's why I'm noticing it doesn't look like real hair. And I kind of have a worry for Leslie. Because there was some, if y'all remember back when Summer first went missing, and there was some interviews with Leslie, she was really pale. A lot of people thought she looked kind of scary. And that might be an explanation as to what was going on. That's all I'm thinking. The other person was. Okay. Is that the one that was found face down the day after Summer went missing? Discovering? Yep, the guy in the ditch. I was thinking the same thing. Okay, Lisa. But, yeah, I was thinking this. I like Burn Barrel. I was thinking the same thing. The absolute same thing. That was the Cotton and the Jason. And, I'll tell y'all what. Tomorrow I can do a live, if everything works out. I can do a live stream tomorrow on, matter of fact, can somebody tell me today's date without me going to the thing now that it's after midnight? That's why I asked for the date. Anyway, on Patreon, I can do a live and freely talk about this part if you guys would like that. I have to edit too much here, and I can show some paperwork and stuff that I can't on YouTube. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. By the way, the person that was talking shit about the phone getting cut off, if anybody recalls, I said that it was either that since Verizon had bought Straight Talk, they were doing a date early. I paid my bill on the 2nd, and that that it said the 29th. So I was either getting cut off on the 28th after midnight or the 29th after midnight. The bill's due by the 30th. I have to pay it by midnight on the 29th, just to clarify for old Snipe. Jason and Chad, I think so. It's been, Miss Justice, it's been back and forth. Like, I think Marlena said no, and then another said yes. There was Jason, Chad, and isn't in there a Ricky? I'm trying to remember. I don't have my notes. I don't have my notebooks. I do apologize. They're in storage. Everything that I did handwritten is in storage. But I do have my external hard drive, so I can pick get through everything. It's just right now I can't access it and use that extra power. Everything's in, as I keep saying, as I need to at the moment, everything's in storage. What you see is all you get. I guess that's why somebody making fun of me about the math thing or whatever, which they can kiss my ass. It's probably cleaner than theirs. I think they are. I was wondering. I thought there was a brother, or it's either brothers or first cousins. I couldn't remember. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, Paula. In the hollers, if they're in the same holler, it seems like they're all like related or interrelated. I agree.
up on information that we've received in the last few months.
Information that we've received in the last few months.
I love that. Y'all can't see the whole screen, so I'm going to read this question for you. What information has came in the last few months? This is where we get into the alibi, if I'm not mistaken. I wanted to lay the groundwork. And again, shout out to Killer. If you want to see this entire video, please go to him. We're not even halfway through at this point, and probably another no more than 4 minutes of it, and there's another 30 minutes following that you're not going to see on here. So I'm going to make sure and drop the link in my description box after this finishes uploading and I'm able to edit. Otherwise, Miss Justice has been consistently dropping Killer's link in the chat. If you want to go over to his channel and just subscribe to the whole channel. This is one of his most recent video uploads. It's less than a day old, or it's a little over a day old. I apologize. Okay, back to the video, y'all. Okay, I think this is it. I hope. I'm getting a headache.
You know, I've always said I was going to come see Fred when he got out of jail. So, you can say hi to Fred real quick. Fred came to stay too. He has to stay. He stays at he has to stay.
I'm going to keep it 100. I don't think I ever saw Ziggy so happy since day one. But I'm going to tell y'all this, and I've got to be honest. And I got to call a spade and ask a question. And it's not me picking on her, and it's not me being an ass to her or Fred or anybody else. My question is, if y'all remember, Ziggy made a big splash onto YouTube with the CPS report, allegedly, from someone there local. And then Ziggy was the first one that was like boots on the ground with someone directly off of that road, Fred and the Deer Bones. And her daughter was with her for that thing. A lot of people ripped her for it. I'm not ripping on her. That's not where I'm going. I'm just wondering, is it possible that they had met previously or knew each other previously that we're unaware of? I just wonder, because it seemed to be quickly moving. Right, agree with you, Discovery. There was a chemistry, like attraction, sparks. We could all see them flying between them. And I just have a natural curiosity, and given everything that's gone on in this case, and every twist and turn, and the false narratives and leads, and I'm not talking from Ziggy and Fred. I'm talking from all persons involved in the case. All suspects / persons of interest in the case seem to have been playing with a lot of smoke and mirrors and games for whatever reasons that they had behind it. And due to that, I have to ask these questions. And it's not, people take it wrong. People take it like you're coming at them and trying to take them down. I'm not having an accusatory tone. That's not where I'm coming from. I'm trying to look at it through the lens that law enforcement would look at it, that a private investigator would look at it, that an attorney, that a judge, that a courtroom would look at it. That's the lens I'm trying to look through. And to be unbiased, whether I like them and I think they're cute as shit together, doesn't play a part in the questions that I need to ask to get the answers that are necessary. And at the end of the day, if I feel that asking those questions is what's best for a missing little girl, then by crackies, that's what I'm going to do. And it's nothing untoward or problematic. Don't mean I couldn't sit down at Cracker Barrel and have a plate with Ziggy and Fred and think they're cute as shit and that they're in love and not have a problem with them. It's just things that make you go, And I'm a nosy bitch, so I'm going to ask. All right, back to the video real quick. Please, can we get to the Andy alibi? Right. Now, I agree with you, discovering the truth. That was just, now, I don't think there was nefariousness with the deer bones. It was a practical joke. It was a gag. And who knows, maybe he did it just so he could get time with her and spend with her and chit-chat and talk. You know? Thank you, Miss Justice. You rock. She's got a link to the actual video we're watching. Thank you so much. I agreed with you, Discovery. Agreed. I'm on the same page you are. I agree 1,000,000% with what you just said. And please know, guys, I pray and hope that they found true love and that they're happy. But I have to go back to, it's still a little on the sus side. You know, things like that do happen. I 1,000,000% agree. I bet you Laura ain't happy about it. I mean, let's keep it 100. And that's a little bit of what's going on in this video, too. Because there's a little bit of sheepish grinning going on from the Zigster side. I told you I was going to see Fred, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, come on now. Uh-oh. I Miss Justice. What happened? Sniper. Yeah. I'm going to let y'all hide it just because that's just stupid. Don't do that to yourself, Snipe Hunter. You just making yourself look stupid. First of all, ain't nobody asked for nothing. So you missed that part. Why you big man? Are you related to the Wells? Are you like one of them? Do you think I'm picking on them? Or are you possibly on the Jody Sue side? Or are you from Smiley's camp? I mean, what's up? Are you one of the Diddy bots? Diddy bop, Diddy bop. It always sounds like Diddy bop. Diddy bop, Diddy bop. I'm just asking, because if you want to talk about something, let's talk about something you know what you're talking about. Snipe Hunter 99. Is that when you were born? It was 1999? Or is that how many times during your life that you washed your ass and brushed your teeth? Have you had a mental health checkup lately, Snipe Hunter? Maybe that's what you need. Just asking for a friend. Love you, Miss Justice. Oh, I'm working on some more designs, too, for y'all stickers and stuff. I think maybe instead of doing Patreon, I'll do a members-only live stream and go over what I have to edit. Oh, I agree with you. See, discovering that's where I'm coming from with it too, and that's my questions do arise from there, especially being a mom and a grandmother. I mean, I'm looking at it like you are. And that's why I question, did they maybe know each other previously that we don't know about? I mean, listen, given everything going on in this case, that wouldn't surprise me. I just wonder, because, I don't know, maybe I just move more cautiously when it comes to those type of relationships than others do. I don't know. Ha! You know, I think Snipe Hunter probably has one of them blow-up dolls. Or maybe if they've got enough money, they got one of them lifelike ones. You know, like, what's her name? Is it Khloe Kardashian's ex that was the basketball player, Lamar? Did he have one made to look like her? I bet you if Snipe Hunter could afford it, that's what they got. Snipe Hunter got one of them dolls looking like the one that got away. Probably doing the diddy bop in the corner, having to watch corn because that's the only attention they can get. So Again, let's go back to this and just ignore ignorance.
Got a house, guys. Fred went to transitional housing in Knoxville, and he had run into somebody that was there. You know.
I think this is the part about Andy's alibi and the police. Ha! Pop their blow up, and that's why they're so moody. Hey, possibly.
From the area that claimed to know Playboy and stuff, and then, you know, and that's why Fred talked to Hawkins County, and that's why he gave him his phone, because of his conversations with that person about who was claiming that they had seen Summer Wells' semen.
Okay, that part was like weird. I'm trying to get to Andy's alibi, or maybe it's Andy or one of Andy's buddies.
Yeah, last name is Smith, just like
Okay, if y'all want to see all about that, you'll have to go watch the video. Let's see. Trauma bond. Now, you know, that's interesting, Paula, and a good possibility, honestly. I got you. You know, that makes sense, Paula. You're probably right. I can see that. I can honestly see that. And that would explain, you know, the lightning speed of the relationship. Yeah, it is. That's why I'm fast forwarding through this part. As I said, if y'all want to see this, you're welcome to go to Killer Looks and watch the whole video. If I can't find the part about Andy and this, I'm going to go to Don B's and pull it up. I tend to work with Killer more. That's all. And I know y'all have issues with Don B. So. I will show y'all this call to Hawkins County.
And that her dad still comes and sees her every 2 weeks. Like, this is the stuff this guy was.
I've heard all those claims. I'll let y'all hear it, but right, discovering the truth. Y'all cracking me up. I'll let y'all handle that. Y'all tearing him up more than I ever could have heard.
Because he was going in. A lot of smashing up the other things we knew.
Yeah. And it was just.
Supposedly, though, someone actually supposed to wait in state. She was just supposed to get help for collateral for a certain amount of time.
This is where Andy B actually comes into the chat. That's what I'm trying to do.
And every day he'd come in and asking every day if I told him anything different, if I this. And all that was to try to keep one step ahead of the game.
Yeah. And that's what I think Andy's doing right now. And
here we go.
Oh, you're making it just more awkward, Andy, because now we're just going to get. Don, yeah, that's right. Don did ask Fred straight up. He's asked Fred, Don Wells asked Fred if Don had seen, Don Wells asked Fred if Fred had seen Andy on the road. And that, when was that? He asked you that, like, just right after Summer went missing? Are you
absolutely
serious? Oh my God. Why was Dawn asking Fred the next day after Summer went missing?
Just keep listening.
Asking Fred if he had seen Dawn on the road. That's fucking weird, don't you think, Andy? Why would Dawn ask Fred that? Huh. What kind of weird shit did you and Dawn have going on? See, you distracting us doesn't make it any better for you, because now we're freaking talking. Now we are talking about you. Before we were reviewing Killer Looks video, and it happened to talk about you or your son. You get mentioned, but we were just going to move on. But now you got our attention. Law enforcement that Fred was talking to, they were a Smith. But it's like that's a really common name. So, yeah. I mean, I feel like Andy's a very, very little part in this big, big thing.
Son went to the army. They thought it was because he went to the army guys get off of him.
He just said he felt like the son went to the army to get eyes off of him.
Yeah. Well, he said F y'all.
Here we go.
You mean on the 15th? Like the day Summer went missing?
He's asking who was the blue truck that was following Andy out and met him at the back of the road on the day Summer went missing. This is the part I'm talking about. And we are going to hear law enforcement. If it's not on here, it's on Don B's, but I swear Killer had it too.
If he tried to say he was on the door, which I know he wasn't, and still who was the blue truck that already met? Who's the blue truck you met? Tell me that.
So I said, I contacted TBI and I said, Summer Wells tip, very important. My husband is a witness. And you can see it shows from YouTube, Ziggy tips to TBI at tbi.tn.gov. I said, to whom it may concern. My name is Adrian Amos and I am married to Fred Hill. I met him when I started my YouTube channel covering Summer Wells back in January of 2022. I go by Ziggy on YouTube. I know you are adamant on not wanting YouTube drama sent to tip line and are leery when it comes to YouTube. This is different because Fred Hill is a witness and local who I met and we have been trying to get Hawkins County Sheriff's Department to listen for years now, and I'm contacting you all to make sure you know what exactly has been uncovered. Said Fred Hill, my husband, recorded for Hawkins County on June 15th, 16th, and 17th of 2021 on Ben Hill Road.
I agree
At
too.
the time, he was in a very different lifestyle that he has completely put in the past, and he was in the drug scene. That is why law enforcement used him. One thing that was uncovered is that the neighbor, Andy Bernard, who is my husband, Fred Hill's cousin, was on the road, and Fred saw him late afternoon around 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Andy Bernard is all over YouTube denying he was on the road. You guys have video footage of Andy Bernard on the road, and he's denying he was there. He even told Hawkins County on the day that Summer went missing that he couldn't remember what he was driving that day, just hours earlier. I have uncovered over my years of research on this case that Andy Bernard and Don Wells would make many drug runs to Knoxville, Tennessee together. I feel at this point they both got
I'm
into
going to
a drug
fast forward a little bit through this. If y'all want to hear this all email. What I'm talking about with Andy's been addressed, and we're going to go to the next one, I think.
To remain quiet, along with a few others. We are getting threatened and attacked all over the internet, and I have been getting strange threatening emails along with people taking pictures of us, stalking us, and following us around.
I think part of that may be just YouTubers because of the ethical or the association with her and Fred. And part of it may be, Laura might have a little bit of a grudge, you guys. And she related to the wonderful whites of West Virginia. They a little bit touched by an angel, you know what I mean. Let me see what y'all wrote. I can't read. Hold on. He thinks that he is. Fully agree with you, Paula. I don't hold stock in a lot that Jody Sue says, but court documents don't lie, and they're very factual. And those documents show charges being arrest made on both him and Jody, and they go from 4 felonies to him having 2 and her having 1, and then down to, I think she had like 3 or 4 misdemeanors, and he ended up with 1 felony and 3 misdemeanors. Both of them's charges were greatly reduced, and they went from being superior court cases to district court cases. I mean, could be plea bargains, I'm sure, but even if they did not cooperate and tell, the appearance that it gave from the outside looking in, and if you're in that lifestyle in that game, those people that you're dealing with are looking at you like you did tell. So retribution is a possibility. That's all I'm saying as far as Andy goes. That even if him and let me say, my understanding from locals and from court documents is that there were quite a few people involved in that case. And a lot of those people within the past 6 to 12 months have been able to come home. So, you know, when looking at the whole picture, there's a possibility they might not really have anything to do with anything, but due to the appearance of cooperation with LE to those that maybe had to go do time, it could put them in a precarious position. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they actually had to do anything. Wow, did not know that was currently going on. I wonder if Jody and Andy ever paid those fees, because Andy owed the courthouse quite a bit of money from like 10 years ago that still hadn't been paid. I'm just saying. Normally they don't let you get by with that.
Okay. I said, please contact us. Well, I'm there. I guess doc's my number, but please contact us if you have any questions. We want to help. And
the doxing and the phone number showing and stuff is why Killer blurted out and it got back normal before people think I did something.
I believe Fred has the important puzzle pieces necessary.
Again, I'm gonna fast forward until we get, we're about to get where I want to see.
Questions. Thank you for your time, Adrian and Fred. All right, here we go.
I received this number from CBI tip line on a Summer Wells tip. Miss Hill, if you can give me a call back sometime this afternoon, that would be great, so we can hopefully clarify what you said. Thank you, and have a good day.
I'm just...
That was the Hawkins County. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was Pruitt, and that's the email from them that she received.
...showing proof that law enforcement sees it.
Okay, we're going on to the next, because... Okay. This, remember, this is where Killer's tying it all in. I want y'all to hear that, remember Leslie Earhart's statement within the past few months, okay? And then what he says right here.
December...
A few months ago.
2nd of 2024.
It says, he wrote, Hawkins County was not happy about Ziggy and Fred contacting TBI about this tip. Now, understand that, and I'm trying to find it if it's in here. It says, let's see, hold on. She talks about when Fred wore the wire and all that stuff too. And said, Don, you'll read it in this email, or you'll hear it read, but as okay. Fred wanted to remind, I swear there's something where something's said about Hawkins County. I think with the TBI tip here that and the other one that something was said to TBI about, basically, I'm going to paraphrase here, that Hawkins County wasn't doing their due diligence in their job, and that's why they were reaching out to them. And I believe that's why they weren't happy. Trying to read what y'all said. Nope, they both owe fines. That's what I thought. It was the last time I looked it up. Hold up. Okay. That's what I thought. Yes, I agree. I said that prior to playing it. We had got to that point. But when you hear the call, I don't hear her arguing. Y'all know I'm not a big defender of Ziggy one way or the other. But the way his attitude, tone, and I'm not going to argue with you, Miss Hill, and clank and hung up on her. And to me, she wasn't arguing. I thought she was kind of stating facts. She seemed really stressed. I personally believe that Ziggy believes everything she's saying. I want to emphatically say that. I'm not saying that she doesn't believe in what she's saying and doing. I'm not saying that she's doing anything wrong. I'm pointing out that regardless, just kind of like customer service, okay? Regardless, the way you're about to see this situation play out and the way they speak and do is not conducive to getting people to call in and give them information. At the very minimal, it's discouraging, almost like that Hawkins County doesn't want to hear about it and don't want to deal with it, okay? That's how it come across and how I felt. And I wanted to know if you guys felt the same about it, because I just don't think that's how you should handle it. I do agree with that, and I get that. He was frustrated with the hearsay, and it does seem like Fred and Andy have some sort of beef. Let me play devil's advocate for a moment, you guys. Let's say something here. What if Fred and Andy, that are blood related, remember that, what if they really aren't talking, they really in their hearts and truth, off of YouTube, away from LE, where nobody knows and can see, they really ain't beefing. But maybe things, not the Summer Wells case, maybe things to do with the lifestyle that Fred used to live and that Andy allegedly does live. It's in their best interest to deflect and distract, not because of their involvement, like we were talking earlier in Summer's case, but maybe because of something that they don't want to come to light that's in their own skeleton closet, if you know what I mean. Yes, I felt like, yes. Let's see. I asked Andy B if the heel was hot after Summer went missing. He said no. The heel wasn't hot. I was like, you are a villain dealing weed with law enforcement snooping around, and the heel wasn't hot? That's weird. Agreed. Paula, same page. It's like, and again, let me say to you guys, discovering, you've seen the actual documents and the charges right in the case. Why was it not Hawkins County that charged Jody Sue and Andy? Why did it have to be Kingsport? I'm just asking questions. And agreed, Fred is just hearsay unless he has recordings or texts, and he claims allegedly there are texts, so that does negate some of the hearsay. And allegedly, the guy that he was talking about, that he meant in the rehab, or the hospital or wherever, jail, whatever it was, the law enforcement allegedly, and I'm understanding it was TBI, did locate that individual and speak to them. They were in like a, I guess like 3 month or 30-day, whatever, like rehab facility that you're locked in, not similar, and you don't get to go out and stuff. Was hoping I'd find it live. Hope everyone is good weekend. Hey, what's up, Mount for the South? What's poppin'? How you doing? We are discussing Summer and just recent stuff going on in the YouTube streets involving her case, and allegedly proof that Andy didn't have an alibi. So we're going to see if that comes out. So here we go. Back to the drawing board type thing. This is the call. Y'all tell me what you think.
Yeah, which email did you get? I know I sent a couple within the last week.
That part is, I think, where she started off on the wrong foot. He didn't sound irritated at first. But when it was the question of which email are you talking about, I sent a few in the last week. That's the overkill. That's the... You got to understand, the locals, even if they're, but let's say they're 1,000,000% above board, the local authorities, they grew up with these people, okay? Not Ziggy, but Fred and Andy and Jody and everybody on that hill, pretty much, okay? It's a small town. I identify, I understand that's where I'm from. That's how, I came up. Everybody knows everybody. So these people know them and their whole family. Hell, some of them might be related. And therefore, by Ziggy and Fred's own admission, even in the previous email that was sent, he had a former lifestyle that he's no longer involved with. But that's how the local authorities know him. And when I was talking about, I have to look at it through clear lenses, straight ahead, and not be biased towards anyone, even if I think they're a cute couple and I hope they wish them well. Law enforcement doesn't look at Fred with clear glasses. They look at him through tinted glasses. If that makes sense to you guys. Based on their previous interactions. We can't forget that Fred was charged with unaliving someone in his yard. And yes, self-defense was proven in a court of law. We have to accept that. But again, that occurred, along with multiple other charges associated with meth and rugs, and theft and such. Even from Walmart with the boots. That, I personally believe, influenced the tone and attitude. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just putting that in perspective when I'm looking at it. I feel like that when Pruitt made that phone call and found out what she was saying, there wasn't video evidence. She didn't have documents. She didn't have pictures. She didn't have something substantial other than, well, Fred said that so-and-so said that so-and-so did. You know what I mean? When he heard that, that's when the frustration and the irritation and the waste of my time attitude came in. And I'm going to keep it a billion. Persons that are seriously addicted to meth, as has been stated, that he was prior to incarceration and rehabilitation and getting with the Zigster. Those, there are times when things are imagined that aren't there. And just for instance, little man's father's brother, he's addicted to that. He says that demons attack him. He literally was with his baby mama and a couple other family members. And I only know this because there was a video that was being taken from one of the children that was in the hospital. They are walking around a park that has like a walking track. And he randomly starts scratching and smacking himself and telling them that demons are attacking him. And he's been diagnosed with meth-induced schizophrenia. So understand that law enforcement knows about this. They deal with this. They're overrun with this. I'm not making excuses. I'm explaining how their mindset was when this conversation began, in my opinion. And they know that that was one of Fred's choices to use when he was, in full-blown addiction. So they're looking at it with events that he's recalling now that he's clean, with events that he's recalling and recanting, his memory and even perception of the event while he was experiencing it is possibly skewed because of the rug usage, if that makes sense. Now, this is all my opinion, but it's based on watching this and what I know from some seminars that I've taken on law enforcement. I'm not saying it's right. Oh, he did get rude. Yes, that's when he got mad. As soon as YouTube entered the conversation. Agreed. They're frustrated and pissed off with all these YouTubers. They did not want all the attention on this case, and I keep coming back to why. Why has Ronnie Lawson been so against since day one, before YouTubers made this case a crazy mess? Prior to any of that, he's been against press. Sorry, that was a weird sound. He's been against press and YouTubers and anybody covering anything and talking about it since day one. So I can't help but go back to that. Oh, I heard we're getting ready to play it. Don't worry. On the click. Up to the click. Okay. I'm with you, Discovering. I'm reading. Corn. I love that. Oh, my Lord. Yep, I agree with you, Mouth. Agreed. I said that a long time ago. Around the time that I actually said that is when I was in Tennessee, my ish got broken into. Amen to that one, Discovering. Big ups to your mom for making that choice, because I'm sure it was easy on one hand for her, but it was hard on another. People don't know until you know, I guess, on that. And as far as the kickbacks go, I said a long time ago that there's no way that it's not well known that as small as that area is, your mom is a giant wreck. You're cracking me up now. With the intimate knowledge that law enforcement, neighbors, friends, relatives, people that live nearby, whatever, have of comings and goings in a small town. And, everybody knows what everybody's doing. Let's keep it a band. You can't tell me that the popo, law enforcement, however you wants to put it, don't know that this person that ain't worked a job in 15 years and has a new car, a boat, a camper, this land, a DVD player, whatever, has these possessions that they have no income. They ain't filing no taxes. On the taxes, they ain't claiming more than, $12,000-15,000 per year for a family of 4. Where are you getting the money at? They know. But they're looking the other way. For what reason? Blood could play a part. I alluded to them rings and that Masonic connection that I have found. And who knows? Maybe you've got this connection and y'all were brothers for generations through that Masonic connection, and y'all find that y'all share certain proclivities, and that makes a club within a club. Just saying, anything's possible. Please don't tell me that Ellie can't be involved and that there's not corruption. We watched a sheriff shoot a judge on camera. I just brought y'all a case not long ago locally that's ongoing right now, and without the state's attorney general stepping in, that murder from 9 years ago still would not be solved. And it directly involved the chief of police, who actively worked to cover it up. And shout out, by the way, right now, let's shout out to Shelby, Rutherford County Pope, and everything and all the headway that they're making in the Asia degree case. I predict before Christmas that we gonna see some type of movement in that case. I can't go into what I know, but I'm telling y'all, the clank clank, baby, they coming. They coming. The one that was an early beat cop is now the main one in charge in the area. One of the first cases that haunted him for his entire career since his A1 day one on the streets. And he smells blood in the water, and the sharks are coming for you. And I hope that everyone involved gets everything they deserved. There is not enough sympathy in the world. Don't tell me it's sad. There was a young girl driving, and we didn't want to ruin the rest of her life. Why? Why? She shouldn't have been driving. And if that's the case, and that she had an accident, and it took the life of another young girl, there's a 9-year-old girl that will never live the rest of her life, and a family that will never, ever have their daughter come home, and their sister. That brother blamed himself. It has affected his life. Period. And I wonder every day, especially with things that we saw and that were said during interviews, some of which the boys were around, how much are they going to blame themselves for the rest of their lives? You know, and they were children. They're innocent. They are, I refuse. I do wonder because, and this is my question for Pruitt. You told us when they did that in-depth little interview with him, he said that the CPS case was overlapping with Summers' disappearance investigation, and that once the CPS case was settled, they could make, and he expected to make, headway, right? Well, Don and them signed the rights away. That case is done. Because as I see it, and if I'm wrong, please show me. Show me. I'm more than willing to get it. But as soon as mommy and daddy signed their rights away, their parental rights, as soon as they gave them up, CPS stopped coming at them. Just like prior, just like Candace with Andrew and Candace flooding from the previous relationship before Dawn. Just like that. And my understanding and Candace Flooding's understanding was Candace wasn't really supposed to have no other children in her custody. And if she had more, they were supposed to like take them right then. Boom, boom. And Grandis wasn't supposed to be around any kids. And I keep going back to that. Because let's say none of them had anything to do with Summer getting gone, okay? Why did Grandis not get arrested for violating that court order? She was up on that hill. She was there. She admittedly was around the children. And even the few statements that have been made by Rose's surviving spouse and some of Candace's siblings that have nothing to do with Grandma either, is my understanding was it had to do with what happened with Grandma's brother and sealed allegations and convictions. And she wasn't supposed to be around any of the kids. So we know she was. We have pictures and video. I mean, Gatlinburg alone, right? So where's the repercussions for that violation? Is it because it was just in child services court and they're looking at it as more of a civil matter? I don't know. I don't know. I've never seen that be an issue anywhere else. Let me read what y'all wrote. Good Lord. Uh-oh, I seen somebody look something up. Let's see. I found out the other day that my cousin works for the... Oh. Yes, they do have assisted living homes. In the Asia Degree case, there's actually 2 of the places they've already searched that were former assisted living facilities and a school facility that they owned. I'm really close to that case, both physically and mentally and emotionally, for multiple reasons I've explained in the past. But yes, my understanding is the items that were missing from Asia's room and house that she took with her when she left that day have never been found. The ones that were in the book bag actually didn't belong to her. And in my opinion, and some information inside that I received, they are searching those assisted living facilities for some of those items, or certain forensic stuff that would still be left behind. And anybody, if y'all don't understand, like, okay, I'm going to say it in layman terms, like we talk around here. A nursing home. A lot of times nursing homes, one person in there passes on their clothes and purse and shoes and certain belongings will be donated, and they'll put it in, like, for lack of a better way, kind of the lost and found laundry, area. And there's donations that oftentimes come in. Family, friends, certain organizations, Goodwill and whatnot. I personally believe that they're hoping to find some evidence based on a tip of some of her items being at one of those facilities. If y'all remember when the lawyer made a statement about Asia Degree and the search of the Roy and them stuff, he said that unfortunately he believed the person that was directly involved was no longer alive. That was the client at the assisted living facility. Now, I'm going to lay you out something. Oftentimes from that facility, clients were driven from there to Broughton Hospital. That'd be here in Morgantown. Okay? I tell you that because the route that they would take goes right down Highway 18, which is the highway with the green car that the picture was issued that Asia Degree was last seen by a truck driver and another driver. 2, also, where Broughton Hospital is less than 4 miles from where her backpack was found a year later. It was right near Sagebrush, and I was living on Steakhouse Road at the time, and working at the Sagebrush when her book bag was found. It was insane at that time. And let me say, at the time that Asia went missing, at the time that she was kidnapped, my 2 children were her age exactly. They were a month older than Asia. Or a month, older, my bad. They turned 9 the month, almost to the day before she went missing. She went missing on Valentine's Day. My children had turned 9 on the 13th of January. So it was close to home and near and dear. And it has always struck me. I have always felt about her family the way I've always felt about Brandy, Michael Monkey Vaughn's mother, which is my soul and my heart is ripped out of my chest every time that I hear those 2 mamas talk. I feel their pain. I have never felt that with Candace. I have never felt that with anything to do with the Rogers case. I have never felt that with the Lily and Jack case. I feel so much that there are so many similarities between that Nova Scotia case and Summers case. It kind of is scary. Let me read y'all's comments real quick, but I'm telling y'all, based on information and belief, before, I want to say before Thanksgiving, but I'm not certain on that. Before Christmas, we will see some movement and some answers in Asia's case. They're waiting on some stuff to come back. And I'm telling y'all, if you listening and you were involved, mitigate your time and your stuff. Go ahead and talk to them, because that's the only way it's going to happen. I pray that there's none of the nefarious stuff that's been alleged in her case, and that it was a simple accident. Nobody still knows why she left out. I have my personal thoughts and beliefs based on information that I have on the case from years back. I know, from what I understand, she was very upset because the next day, on the 15th, I guess it's the 15th or the 14th, the whole after midnight thing's always messed with me. But the next day, or after 9 a.m., the following day, or the day she went missing on the 14th, her parents were set to meet with a realtor and the seller. They were going to be signing paperwork to close on buying a house and move out of the duplex that they were living in, because it was small, brother and sister sharing a room. They were moving on up, for lack of a better way to put it. And from what I understand, and I don't hear people talk about it often enough, but from what I've understood and gleaned, Asia was very upset because the move was going to mean a different school. And certain friends and best friends and her basketball teammates and all that was going to be different and change. And there's a school of thought that believes that she left out walking to go to her best friend's house. That was the rumor way back when. And I do know that if that was true, Mom and Dad didn't do it. 19 and a half years before they ever moved. Still to this day, every February, the reward sign is the mark that they meet and walk in commemoration and to raise awareness for her case. Every item of hers they still have and own. Her brother has done very few interviews, and it breaks your soul. You can see the pain in that boy. He blames himself. He's even said, I should have hurt her. I should have stopped her. I should have, could have, would have. He was a child too. I wonder, did she leave out walking to go to her friend's house? Not in the best daylight. And maybe an inexperienced driver that really should have been behind the wheel was transporting a possibly difficult or funny or whatever client from the facility to Broughton Hospital. And, somewhere along the dimly lit road, an accident occurred. And that's the pulling in that was seen from the road of the one person described. Someone being pulled into that green car in that same area where he had turned around because he had just seen the girl walking. I wonder about that. And I say that because a lot of people feel that it's racially motivated. I don't know if that happened that way, if it was racially motivated, the accident, but the action or inaction or the way it was handled may have been. Due to the fact, in my opinion, in that time, you gotta remember, I grew up in that area. I'm living there. It's not much better now. It's not 1,000,000% better. Don't get it twisted. But in that time, there was still a segregated school owned by people, them, the family. Not long before that, they were forced to shut it down. And there was a lot of people that still subscribed to the belief that white's right. And if your skin was darker, yellow, brown, black, blue, purple, orange, whatever, anything other than that, it's hard to verbalize this, understand. I don't feel this way, and it makes me almost sick to say, but it's the truth, and I got to put it the way it is. They weren't valued the same. Then when you add somebody that has money and wealth and the ability to pay for things the average person couldn't in that type of situation, even extra vehicles, the owner of properties, such. You gotta wonder. And here's another question for you. One of the assisted living facilities allegedly was in the Charlotte area, right? And assisted living facilities often have a chapel contained within, and a chaplain. Allegedly, according to court documents, the dad, Roy, the place that was raided, the family that's involved in this investigation, allegedly, as it would seem from what we're seeing play out in the Asia Degree case. For some reason, he received I believe it was an assault or assault and battery charge, and the adjudication of the case basically was that he was permanently banned and would be charged with trespassing and arrested on stuff if he ever returned to that assisted living facility in Charlotte. And I'm just wondering how that's possible, and you can do that to someone that's part owner. But if him and the wife were already separated at the time, because they did, even though I don't believe they actually divorced, if ever, but if they did, it was quite some time. Maybe that was her property and not his. I don't know. It didn't tell us the circumstances, but it did show the ownership. There's documents, there's tax records and such. And it's just a question of, like, how do you get banned from your own property? How does that happen? How does that work? Okay, I'll be reading y'all's comments in just a moment. I'm going to finish playing this phone call first, and then we'll go over the rest of y'all's comments real quick.
The one about the you pickup truck Jiggyduchess.
Okay, yeah. Okay, and so, okay, what do you want to know? I'm so sorry, I'm freaking...
The breathing and the pacing and the fastness by Ziggy is different, to say the least. Put it there.
Been dealing with this. I'm extremely nervous. I've been getting harassed, and I've been I don't know if you know. Do you know who I am by chance?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So anyways, Fred's here. He's in the room just in case you need to ask any questions. But the reason why I sent that in is because because Andy Bernard was on that road that day, and nobody's questioning him. And he says he was at work all day.
Both us, TBI, and FBI had questioned him.
As I understand, Mouth of the South, before you leave, sorry, I'll answer your question about CPS custody. I don't know about custody per se. I don't think any of them has been adopted. I don't know if Tennessee's the same as North Carolina. At North Carolina, if you have graduated from high school, from anywhere, if you're in the foster care system or CPS system, and group homes or whatever, long story short, at 17, you age out. If you haven't graduated, you will age out after you graduate. That's that black bag theory where basically you're given your possessions in a garbage bag and told to hit the door. And it does happen. I promise you, I know for a fact. I know a family member that had 2 children by adoption and chose one over the other. And as soon as it was legally possible, the one that didn't get chose was pushed out the door with the garbage bag and told to have a great life and don't come back type-ish. And it was really sad. Back to Ziggy's thing. And I'm reading y'all's comments, and I'll pause the comment as I see necessary. Thank you.
Several times concerning that. Yes, he was on the road probably an hour or two. But most important is this dark blue pickup truck with tinted windows that you felt was very important in this tip.
Yeah.
Why do you feel it's important?
Because, well, we feel like Andy was meeting him. Because
Discovering. I'm just reading what you're saying about Peggy and the release 14 days before Summer got missing. Can I ask you guys something? I said this early on and I got berated. And then come to find out, though, some of the people that were berating me were people that had ulterior motives for not wanting me, I think, to think that way. There is an alternative, Summer could have took off walking. And let me say something. Let's say that back in the day it was a steal. Pawpaw had a steal to make moonshine and stuff. Today, somebody could have had a math making operation or a let me put that pillow over, or maybe a crop of Mary Jane growing, or shrooms or something. I'm wondering, is it possible that someone was cultivating or producing an illegal substance and she walked up and saw something she shouldn't have seen? I mean, there is the campsite evidence and the other stuff. And there's nearly 12 acres of property on the Wells property. Who's to say that you're not charging somebody $200 a month to set up their operation in your woods? Maybe that would explain Don's statement of as soon as I saw my neighbor, I knew she was gone. I'm just saying, I've always felt that if there was no direct involvement, that the parents had some type of knowledge in Summer's case. I still feel that way. I emphatically feel that way. And I've wondered, before I knew anything about the case, the first thing I saw, and I've never told y'all this, and I'm going to say it, the first interview and stuff I saw was what we call the Sermon on the Mount, which was Dawn and Candace talking to Ainsley Adams. Candace had on that ball cap and that blue tank top. Dawn had on the white tee and the hat, and his hair reminded me of my grandpa's Grecian formula to not make his hair look gray. But anyway, and a little on the oily side. But, they say you go with your first gut instinct. My first gut instinct about that case and about the parents and her disappearance and everything, my absolute first gut instinct was especially after gut instinct was that they knew who had her. That prior to Summer going missing, that somebody had already made a threat just because they were so certain that someone took her. And there wasn't no ransom that we knew of made. But what if there was a ransom and the demand was already made before she went missing? I always felt that from day one. I watched that interview and hadn't seen anything else first. Subsequently, I went searching. But that was my first initial reaction to Summer's case and to their interview, was that I felt like they knew something they weren't telling us. And I had a feeling that they had prior knowledge in some way. And I personally felt that they maybe owed somebody money or had pissed somebody off or stolen something from somebody, and they were being made to pay for it. Whether it was she's being held or we're going to hurt you how you hurt us. That was my first initial gut reaction. And that's the best way I know how to explain it. I watched that interview. I don't know about you guys. Please let me know in the comments. But I watched that interview, and my initial knee-jerk gut reaction was, Mom and Dad knows more than they're telling us. And they know and have a direct suspect. It had to do with wording and stuff too. You know, please bring her back. And like they're giving these pleas, but they don't seem genuine. They seem a little hokey and fictitious, you know, from C and D, because they know exactly who and why. That whether it was planned by them because of the CPS stuff that was going on, and I still feel that plays a part in the fact, Don told us, I can't get another felony, third time offender. Here we call it habitual felon. Not possible. And Don B was one of the first people, shout out to him, I'm going to give credit where credit's due. He's one of the first people to tell us that based on Tennessee law, that neglect and abuse charges for the children, that Summer's the only one that would cause a felony because of her age and the boy's age. That in itself is a motive. Let me say that. That is a motive for her to get gone. Not necessarily in a bad way even, to get gone. But to definitely come up missing, that's a motive. You don't think 25 years in jail, you don't think that gives someone a motive? Forget any of the other stuff that we suspect and believe that may have happened and gone on. Okay? Leave that aside. Just look alone at that motivation. Let's be real, just straight up human nature. Is that not motivation in your opinion? I know it is in mine. Avoiding a 25-year sentence in a prison. Remember, Don's been there before. This ain't his first rodeo. He did that DUI standing on his head. He didn't even want to get out early by going to like rehab stuff. Remember that? Just saying. Back to Ziggy.
Other person, now I promise to respect anything you do not want out on YouTube. I promise, because this is really important. But it's, we feel there's another YouTuber who saw footage of Andy on the road, on Simpson Road at 3:37 p.m.
Did y'all just hear that? There is another YouTuber that has seen footage of Andy Bernard, allegedly, this is what Ziggy's saying to the police, on Simpson Road. And if y'all don't know where Simpson Road is, when JLR went with the Brandon guy and came out at the little thing that looked like a makeshift worship center in the woods, they came out on Simpson Road. When they came out of the woods onto that roadway, that was Simpson Road. And it does intersect with Ben Hill. Back to this.
Fred remembers us seeing a still shot, you guys showing him a still shot of Andy on the road with that blue truck.
Of the law enforcement showing Fred allegedly a still shot. Let's see what Pruitt responds. Let me rewind that and let y'all hear that again. I'm going to let it play without stopping it. But those that think the alibi is solid, this is the allegation that's recently came out.
Who saw footage of...
I'm going to rewind it so we can hear the entire part.
Because another person... Now, I promised... to respect anything you do not want out on YouTube. I promise, because this is really important. But it's we feel there's another YouTuber who saw footage of Andy on the road, on Simpson Road, at 3:37 p.m. Fred remembers us seeing a still shot, you guys showing him a still shot of Andy on the road with that blue truck, following like they were in the same still shot at 3:47 p.m. leaving out. Fred saw him on the road, like he had to move his trailer in order to let Andy by that day at around 3:47 p.m. And no, it was two.
Do you notice Pruitt doesn't say we didn't see that, we didn't show that, we don't have that, we've not been aware of that. He asked who was in the blue truck that Andy was with.
Two.
In the blue truck, it just two people, but the windows was tinted so dark, I couldn't tell who was in it.
Yeah, the windows are tinted so dark.
Well, like I said, our agency, CBI, and FBI have interviewed Mr. Bernard.
Well, he went on YouTube and put your guys' call up on YouTube, just so you know.
Well, I'm not arguing with you. If you don't have anything further, we appreciate your information. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Now, she wasn't arguing with him. And y'all know I'm the last one to take up for her, okay? Let's keep it a band. I didn't see an argument. I saw her giving him information. Just so you know, everything you said when you talked to Andy B, he recorded it or live broadcast it. I haven't seen it. I wasn't there. I don't know. That's the allegation. She said he put y'all's call out on YouTube. He stopped telling her what he was telling her and click. I'm going to replay that part.
Call out on YouTube, just so you know.
I'm not arguing with you. If you don't have anything further,
and y'all let me know. Do you feel like she's arguing? Just keep it a band.
Well, like I said, our agency, CBI, and the FBI have interviewed Mr. Bernard.
Well, he went on YouTube and put your guys' call up on YouTube, just so you know.
I'm not arguing with you. If you don't have anything further, we appreciate your information. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
What the fuck?
What?
Just happened.
Killer asked this question, so I'm going to pass it along to you guys. Go to his channel and answer it. Why would Hawkins County handle any Summer Wells tip this way? I don't believe she was, and y'all know I have not been a supporter of Ziggy. I'm not her biggest cheerleader, okay? But that was some bullshit, in my opinion. He was in the middle of telling her something about interviewing and what happened and what was said. And bam, he hung up on her. And all she did was say, look, I'm going to let y'all know everything y'all said to him and all your conversations have been put out on YouTube. And that made him hang up on her. That's not a good look. That was not very professional. That's just my opinion. I'm hoping they're going to show the video. Okay. Oh, this part. Okay, this part's important too. Just bear with me. This is what I was talking about. Jody said. We're getting there. I promise you guys.
Only thing is to destroy Summer's case. And everybody around it. But it's the monster. He's the one that destroys no goddamn children in their capacity as witnesses and rides scenes easily. You know? He don't care as long as it pays him enough to get dope for him and his fucking whore.
Again, her views are skewed because she's still a scorned woman. As long as he's with the one that he was cheating on her with, I don't know that she'll ever get over it and accept it. Maybe if it was someone different. I don't know.
Does it? You think it's just me saying it? No. Look at the landlord. Look at others saying he could turn on. He was acting out. Look, he's used to it. Hawkins lets him fucking Bible. Huh?
She said he's used to it because Hawkins lets him buy with it. And I can put a little stock and validity to that. Like I said, they were living in Hawkins County, but Kingsport's who had to take those charges out on them.
You want to play your games? We'll play your games.
I think this is Fred and Ziggy right here. I want y'all's thoughts on this part because it kind of threw me for a loop. I'm not sure where Killer's going here. Right here.
Games, we'll play your games. They come out of hiding now. They're going to the floor. Andy and Don and somebody else close to that you're really trying to protect us.
I can say that we've been following up on information.
He said, the Smith guy, the one that's saying that he saw Summer and Don visits her and all that stuff, may come out of hiding and tell more about Andy and Don and the other one that y'all were trying to protect. Could it be possible? Here's my hypothesis I want to ask you guys. Is it possible that now that Fred is clean and thinking with a clear head, that he's remembering things that he didn't remember in the past? And that's why more information is coming out. And yeah, maybe, kind of like the fish that got away, he's adding to it a little bit here and there, and salacious, a little bit of salacious gossip thrown in the mix for that attention factor from Ziggy. I truly believe in watching that clip and seeing her actions and on the phone, I feel she believes everything she's saying. I feel that she has the right intentions. And I feel Fred does a little bit too. Like, I have heard from locals that a sober Fred was the best guy you'd ever meet. But a not sober Fred was kind of a scary thing. So, I kind of believe that he wants to make her happy and please her. So, he's telling her everything he knows. And I think, a lot of times you are in a fog. People, I've heard about this. It's when you're in the throes of addiction, you're kind of in a fog, in a bubble per se. And your perception of things might be different than when you're sober. So now that he's clean and sober, is his perception different? Is he remembering more that he didn't remember or didn't even understand or comprehend that meant anything during the time frame? Let's go back to Leslie right quick.
That we've received in the last few months. So it is very much an active investigation and we will not give up.
If not for those pesky meddling kids.
Okay. Shout out to Killer. All right. So allegedly, a YouTuber has come out and is saying that they have viewed a video showing Andy on that road on the 15th at 3:47 p.m. I'm not sure what YouTuber it is. Nobody identified. And Z said another YouTuber. You guys can tell me in the comments. Y'all might know better than me. I'm going to look for Don B's right quick and pull that up. It's a very short video, speeding it up and fast forwarding through what we don't want to look at. And I'll get a link to that and put it in the description as well for you guys. I might be quicker to just go and type his name in, but I want to see, because he commented, I want, if you guys have seen the video and know something I don't know, awesome sauce, please tell me. Because I'm not. I'm not sure why I'm stuck on this ad break too. Sorry, you guys. Trying to get it off here, and then I'll pause that and catch up on y'all's comments. It's not going to be long before I say sign off, because I'm getting ready to go to bed here in a little bit. I got to get up tomorrow. Okay, pause. We'll let y'all be looking at Don's cute mug. That's up to y'all. Let's see here. Okay, I did looked Peggy up. That's interesting. That is really interesting given the allegations. From my understanding, Chris said she was allowed around kids. He just didn't want her around his kids. Okay. See, I understood that within the sealed CPS documents, and this was based on what Candace Flood had said, that she wasn't supposed to be around any of the children. It wasn't just Chris's children either. There's other siblings, and they have nothing to do with either of the Candaces, allegedly. My cousin said they were there every couple of days looking for anything relevant to the case. Yeah, discovering the truth. Diaries are telling a lot. And some people, you have marriages and relationships that break up. And this is in the Asia Degree case. You have marriages and relationships that break up. And, animosity between people that were once covering for each other, and information comes out. And let me say this, Asia Degree, look how long she's been missing. Please don't think no matter how long Summer is missing that case can't be solved. The Asia Degree case is a prime example, in my opinion. Peggy, I believe, is I can't remember. It's either Jody Sue's mother or Andy's mother. One of you guys might have answered it here. Mountain South Grandis, I was just talking about the previous case, the one that involved her brother and everything. My understanding is, basically without supervision, she wasn't supposed to be around children. But I've been corrected and said that Rose Bly's surviving husband had stated that he just didn't want her around his children. So I stand corrected. Oh, wow, discovering the truth. I know where Ellen Burr is. No, Grandis isn't involved with the Asia Degree case at all. It's just a case that similar allegations were made, implicating the parents, kind of just like Brandy and Monkey Vaughn. And I was comparing and contrasting, one, the length of time since she went missing, and the fact that within the past year, there's been leaps and bounds in that case, and she's been missing for going on 20 years, well, more than that, because my kids were 9 too, and they're 34. So it's been an extensive amount of time. My point was, no matter how long someone has been missing, never think that case won't be solved. And if you're involved, never think that knock's not coming at your door. And that Asia Degree's parents, in my opinion, were poster children for what we would expect from parents that have a child that just went poof in the night. That's what I thought. Peggy Sue was Jody Sue's mother. That's what I thought. But I didn't want to say, I'm trying not to give false information. Mount South, I'm not changing. It's compare and contrast. We are talking about Summer's case. But when you have another missing child's case of a similar age and similar type of circumstance, I think it's important to compare and contrast. Compare and contrast how law enforcement handled it. Compare and contrast the difference in search and actions and reactions of family members and neighbors and authorities. I think it can give us maybe some insight into this case. Good night, Mount South. Sorry, I'm just now seeing it. You know, let me say this. Discovering, I've had a lot of people say that Don and Candace are not smart enough to pull this off. They're not smart enough to outsmart law enforcement. Bullshit. They might not have technological savvy or whatever, but they're criminal smart. They're manipulative smart. This ain't their first rodeo smart. Somebody was jamming signals when law enforcement was doing that search that day. I don't believe, this is why I think others are involved and have knowledge as well. Maybe by themselves, they couldn't have done this and they weren't that smart. But with the help of others that may have some affiliations to those in power and in LE, abso-freaking-lutely, they're smart enough. They've been smart enough to know to move around. They were smart enough to know to avoid legal and criminal ramifications with Candace's first two children and eventually with the boys, where something could be proven. They were smart enough to have land that's paid for, however it came to them, and to be able to be driving new vehicles that VIN numbers come back to it being a different style and color. They're smart enough to manipulate and figure out a way, however they were doing it and are doing it, to supplement their income and to have their rugs and drinks and everything else of choice. Look at Kathy. If we believe she's the innocent that she portrayed, which some people don't, and I'm kind of torn, with Dawn locked up, Candace was smart enough to figure out how to support herself and at the very minimum the lifestyle in which she'd been accustomed to while Dawn wasn't working and had absolutely no income. I don't think she missed a meal. I don't think she did without anything. They were smart enough and intelligent enough to know which YouTubers to speak to link up with, and to spin what narrative they wanted to spin at the time they was doing it. Just saying. Sometimes the more intelligent one is the person that plays the dummy role. That's just my personal opinion. But it is what it is. Let me finish reading y'all's comments, and then we're going to look at a little bit from Don B before I say goodbye for the night. And no, I don't think they're smart enough to outsmart the FBI, but the FBI and TBI are not who is the leads on this case. Remember that. The sheriff in Tennessee has the absolute control. So, could they be smart enough to align themselves with some people who have power and pull and the ability to, at the very minimal, help control the narrative and protect them? I'm just saying. Is that possible? Not probable, but possible. Here's the other YouTuber. She didn't say. She did not say. And from what I took it, I didn't take it as being her, Fred. And we're going to see, because I think Don B is going to talk about it too. Yeah, I wonder about the thing. But, you know, I didn't believe it either. But law enforcement did come out with some information, and I'll have to go back and look. But I know there was an interview done, and they were talking about, if y'all recall, somebody that had extensive knowledge in like shortwave radio type situations in the area, because there's a way to do jamming signals. I wonder, because they ain't said he was lying, and whether it was on purpose or someone else was doing the interference, Killer on his channel, and I'll see if I can find the video and link it in the description for you guys, showed an extensive, he basically went into depth and brought out the information on how that could be done, and someone that lived in that area and actually had ties to that vice lord situation that could have caused what Fred described happening. You often hear voices or sounds and beeps and clicks when that happens. And have we ever found out who Johnny B. Good was? If y'all don't remember, I was really excited because he left me like a $49.99 super chat that I never got, by the way. People can put those up, but if the money ain't really in the account, it don't go through. Or if they close their account, like their YouTube channel. He disappeared, y'all. Made a big splash, talked to the authorities, gave Smiley the ideas to start calling the sheriff's department and everybody, and linked up with the PIs and disappeared shortly thereafter. He's supposed to be in Tejas, you know. He's supposed to have a radio show. Everyone I looked up linked with the name that he gave us had pictures, and it was not that gentleman. Where'd he come from, and where'd he go? And what was his purpose? I'm just saying. Why did Fred say it was Andy, and then he said the windows were... Okay, because what he said was he saw Andy in that car, and then there was a blue truck with dark tinted windows that all he could see was that there was the shadows of two people through. It was a dark blue truck with tinted windows that Andy was meeting on that road that day. Like Hawkins County lets her get by with crap she does and don't do. Amen, Jody Sue, yes. Around here, if you don't pay your fines, they throw your ass in jail. Same here. So they both are getting by. And I personally believe it's familial attachments. Period. That's my personal opinion. Right, that's what I'm talking about. Discovering Truth said people on meth hallucinate. So even if he's now sober and clean, how is it possible for him to differentiate what was a hallucination and what was real? And what I'm wondering is, because I don't know, I don't have experience and knowledge with that, and that's why I'm asking the questions. Is it possible that now that he is clean and sober, he's able to make that differentiation, and that's why the information's coming out? I don't know. I'm asking. I think the YouTuber that Ziggy is referring to is Fred, because as soon as she said a YouTuber seen him on the road, she proceeded to say that Fred seen him. She said Fred had seen him before. She said that a YouTuber showed Fred the video, and that law enforcement showed Fred still shots, and Pruitt did not deny that. He didn't comment at all. Oh, if When Evil Entered said it, I believe it. I have never, ever, in the entire time covering this case, When Evil Entered doesn't do with idle gossip. She doesn't tell lies. She doesn't do bullshit. She's a straight shooter. And if she said it, it's gospel, in my opinion. Thank you, Lisa. So listen. And let me say this. If When Evil Entered said it, I would believe it from her. Period. Wow. Okay, Lisa, got you. Criminals who get caught on simple charges, well, not necessarily simple, but simple compared. Got you. Yep. Understood on that one. Agreed, Discovery. All right, Miss Justice. Thank you. Peace, love, and we'll be ending soon, but you can go on whenever you want to. Thank you so much for being here and all your help and everything you do. You are appreciated. But discovering the ability to find Kathy and manipulate Kathy to where she brought her into her home, and a grown-ass woman at that, Kathy, that she allegedly just met, brought a grown-ass woman into her home and supported and took care of her because Candace was smart enough to know what to do and say to get it to happen. That's where I'm coming from. And I think people seem to be missing that. I can't speak on Sebastian's because I haven't really been in it, but the U.S. Marshals, again, in Tennessee, the sheriff is the law. Until another sheriff is in, or Ronnie decides to release the case to TBI or the FBI, he is the number one head over it. It's up to him. That's why. John S., the radio guy, you talk about the Johnny Be Good? Is that... Wow. Who? John Smith? That was in Texas. Interesting. Wow, discovering. Is there a way to get a picture that you could email to me? Because I know what he actually looks like. Agreed with you on that discovering. I like Evil Entered, but I have privately dealt with her on a lot. She's never lied to me. She's never betrayed my trust. And I kind of know what her job is / was. And due to that and legal and ethical restrictions and bindings is one of the other reasons that I say that I believe her. If that makes any sense. I'm going to see what, I want y'all to see what Don B has to say about Andy. And then, okay, I will look that up. Is his last name, what's the last name? Because you just asked. If you can tell me the last name, I can find the obituary. I don't, I'm assuming Polly has or that Jody's mom has a different last name due to the marriage thing.
There's been a lot of stuff said by different people in the Summer Wells case. A lot of concerning stuff.
Don't forget to go hit Don B up to check this out.
I ran across 2 statements last night, just out of the blue, going back listening to stuff, that really made me take a step back. And, I mean, y'all let me know, but...
Okay, got you, thank you.
If you were an investigator, what I'm about to play.
Oh, by the way, the reason I think that he left that and immediately deactivated his YouTube channel was because even before I would have been able to receive that, there's a chart on YouTube when you do a donation, and not for regular viewers, but for creators that donate to other creators, your real identity is revealed, if that makes sense to you. So we couldn't let that donation to my channel go through if he was trying to hide who he was. I love the fact that, by the way, there's actual armed security on premises. But anyway, question. Did Miss Sue so it would have been let me go back. Okay, that's what I thought. Polly. So it would have been Andy B's uncle is who we're talking about, right? Just to make sure I'm clear, discovering. That's interesting. Did anybody ever state if he had an issue with alcohol? Just wondering, based on some suspicions and things I noticed. Can you email it to me? Wow, because when the John B was doing the lives and he had the glass and he said it was water over ice, I had a feeling that's not what it was. It had to do with glassy eyes and red face. It reminded me of my uncle who died from cirrhosis. Can you email at all, possibly me? It's neatasworld99@gmail.com. It's in the description. I would be so grateful if you would, or you can, if you're in my Facebook Messenger, please send it that way if you'd like. If it's for the YouTube channel, I can't. You have to go to my personal Facebook to send it. I don't have access to it right now. But any way that you can send me a link would be greatly appreciated. Okay, good deal. Understood. I thank you very much, by the way.
If you think it would look bad for someone with a certain name in the Summer Wells investigation, let me know. You let me know. But anyway, like I said, there's been a lot of.
Okay, hold on. I missed what he was talking about. I might have to rewind that just a little bit.
I mean, y'all let me know. But if you were an investigator and you heard what I'm about to play, let me ask you if you think it would look bad for someone with a certain name in the Summer Wells investigation. Let me know.
Okay, I think this is what I thought was in Killer's video that I want y'all to see as well.
You let me know. But anyway, like I said, there's been a lot of concerning stuff said by certain people in the Summer Wells case.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit.
You know, but if two people say the same concerning statement.
Coming, I'm so tired. YouTube commercials blow. Ha!
So we went
la 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 la. Skip. Okay, sorry, y'all.
Right. In the morning. Like, you know, we've had one person come out and say, you know, Candace, in their opinion, was abusive to the kids. Okay. You know, that was what was it? Leslie. Remember Leslie? She said to Candace.
Can I ask a dumb question for you guys too? Why does it seem, because he's talking about Leslie and it triggered something, so many people involved in Summer's case are no longer on this earth? Allie, Jose, Leslie, Cotton, who's been brought in, so many people are no longer, you know, living. I have to wonder. And a lot of people would say it's the lifestyle. It's that rug usage. And a lot of it's over, you know, OD. Like Jose, that's the allegation, I believe, was fentanyl. And of course that, you know, I'm assuming that does go along with that lifestyle. But I just find it very interesting that a lot of people from the inner to the outer circle that seem to have information that, in my opinion, they were withholding, are no longer here and able to talk. Just an observation.
You know, Candace was being kind of abusive to the boys because they, you know, she put them laying down on the hot.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit, trying to get to what he's actually playing and not him talking. Okay, here we go.
Video clips for you.
That's good. Y'all look over there and ask why exactly it is he's selling drugs to the children at 110.
Let me say this. I'm playing this because I've been ostracized and people come out to me. My personal one discovering, let me see, because it might already be, if it's my personal one, I can look at it right. Oh, I think so. Right now, let's see. Nope. You sent it to the YouTube channel one, I think. It didn't come to my personal Facebook, I don't believe. Hold on, let me double. Nope. Just so you know, discovering, it didn't come through. I don't know how I can type a message on here to give you what you need. I'm on my phone. I don't know how to do it. Let's see if it'll. I'm trying. Nope. Org. Let's see. Poll, start a question, answer. Let me see if I can do it this way. Okay, here we go. I'm going to try this. I don't know how it'll work. Okay. Done. Okay. Hopefully, it's going to say it's in the form of a question, but hold on. Start Q&A. Y'all should see the question. I mean, the thing up on the screen or something somehow. That's, and I don't know how to make it go away. That's my email address. If you can send it to that, I'll get it through this phone right here too, hopefully. Now, how to make that off my screen or to move it, I don't know yet. Yeah, I can't get into that one. I don't have any way. There on the screen is my email address, I think. Gosh, hold on. I'm going to try to see or pray that I don't mess nothing up. I might have got it. Hold on. I just got it. Thank you, Discovering. Not going to say name. Oh, wow, and it disappeared. Well, I'm about to make it. I got it. You're good, Discovering. I just got it. Thank you. And I am going to look into that more. That picture is definitely not the guy that was Johnny B. Good. Unless that picture is more, I would say 10 to 15 years old, which is possible. So I am going to look into it a little more before I can definitively say that I won't, don't worry. I absolutely will not. Discovering. You know, I'm going to say this. If y'all remember Scott and Penny, we ended up having a disagreement. I actually knew his full government name. I gave him my word I would never give it, and I haven't, and I won't. I mean, now that doesn't mean I want to law enforcement or something if something like that occurred, but I'm just talking about in general to discuss it on here or to give it to anybody out there. No. If I give somebody my word about something, I try to stand on it. That means something to me. Okay.
While he was potentially causing little girls everywhere to be sedated and to be touched with the shit he was selling over there. So ask.
By the way, this is important, and I'm showing it because there was a time that Jody denied saying this. So I thank you, Don B., and anybody else that screen recorded, grabbed, copied, downloaded, however you saved this for posterity, because there's no ifs, ands, or doubts. And if she's lying about Andy B and saying this stuff and it's not true, which, understand, devil's advocate here, it's all possible in this case. I put nothing past anybody. Oh my gosh, sorry. That's involved in this case. So my phone just, my whole little thing just took a dive in the L, as y'all can see. Oh, let's see if I'm charged. I'm charged enough that I can take this off. So hold on. Let me fix this so it'll quit doing that. It's because I've got this cord in the bottom. Okay. Oh, Lord. What did I do now? I hope I didn't just break my whole thing. Okay, bear with me a second. Okay, there we go. I'm adjusting. I don't understand why it won't let me. I don't want to break it and over tighten. Let's see. Lefty loosey, righty tighty. There we go. Okay. Now, hold on a moment, guys. I'm getting it back together. Agreed. And that's me discovering. I know the full government, and if there was an issue with law enforcement, the court system, or something of that nature, absolutely, I would be honest and forthcoming. But for YouTube land and YouTube purposes, no way. I wouldn't want it to be done to me, so I'm not going to do it to somebody else, period. Okay, I think I got it fixed. It might nosedive on me again. This is a Temu special. Actually, I think I got it on Shein special, but let's see. I'm trying to fix, there we go. All right, I think I've got it adjusted. Let's see if I need to turn. I'm doing the best I can with what I got to work with. Okay, here we go, play.
Because I have fucking questions. Not standing in front of it anymore. Yeah. I found about a few days before all the shit went down. I'm not kidding, dude. And I got fucking receipts on it. I'm sure law enforcement does as well.
She said, I found out a few days before all the shit went down. Now, it's the shit she's talking about, Summer going missing or her and him splitting up. Not sure. I have questions as well. And Scott Skulls, I'm not sure about. That's not Scott I was talking about. I was talking about Scott H. Where's him and Penny at? Are they still around? I don't get notifications and see them anymore, so I don't know. Libby, I know what occurred there. I see Obsidian in the streets every now and then. Shout out, niece, if you're in the chat, if you're listening, or if you hit the replay. Mad love. But I've just wondered. There's a lot of people in that circle that seem to disappear along with BK. You know, and I don't wish his problems ongoing or over with on anybody. I think, you know, he went through a lot with that situation with his wife and child, and I just pray for everybody that was involved in that. Oh, okay, just making sure. I didn't want it to be, you know, and I like Scott Skulls. I don't know if his channel's still out there or not. I'll have to check into that once we end this. I got you. It makes sense to why that brought it up. Okay, let's keep going. I want to see the video and hear about it. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Don B, somebody, it was either Don B or Killer, and since it wasn't in Killer's video, I'm guessing it was in Don's, or I imagined it. One of them had audio where law enforcement confirmed that about Andy. Now, maybe I was taking that as what that call with Ziggy that just happened, and them not saying no, because she emphatically said that a YouTuber showed Fred a video, and she said, and y'all, the y'all, y'all, is law enforcement. That's who she was talking to, Hawkins County specifically. You all showed Fred a still shot. He didn't say, Fred's a liar. That didn't happen. And he didn't say it did. But it's awful weird that as soon as she said something, after that was said, and he didn't deny it, and then she said something negative about Andy and playing their conversations on YouTube with him and law enforcement, Pruitt can't get off that phone fast enough. And I have questions. I think that's fair. I'm not taking anybody's word. I have questions. Why didn't he say, we ain't seen no video, we don't know what you're talking about? He didn't say that. He said, we have questioned him. We have interviewed him. We have talked to him. And in the middle, she said that about the YouTube thing, and he quit talking and hung up on her. I kind of wish that she wouldn't have said that about playing that, and that we could have heard the rest of what Pruitt was going to say. Okay. Wow. So why would they tell him no questions, you're good? Was he saying that like he had never been interviewed by them? Or was he saying, I've already been interviewed by them, I'm going to prove it this way? Just question, because I didn't see that. And I wasn't there. So I'm just trying to figure it out. Again, why would they not tell Ziggy Fred's lying? There is no video. There is no still shot. That's what got me. But let's keep going right here because I think he tells us where that came from. I hope I remember correctly.
He had known Summer was also being abused, and he hid it from everybody, including me. And he was very much selling drugs to the children at one time, and to Candace for those children.
Now, let me say this. When this case first occurred, Jody Sue and Candace pretty much had the same thing, remember? They didn't know each other. They just met at the mailbox on occasion, checking the mail, and in the middle of the road to commiserate and support one another as DV survivors. Got you. I will go check that out, Discovering. And I say that because increasingly with each broadcast that Jody has done, her knowledge and involvement, even through, as she calls him, Monster, has increased. And it makes me ask why. Why did you begin with your Facebook videos at McDonald's and on the Hill and everything else when you and Andy B was still together and Summer first went missing? Why are your videos talking about that you didn't really know them, you just didn't see them, yada, yada, yada. You and Candace often met, especially when Don was in Knoxville at the mailbox and commiserated because y'all were both survivors and entrenched in relationships that were abusive. I'm just saying. That's a question.
What all that was, I don't know. But I do know what's happening. And I very much think it plays a role in what was happening to other little girls over there. And I very much do think that it could be part of why Summer would so asleep. Is maybe possibly Candace giving her the shit Andy was selling to her. So go ask. Because I still have fucking questions. And I think that it was occurring since before the Utah trip. It is part of why Josie was taken to Utah. Even though that's kind of fucking wrong, right? Why he went to Utah. But it's Amy's fault. And Candace's.
I guess I'm not the easy.
And again, I do personally, I must say this on Andy's behalf. I have to say that honestly, Jody Sue does have ulterior motives. You know, a woman scorned, we've all been there as women. And if you're a man in here, you've all experienced it. To maybe expand the truth and conflate, you know, blow it up a little bit and add extra because you are mad at that person. No judgments, no blames, just facts. I mean, some people never get past that part of life.
Josie was using it as a reason to take it. It's not the reason Josie was taken out there. But shit occurred during that time. Is why. He's responsible for it. From before Utah until. So you ask him why he was selling drugs to those children. And Candace for the children. Go ask. And ask him what type other than me.
And don't get twisted. Multiple YouTubers did exactly what she said. My question is, why did Ellie not? Even if there was a possibility that there was a grain of truth. Because that lays out the possibility that maybe, quite possibly, Summer got into something that she shouldn't have. And people panicked. Meth, heroin, fent, all that. Especially the fent. There's been multiple people prosecuted because of children and adults being given that and losing their life. I personally suspect, and I'll say this, there's a case that I'm working on a video for y'all. Just waiting on a little more information to give you, but it's a local case that just occurred at a daycare that's federally and state subsidized at that, and that got shut down. An 18-month-old child, first day at the daycare, first day, lost their life. Cardiac arrest. The daycare owners are not charged. The managers, the owners, operators, they are not charged. Now, the daycare got shut down, but that's because they had previous violations, and this was the last straw, basically. The worker, the actual teacher that laid that 18-month-old child down at 11:45, and at 2:30 found them not breathing. Also, no one in the daycare knew how to do CPR and first aid, and it took 9 minutes, I think, either 7.5 or 9. I apologize for not being 100% sure, for someone to dial 911 after the child was found. There are cameras, there's videos that are being combed through. That worker was charged with involuntary man unalive, and you know the word. And the bond was $500,000. To put it in perspective, same town, same county, same area, a gentleman got arrested that is at least 3-time previous convicted felon. He had meth, crack, heroin, weapons, got guns, and are you ready for this? He was charged with possession of a weapon of mass destruction. He had made, similar to a pipe, boom, boom, boom. SBI, the State Bureau of Investigations, bomb squad, and all that was called out to disarm it. He had a $70,000 bond. Let that marinate for a moment. In the area of the neighboring county where that happened to that infant, there is a huge issue with meth, heroin, and fentanyl. There is a major, well-known issue that's been being addressed in that area. It's the neighboring county to where I live, but it's less than 35 minutes from where I am right now. I'll put it like that, where this occurred. And allegedly, according to Facebook post by the mother of the child that lost their life, their brother, their older brother, was also at that daycare and came home with a bruise on his cheek, on his face. And I'm assuming that was the same worker from what's been said, because another worker has not. No other employees have had charges. Just that girl. And there was an interview with the next door neighbor that's like an adopted grandfather. And he said, I just know she wouldn't do that. But what that was has not been said. Anyone that knows anything about fent ODs will tell, my understanding through research is that cardiac arrest is one of the things that can occur when that happens. So, and there's something that they were told, whether it was her statements, videotaped statements of other workers and employees or children, some reason you don't get no $500,000 bond, mind you, and the owners and operators, management, supervisors on duty that day, nobody else got a charge. Not neglect, not nothing. And I'm working and I'm waiting. Preliminary autopsy results were cardiac arrest. And that's what they said, that the infant was in full cardiac arrest upon arrival at the hospital. And I'm telling y'all this because if that was suspected, even if you weren't there at the time, if you're the person that supplied even to an adult, like for instance, let me give you a hypothesis. Let's say I'm the person that was the supplier and that I sold to Jane and John, and Jane and John have a daughter and 3 sons, and they were careless about how they did what I sold them. And their daughter got into it and something happened to her. You know, that they, whatever, and everyone, Jane and John and me that sold it to them, all of us can face involuntary or voluntarily unaliving charges. All of us. And at the very minimal, mom and dad are looking at severe neglect, which with the age of Summer at the time that she went missing is a felony in Tennessee. And I think they are some folks that suspect that. My heart of hearts wants to hope and wish and pray that it was a combined effort to help Summer disappear in a good way, and that Miss Karen's best friend that came to town took her back to Utah to the Mormon church and got her a new identity. That would be awesome. Because she would still be here. And just maybe she's with that lady or someone else similar and having a good life. That would be the ultimate to happen. And that would be the answer to a lot of our prayers. And it is still a possibility. I think that's the scary thing about Summer's case. There are so many possibilities based on behavior and statements made from all parties in the inner and outer circles, if that makes any sense to you guys. Okay, well, back to Jody Sue's video to finish up.
All right, so there's Jody Sue stating that.
If y'all want to watch Don B's whole video, you're welcome to. I just want to play a couple clips. This is from the H's interview with Chris McDonough. Remember what Jody Sue just said about the selling of things, and then listen to what H says.
Call Candish while you're in the line at Walgreens to say there's some dude on the property wanting to touch the kids. Help me understand that.
I mean, at first I thought because he calls her like every 2 hours because he works.
Okay.
I thought he was just doing his daily checkup.
Okay.
But then she told me about that. I was like, how does he even know that if he's supposedly working?
Dude named Andrew.
Again, he has a good point. No one's ever been able to explain that. How did Dawn know? Remember, Grandma is with Candace. So, is it possible that when he left to go to work, let's say he went to work, when he left to go to work, he took the boys with, and while they were gone, he brought the boys home and saw or heard? Did someone call Dawn and tell him that? Did one of the boys, were they at home, left at home alone while they were gone with Summer that day? And did one of them call their dad and tell him that somebody was doing that? That part's never been explained. And I find that kind of sus. And let me say this. I think, and I may be wrong, and y'all will correct me. I don't know. The middle son and the oldest son would have been 9 or over. If Tennessee has a similar law to North Carolina, at 9 years old, you can be alone, like the latchkey children. You can't be left responsible for another sibling or child. But any of them that's 9 or older, Candace and them wouldn't have got in trouble for leaving them at the house by themselves. in North Carolina. Don't know about Tennessee. But I do believe the youngest was 7, I thought. So that might change that. Let's see, nobody commenting. Is everybody went to sleep? Oh, wait a minute. That's what happened. Hold on. Might have to. Anybody that's commented after discovering that it's on his channel, for some reason, when it reconnected me, it put it back on top messages. I apologize. I've not seen them. I'm not ignoring you guys. Back to this.
Don calls Candish
and tells her about, I don't know if his name is Anthony Andrews or something like A.
and tell me about that conversation.
All I heard was,
And how did you hear it?
I heard because I asked her why he called.
Okay.
The only thing that she told me from the phone call is that there was some dude, Andrew Anthony, Andy, whatever it was, just the name A. Okay. That's all I remember. Is that he's been up on the property for a week or two, trying to, like, I guess she said touch the little kids. That's what I was told.
He's trying to have what?
Touch the little kids.
Touch the kid?
Like.
Now, I'm with, I believe it was Discovering or Paula, I'm not sure, that said earlier, I'm with you on this. He was looking quick to try to not get caught. It is possible and plausible explanation that it was Grandis, and instead of saying it's done, saying I'm done. And it was said Candy or even Candace, and all he saw was the and got Andy from it. That's all possible because he was sneak looking. So I own that. That's just what he said. I can't, All right, we're gonna skip past more.
Two people making statements about kids being touched at 110 Good Hill Road. And the worst part is, in those statements, Andy is the common denominator. Out of all the people in Beach Creek, Fred Hill, you got all these characters in Beach Creek.
And stuff, and I was going to go ahead and say goodnight. I'm getting ready to sign off here, go to the bathroom and go to bed. Wash my buttocks. Because somebody says I ain't been washing my butt.
I'm concerned.
Oh, sweet. Thank you. I appreciate it. As soon as I end this, I will go look at it. Thank you so much, Discovering.
Like I said, I don't know if any other YouTubers have, brought this out, but I definitely missed it. I can't believe I missed it. Cannot believe I missed it.
I just missed what he missed.
I'm not accusing Andy of, anything.
I told you.
Hunter said it, and Jody Sue didn't. Maybe if Hunter was the only person that said this concerning statement that he said to Chris McDonough, you know what I mean?
Awesome. Thank you, Discovery.
But you've got two people making statements about kids being touched at 110 Good Hill Road. And the worst part is, in those statements, Andy is the common denominator. Out of all the people in Beach Creek, Fred Hill,
I was saying because I usually make up
all these
when
characters
I
in
get
Beach
up
Creek.
and
Chad Arnold, Fred Hill,
I got to share with you.
all these characters.
I don't know what. I make oodles and noodles for breakfast. That's pretty much what I got right now. I got beef for chicken. Good. I mean,
and I'm sure
I'll definitely share with you.
I'm not gonna go to work at 10 a.m. though.
I'm sure there
Well, I'll usually, let's see.
Like I said,
Tomorrow, I'm trying to get up by like 8:15 in the morning.
Brought this out.
I'm just saying, if you want to just come out or holler at me on your break if I'm out here or whatever. Because I'll be here until, whatchamacallit comes, Roadside people come. They're supposed to be here no later than 1:40 something or 1:30 something p.m. I got to look, but it's stupid because how you going to send me a thing? You'll be here by 1:40.
I mean, I have to, just being honest, just keep it real, guys.
But I know at 2:15, 2:30 is when my friend's supposed to come by and bring me the money, pay my phone bill and put some gas in here, so I'll be here till then.
I don't know if TBI or Hawkins County
Let's see, hold on. I was reading this. It says, Andy actually tells Pruitt that Fred's accusations about him being on the road, and Pruitt says something like, don't put much stock into what Fred says. I can wholly see that conversation too. I'll turn the light on and stuff so you can see better too, because I'll probably fall trying to walk. Lord Jesus, I'm stiff.
You got a phone number or something?
Yes. I want to say it while I'm on here, so I'll write it down.
Yeah.
If
I'll
that
let you
makes sense.
type it in my phone.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That'd work. I told you I'm a dorkfish. Let me turn the light on so we can all see. Oh, God. I got stiff sitting there, too. Oh, there we go. Put some light on the subject. Oh, and I can hold on. I can remember to shut my window. Oh. Maybe it might not be so cold. Okay, that'll work. Just put the numbers here. Look at me saying it out loud, and it's going to be heard on the screen. There you go. I don't know if I put it in the right spot or not, but you probably know how to fix it better than I do. Is that right?
Almost.
Is that what I put in there? I got my glasses on. I should have been able to see. I can't see Nathan without them. No, I put light on the subject. Lord, y'all look different. Okay, let's see. Interesting. So, that was Andy's call. You know, I will say this to you guys. I've said it before, and I maintain this. Y'all do know that the police, law enforcement in general, can, will, and are allowed to lie to you. So they might tell Fred anything. It don't mean it's the truth. They might tell Andy anything. Again, it doesn't mean that it's the gospel truth, you know. They're allowed to lie and manipulate to get statements out of you that they want. So, I stand by that. Let's see here. Don't forget, I still got to wrap up by going back to the gateway thing and finishing up the gate thing that I was doing. That's going to be short and sweet, because in a few moments, I'm going to La La Land.
They're not, because Andy called the police department and said, hey, if you want to talk to me, I'll be glad to come down right now.
That's what he's talking about.
It just don't work that way. The police are going to play the game how they want to play it, not how you want to play it. So, as long as and they know who the players are that they're looking at. We've heard the DA talk about them, the district attorney.
And see, I agree with Don B on this. They can lie to you. They can manipulate you. They're going to bring you in and talk to you on their timeline when they want to talk to you and how they want to talk to you. They're not letting you run this game. They're running this game. You can most definitely lie. They could lie telling somebody they ain't a suspect. So they let their guard down and slip up. Abso-freaking-lutely. Agreed. I fully agree. There's all kinds of tactics that law enforcement uses. And, when it comes to a child and a case like this, do what you got to do. But some of the way that Hawkins County in general has moved is not winning them popularity contests and making them look like solving Summers' case is their goal. In my opinion, and a lot of other people's opinions. It almost looks, and maybe they're doing that on purpose. Maybe they have, some plan behind that. I would think they might need to reevaluate, because it doesn't seem to be working out well, because it's 4 years later and there's no answers. So, yeah,
Sounds like it's just a waiting game. for charges to be filed, is what it sounds like to me. According to the district attorney, they know who the players are. We don't, but they do. I would love to know who the players are that they have in mind. Is Andy one of them, right? Is Andy one of them? But no, the police are going to play the game the way they want to play it. They're going to go down the road they want to go down. They're going to gather the evidence on whoever that they want to gather it on. That, that the evidence leads them in that direction, whoever it may be. So,
and I agree with Don B on that. He's correct. They're going to move how they want to move, when they want to move, and with whom they want to move with. Right or wrong on it. Whether they're right or wrong, whether their thoughts are correct or not, that's what they're going to do. And not just Hawkins County, all law enforcement moves that way, as I've seen through any cases that's been dealt with,
Hi, I'm Brad Baxter, founder of
Goes
Mr.
the
and Litter
stupid
Robot.
YouTube commercial.
25 years ago, I inherited 2 cats and an overflowing litter box.
That's why I was going to do it tonight, but I ran across this stuff, and I thought, I've got to do it just to see if anybody has talked about it.
I will be checking also when Evil entered to see if she's done any video or comment on that. Let's see, hold on. Now I'm going back now to the, let's see, Ellie could have, absolutely, they could have answers, but not enough physical evidence. If it's all circumstantial, a lot of times, and the district attorney basically said that, that the evidence that they had wasn't enough to do charges. Sometimes when there's circumstantial evidence only, and it's not enough physical evidence or definitive, trustworthy witnesses, they don't want to move because double jeopardy attaches if you go for charges and that person beats the case. You can't recharge them if you at a later date or time get that definitive evidence. And maybe due to the way that everything's moving and played out in Summer's case, they're wanting that extra 1 or 2 little puzzle pieces they need to be able to do that. It makes sense. Absolutely. I just now saw you said double jeopardy.
It's still been raining all night.
Well, the clicking is I thought it was rain, and it's that. See, I don't know if you hear it now.
Yeah.
I've been thinking it was raining, and I think it's that doing. I ain't even looked outside. Oh, it's dry. Look, the pavement's even dried up.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it won't be so bad whenever I go down.
Okay, I was gonna. I don't know where I put that towel. Oh my God. So, I'm sorry, talking to the looking like I'm talking to my phone. I probably insanely look crazy if you didn't know what I was doing. But anyway, what was I about to say? Towel. I'm hunting a couple. Here's a hand towel too. This might help. I know it ain't much, but I got a big towel I'm looking for too, and I'll put them in a bag.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. I understand you're from in there. Oh, if I don't fall and break my neck, I hope I didn't throw it away. I'm bad to put stuff just wherever I was hurrying. When that guy showed up and was pointing the gun and whatever and telling me he was going to tow me and shoot me and do all this stuff, girl, I threw everything everywhere and dipped. You know?
I don't blame
you. I got that. I mean, because I'm like, and again, I wasn't just showing up to show up. It wasn't that kind of party for me. I was sent there by social services and told this is where you go to get help.
Right.
And, I about got helped by unalived. Here. Oh, here it is in the floor. Literally in the floor. Let's see. And I got some bags up here. I always keep me some Walmarts and stuff. This one looks like it's wrapped in bags up here.
Yeah.
Oh, with my cups and my noodles and my applesauce. I am not P. Diddy. He is an applesauce. Has an applesauce obsession, apparently, that's come out through the trial.
Oh,
Yep. And you know what's funny? And if you guys can hear this on YouTube, interesting fact. When I worked at the nursing home / assisted living facility, we oftentimes put applesauce on people that were on certain medications or had certain diagnoses. And the reason is because their taste buds are gone. And the applesauce adds a taste and texture, like that sourness that it has. You know, if it's unsweetened, it adds a taste and texture that they're willing to actually, you know, eat and use. It's that. And if I can find you a couple more, I'll find you some. I don't know. I said you have to tell me what would be helpful, and I will.
Where are you moving to after Roadside?
Oh, I'm not positive at this point. I'm not sure yet. I know I'll be at the hospital for a day or two, because I have a friend that's actually in the hospital.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I don't know if they're transferring them or not.
They can't stop you from parking there as long as you got someone you're visiting.
In the hospital? Oh,
I'm pretty sure. Like, you told
well,
me you're from out of state.
Huh?
If you told me you're from out of state or something.
Well, I mean, I was just going to tell them the truth. That I know what room they're in, and I'm visiting, and they're actually in the ICU unit. So I have to be, it's almost like visiting, I guess, at jail or something. You know, you have to be on a list to get in, and I'm on the list. They're getting transferred to ICU here from Charlotte in the morning. That's why I was getting up early and to go visit. It's just actually one of my mom's friends from church, our deacons, and I spoke to him and his wife on the phone earlier today, and had told them that I was going to come and visit tomorrow. And like I say, I like to keep a word. Right. So, I mean, I might not even have to move from here to go there. I don't know which would be better to park, because it's walking distance right there. You know,
yeah, it's the closest thing to you.
You know, so I don't know. I'm waitlisted for. There's supposed to be another an RV park opening in the Valdez area between Drexel and Valdez. They're grading it off, and this week if weather permitting, they'll be laying the concrete slabs. You know, I don't know if you knew about the program that they were trying to do here in our county, and then going up the mountain towards Old Fort McDowell County. They were trying to use box cars, like old train box cars, and renovate and fix them up and kind of set them up on slabs, you know, like a mobile home or RV. The state inspector came back today, and they won't allow them to do that. They were going to do that for people that's homes were destroyed by the hurricane. And it was a program they wanted to start and go all the way, you know, into Tennessee and Ohio and Virginia, everybody that was affected. And, you know, because there's millions of people that still don't have homes because of it. People, you know, honestly, that when you get up to Old Fort and Buncombe County and Yancey and Watauga, and all through there, Mitchell County and everywhere going, you know, the closer you get towards the mountain and the Tennessee line, that were still sleeping on their land, but their, you know, homes were destroyed, and all they had was a foundation, that were in tents and makeshift buildings. And CPS came in and took their children. People froze to death, and they're not covering it. They're not talking about it. And it's sad. There was, you know, if it comes out what it's suspected, that there was influence of our government that kind of enhanced and directed Helene, it would be akin to a genocide. Just, and do remember that these areas that have been declared disasters and people are not able to even go back in and get their possessions off of their own property and land. and are giving pennies on the dollar to what it's worth and told move on and take your money and go. Those areas are where there's a huge lithium deposit that they've been set up to mine, and the Department of Justice contracts were signed in, let's see, the hurricane hit in September, and I believe those contracts were signed in March. It was either March or May, so way before the hurricane hit, saying that by 2026 that they would be in full flow with the fields that they currently had in the Kings Mountain area, and expected to expand. But Kings Mountain had they did a referendum, and the people struck it down. They weren't going to allow them to expand and take more land. And look, now here comes Helene, and it doesn't matter what they voted now. And then Newland and Spruce Pine, that area, has extensive quartz deposits. It's one of the top 3 in the world, and purest, clearest quartz. And quartz is used in every electronic device: your TV, your phone, your laptops, your tablets, remote controls for drones. Anything that has a computer chip has quartz, and anything that has a rechargeable battery uses a lithium ion battery. From as small as your like AAA batteries that are rechargeable, to as large as that my inverter, drones and everything. It's Tesla trucks and cars. Any electric vehicle has huge lithium ion batteries. Yeah. You got an umbrella?
I don't.
You do now?
Really?
Yeah, that was a buck at Walmart, honey. I got several. I do. Ain't nothing, that that's a hey, I was gifted that, and I'm paying it forward. Let me see, I put it right here. And it's a good one too. And cute and small and easy. Like it fits in my pocket of my hoodie. And this means I get to pull out the one that's got purple rainbow colors on it.
Heck yeah.
Purple's my favorite. So yeah. I'm gonna flip it up. It'll fit in that bag too. But maybe it'll help, like I was thinking, your leak.
Yeah.
If you put this like inside under, I know it's not good luck. Maybe you put it outside even. I don't know, but maybe it would help. And that's why I was asking what would need. I got some Gorilla Glue that I was showing you on that metal.
Yeah.
That turned into like silicone gel. That's Gorilla Glue.
Oh.
And I think if possible, if you can see where the leak or the hole is, we could patch it with that. That's why I was telling you to holler at me.
Well,
what time do you get off?
4.
Well, I'll still be here by then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to the hospital. I can't go visit till like 3:30 when they get everything settled in the room.
Yeah.
So I should be coming back around the time you get off. If you holler at me, I'll come help you work out together. I got duct tape. Duct tape fixes everything. But
the way it is right now, I had a big rip across the front, and that was the first time I got caught. I fixed it with like Gorilla Tape.
See, I got.
Someone came and cut it all the way around to like a bunch of cuts and slits, so it's really not worth taking up.
Well, this is what I was talking about. It's and it does. It's like
yeah.
It's the good stuff, and that's heat an engine up to like 220 degrees. It's supposed to last up to 240.
Right.
And it ain't melted it off. It was still on there.
Heck yeah.
And it's like silicone seal. So, I mean, we may not fix it all, but between duct tape and this, we might could help it. I mean, shoot.
Yeah.
See what we can do about getting a better team. This, and you need one of them like Timu has, that you just put the air in, and they're nice. They got little ones. Little A-line ones. Walmart had one, but they're new Ozark, whatever. They're not cheap at all. Like a decent little 4-person or 2-person tent It's like $50.
Yeah.
That like 2 years ago was $20.
Right.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I think that might hook on the side of my bag.
Oh, okay. I just put it in there if you do however.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I
like it.
and well, you know, it works good too with that. Just hitting the button. I love the hitting the button thing. And literally, they were on clearance for $1 at Walmart.
Thank you.
Yeah. I had my daughter's
They
got
put
them.
umbrellas on
One.
clearance when it started raining.
I know, right? Well,
That's
no, I've had them for a long time. They some of my stuff that I didn't put in storage because I thought I might need, but I don't have in here because I didn't really put anything much except what I needed at the moment. As you can tell, I'm not even decorated. Is at my daughter's. I know I've got 3. I got another one that color, the red and black, and then I have one of the. It's like pink and purple and blue and yellow stripes. And I couldn't justify opening it because I had the one I'd already opened. So now if I give you that one, I get to open another one. But, yeah. She was, well, I had bought them, and the Nat that was in the chat earlier that worked with me at Walmart.
Yeah.
Her and another girl was showing me, like, certain stuff like that, and you could buy and resell. And, you know, if you paid $1, but you resold it, like at your eBay or whatever store, for $5 or $6, it was a profit. Hold on.
Can I use your bathroom?
Yeah, it's right through there on your right. When you open the door, the light will come on. It's like automatic. Okay, let's see, what is it? They're talking about hunting ghosts. Y'all done got me scared. What? Don't North Carolina have BLM land that you can camp on, but they only allow you to stay, I think it is 24 to 48 hours. I'm not exactly sure.
On the right?
Yeah, the one on the left's the, yeah, you'll see when you open the light will come on automatic. Yeah, the one on the left's the shower. No, it doesn't. Yeah, the problem is when you look at the map where those wildlife management areas are located and where I'm at. Most of those areas are the Fayetteville, Wilmington area. A lot of them, the wildlife preserves and stuff, are closer to the beach, and I'm closer to the mountains. When you look at the map, really for me, truck stops and rest areas are pretty much it. And that means going up the mountain, closer to the Asheville area. Yeah, I'd already looked for the BML stuff. Now, when I get to this fixed and can actually do some traveling for distance, it will be better. You don't live far from Kings Mountain. Battleground, I know exactly where that is. Yeah, it's highly haunted. That's one of the places that I would love to go. If you know about that, you probably heard about Broughton Hospital's cemetery. What? There's a foot pedals. There's 2. Just push both at the same time with your foot. I gotta pump and dump soon. I'm trying to earn enough points to be able to do that at either Love's or Pilot up there in Marion. Because that's the best places. Believe it or not, anything that they do for, and this is a hint for all you guys, just tips. Anything that they do for track, like 18-wheelers and their drivers, you know, when they have the ones that's got the bunks and they sleep in them and all that stuff, you know, they have bathrooms in them too. Theirs are just smaller scale. But they pump and dump. Some of them's even got fresh water. They some nice trucks. But they do, it costs. Yeah. But you earn points. I don't earn it on the level that the truck drivers earn it on because, you know, they get like $500 to $700 with the gas at a time if their company's paying. And they use the company card, but they use their like pilot card and stuff. That's who was giving me tips on. That's how I found out. If you can't get a shower, there's no place, and you can get to a truck stop, They offer showers and you can do laundry. Wash and dry of a full size load is around $4.50.
A good place to shower right here is right there at the YMCA. It's right behind Wendy's.
I didn't know they had one. That used to be Pfeiffer Wellness, I think is what they used to call that, right in there. You talking about this Wendy's right here?
Yeah.
Like in between the hospital and Wendy's. Yeah, used to be Pfeiffer Wellness Center. They did a lot of rehab and stuff for, like, you know, elderly folk.
They got a they got a pool. They got a hot tub. They got
That's
a steam
nice.
room, a sauna.
What does it cost to be able to join or to use their facilities? Is it like a monthly fee?
I think average adult it's $55 a month, and then I got it because I'm under 25.
Yeah.
For $42.
Wonder if I get an elderly discount.
Possible.
I mean,
I know someone was talking about it earlier when I was in there. I don't know.
I have to check. I can try to pull it up online and stuff. You know.
Yeah.
I didn't even think of that. That's a good idea. I do know the rest area. It is in Marion. You know, it's right after the Love's exit. There's one on each side of Interstate 40. They do have shower and bathroom facilities. They have facilities like where you can charge up and parking for RVs and tractor trailers. And then there's the Love's truck stop right before it that has overnight parking and bath and shower facilities. And then the Pilot that's after it. And so my next plan was probably going to Love's one night, the next night being at the rest stop, the next night being at Pilot, then the rest stop, and then, you know, rotating between those. And there's a Walmart thrown in for the side that's there in Marion in that big shopping center. And if you're camping 1 to 2 nights at each places, I could rotate and, you know, just a once a week situation at each place and not, you know, until 1, I get my first paycheck, and 2, I'm going to have to be saving it because I'm on a wait list. They told me she said 2.5 weeks, but I'm not going to have the money by then. And if I don't have the money for the deposit in my first month, you know, rent, it probably will be 3 to 6 months wait for a spot because I have to have 2 spots lengthwise. They're spots, and that's the problem. A lot of campgrounds, when you get higher and in a tourist area, won't take you if your motorhome is more than 10 years old. That's 1. 2, if it's more than 24 feet long, you have to pay for 2 spots.
Dang.
Yeah. I did all that research and still ended up in a pickle. Let me make sure. You probably don't know how to get out. I'm just being a dorkfish. Sorry. It's weird. As you can tell, that's a ring that holds your keys, but it fits perfect on the little nail there to hold this up and down. This didn't come. This was extra. Yeah, it works. And then, there you go. Oh, that air feels good for a second. I got hot. I be having hot flashes. I'm old.
You can hand that down to me?
Yeah, yes. There's a handle on the right-hand side, too. Yeah. And there, I don't know, I just take a leap of faith.
That's kind of what I'm going to have to do, please.
Yeah, it's not as far as it looks. You'll see. Cowabunga. That's what I do.
Maybe if I go without the bag and then get the bag.
Yeah, yes. That's what I do. Take your time.
That's funny.
That's what I do. And there's a metal, you see a handle out there, yeah. And I hold this wall right here.
Right here?
Yeah. Now, that's what I do. Yeah, that's how we get in and out. It's easier that way. It seems like it's further than it does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. I know I seem crazy, but it's my old fat ass good.
I know, like,
and you're sure you're going to be okay and safe. I don't know whose car. There's still parked there. There's one behind me too. See, I got one behind and in front, and no reverse.
Dang.
So until roadside assistance comes, and either they got these things they put under your tires, like they do it to people when they tow them. They're dollies, little mini dollies. They said they can jack up the front
and pivot to get me out of here. So
Yeah.
I'm looking. I ain't seen. I can't tell if he's over. He usually parks right in there. Yep. Right on the other side of where that white car is. Right where, see that tree?
Yeah.
In those parking spots. He'll park there, then he pulls over here, and then he goes there, and then over here, and then there.
Right.
Yeah. I don't see it. And it's about every 2 hours. It seems like. But I know that's why that it's what I was told by Cracker Barrel and DSS. It's because that's one of the reasons they're safe parking is because they do have on-site security.
Right. And they're also kind of like a RV camp or like a truck stop
Mhm.
too.
You text me and let me know you make it and you're safe and you're okay. Please.
Oh.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Yep. And come holler at me if you don't see me before work. Definitely come after, and I'll hook you up. All right. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, guys, I know y'all heard, and it's okay. Don't be mad. I wasn't trying to be rude or disrespectful, and I appreciate y'all. Until I said goodbye and I was alone here and locked in and safe feeling, I didn't want to disconnect. I hope y'all can understand that.
Create your own.
So, I don't know how you hunt ghosts. I ain't never done that. EVP and EMF. We do have a lot of haunted places. Magnolia Mansion, that's oh, see, I about had it too long. It almost didn't crank, you guys. I'm gonna have to let it run and pray I don't run out of gas. Oh, because I've got less than an eighth of a tank. Bear with me and I'll be right back. Give me one moment. I've got to run. Potty break. Everybody go potty. And I'm checking my locks and security. Oh. Probably while it's running, I'm gonna turn my heat on and cool out. It's kind of cold. Didn't even think that earlier. I really didn't want to sit and be idling, but I don't have much option. One, I gotta recharge my battery, and two, I need some heat. I'm also setting up some of my stuff, and I didn't tell all my secrets. Nita's not that dumb, y'all. I have some extra security measures that I'll be taking. You know, just in case, because I got trust issues. I'm trying to fix the stupid door. There's surprises, electrocuting surprises if somebody tries to come in. I did wire some stuff, you know, there's 3 batteries in this joker. And I did some wiring of some stuff. And I wouldn't advise nobody trying too hard to come up in here. It's not going to be wise. That, and because I got tasers too, you know, multiples, and it might not be the best and official wiring system, but I did do some wiring. What's mainly, you know, upset me the most, you guys, is I don't know if anybody heard what I was talking about, but so there's, due to Helene and the massive influx of people in motorhomes and campers, you know, in the areas from the foothills
destruction of the parks just in my county. There's 3 parks that are permanently shut down, and they're not going to reopen. One of which is the one that took my money. I firmly just think they're just disgusting individuals, but that's besides the point. I'm gonna show y'all a little something. This is something that was a gift. And if y'all can see it, it's cast iron with the big handles, the cast iron hot dogger. And then this is the skewer for your marshmallows or whatever. If y'all think that won't hurt, you better think again. I got a little bit of something for somebody everywhere you go. I still ain't set up for when I go to bed. So I'm doing that while I'm talking to y'all. You know, that one window, I didn't say nothing, but it don't roll up too good. I got it covered, but I also got a little fix for you. I wouldn't advise trying to come that way in here at all. And I don't have the step accessible for a reason. It's more difficult. If you got a hoo-ha, as Jeremiah calls it, a no-no square of any kind, if you try to come through here, it's going to be bad business. I promise you. Don't do it. Don't do it. Not only will you catch a tase, but you're going to be jumping. While I'm up and moving, I'm trying to go ahead and get me some food together. I wasn't trying to eat in front of folk, not mean and rude. And my coffee while we're talking, just getting all that together. Make me some oodles and noodles and a cup of coffee or something real quick. Just boil water and make it all from one boil. And then I want to get finished with the gateway thing I was talking about. I want to get my heat going. That's what y'all hearing me rumbling around. And my coffee and my sugar and my creamer. Okay. I'm trying anyways. It's my last cup of coffee. I used the last of my food stamps and money today. So I'm praying that D comes through and that he ain't just teasing me, because this time tomorrow night I won't have a phone or anything. And just from everything I've been through, it's not feeling like it's too good of a safe circumstance and situation. But I'll figure it out. I mean, what else can I do, you know? Sorry I'm not seeing y'all's comments. I'll be right there in a moment. I'm just getting everything together. Trying to see, I'm deciding if I want to just like make a lunch meat sandwich or chicken sandwich instead of the oodles and noodles. But I really did want a cup of coffee. And if I'm going to go ahead and boil the water, I might as well. Listen at me trying to talk myself into whatever. But I mean, I'm just saying, I might as well do it all at one time. No. I want to say this. Maybe part shoes are easy to pull out or whatever. And maybe people are going to make fun of me for it. I don't know. But no matter how bad your circumstances or situation is, there can always be other people out there that's in a worse one than you. It is hard. It's hard. I wanted to so bad offer her a place to lay her head all night, you guys. And I really feel like a jackass that I couldn't and didn't. But I can't. I can't. I've been lied to, and everything was told me. I just can't, guys. I'll do anything I can to help. Even when I ain't got it to give, I try. And I'm okay with that. But it's really hard because I feel like such a bad person. I wanted to do more. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to cry. I just wish I could have done more. That's all. I wasn't raised to not do and not help others. And it's hard. And I know maybe people's gonna come at me and say it's fake or phony or whatever. And that's for you to deal with within yourself. Something's wrong with you as a person, an individual, to be thinking that, because that's you. That ain't me. I'm not fake or phony with that, and I couldn't ever be. Oh, I can't find my little cooker. I'm trying to... Oh, y'all, sorry. And I think I want to say this to you guys. Thank you. 1, for caring. 2, for staying on the line, and whether you got it or not, or figured it out or not, thank y'all for being there and being my protection and safety net, because you were, even if you didn't know, you were tonight. I'm trying to think how to say what's on my brain while I'm trying to get down here and find my cooker where I got it hid. Well, I thought I had it hid. Oh, can't find nothing. Can't find jack crap right now. Sorry, y'all. I'm emotional. I feel like a bad person. I'm not used to doing that. I felt like I was not being a good friend or a good person, but I can't continue to jeopardize my best interest, and I had to kind of pull back and tell myself that everybody's not me. Everybody don't always have the best intentions at heart and stuff, and I get that, but I hate being suspicious of everyone. Let me see what that is. Sorry. Oh, that's the garbage truck. We good. Let's see. Amen to that one. I do worry more about the living than the passed on. My spiritual and religious beliefs, kind of, yeah, not go with that, yeah. Yes, Broughton Hospital is a beautiful place. Dude, when I was there on the crew to build the new facility, yeah, I can personally 1,000,000% tell you they are haunted. The land is haunted. There's actually Indian burial grounds, and Lord, how loud that truck. Oh my God, please stop. Oh, sorry, y'all. Let me see what's going on. Oh, yep, they dump in the dumpsters. It is loud. The Republic system. So you guys, just so you remember, in case you haven't, seen it or forgot, I'll show you what I'm getting together right now. This is the mini cooking system, the My Mini. This is what the bottom skillet looks like. It works great to make pancakes and stuff. You can literally, on this, anything that you can fry on a skillet at home, you can fry on this. Put it that way. Takes about 3.5 minutes to boil water. It comes with this little pan. Here's the handle. I also have, and I gotta find where I put the box that it's in, because I kind of hid it from the world. I have a Dash egg cooker that I'm gonna be reviewing next. I don't know where I put that box. I think I put it in the back room. I kind of have some stuff hid, so it's not blatantly obvious what I have or don't have inside of here. Hold on a second and I'll get it and show you. Show you this because I'm working on, I don't know if y'all can hear me. So my next video and review is going to be on this. It's was sent to me. It's a Dash Deluxe egg cooker. I'll show you what it looks like out the box. It does 12 eggs. I'm reading the booklet that came with it, because there's a lot of good recipes and stuff in here to do way more than eggs. Like anything, again, it's just a little bit larger. Well, not a little bit, it's quite a bit larger. I'll show y'all as soon as I get it out of the thing. Then the mini that I have. This one takes 500 watts of power at a time, whereas the other one I have, the little one, takes 250. So it's substantially more power-wise, but it does more. And of course, I'm dropping everything. Okay, sorry. Again, this one is by Dash. I'm gonna show y'all what all is included real quick and show you the side. I was trying to get to the griddle. It has a pan that comes with it, similar to that other pan. It doesn't have a handle. And when you get down to the bottom, let's see what it, oh, it says that won't rust. This is my griddle size on it. Let me see if I can show y'all this way. See, there's the small one and there's the bigger one. So the size is substantially larger on that one. And then there's all kinds of attachments. There's even a measuring cup that comes with it for your water, for your eggs. And I think you have to, I don't know how you, there's a way to screw this off, and I don't want to do it. And, there we go. So let me show you without dropping everything again. This water thing here, this bottom pulls off,
And this is a piercer to pierce your eggs so they boil properly before you put them in here. It does soft boiled, hard boiled, deviled eggs. There's a lot of stuff in recipes, different kinds of attachments for poaching and all kind of stuff in it. I'm still reading up to know everything I can do. What I planned on doing was the first time that I did anything with it, I was gonna do just boil a dozen eggs and just see how that works. That was my first goal. You guys can let me know if there's anything else that y'all want to see, or anybody that has one of these, let me know. The person that feels like family, or I thought was like family, is in it. Something has happened, and I don't know if they had family in and it was an accident because of the medical stuff or what, but they kind of blocked me, and it's really hurt my heart. I know I'm a grown person, and I've seen like I'm real strong and cranky and whatnot, but I got a heart, and it really bothers me because I thought we were friends and had been for a long time, and I'm hoping that it was an accident because of medical issues and family visiting and stuff. Maybe even one of the grands or great grands, got a hold of the phone and playing games like little man does on mine. Because at least at the very minimal, I just want to know that they're okay. Yeah. Anyway, I want to show you real quick something about the gateway while I'm making my food and getting ready to turn the car off before it dies on us. Or I'll leave it. How, somebody tell me in the comments, how do I be a good Christian and do the right Christian thing but be safe? Can somebody tell me that part? I ain't trying to be a bunghole to nobody. Somebody tell me how I do that. How do I do the right thing and be a good Christian? That's my first question. Right quick while we're on here, or while I'm in here, I'm getting ready to turn all this on and just get the party started real quick and start boiling my water, and getting everything set up. And read the rest of y'all's comments and answer while the waters are boiling to make my coffee and my oodles and noodles. Here's the box again that my mini came in. I fully recommend it. I've used it multiple times. Here's my dollar cup. If y'all know about Friends, and it's hard to see, but there's like holographic stuff. They came boxed. I got a 2-pack set given to me by another friend, and they come highly recommended from me and from that person. And like I said, they were only $1 a piece. They say Central Perk, and if you know, you know. If you're a Friends fan, you know. Oh shoot, that hurt my tooth. Let me get the water in because it'll be boiling before I can get it in there. Takes, let's see, can't tell. It won't hold, like this is a bottle of the water.
leaves about that much out of a standard water bottle to put in here. I just poured the water in and turned this on. If you guys are still here, we'll see how long it takes. While I'm talking, I'm getting my food together. This is one of my bowls I got at Five Below. For $5, I got 4 of these bowls, 2 with the orange flowers, 2 with purple, and 4 plates that match with the same flower pattern. And this is the plastic Mylamar. They're dishwasher safe, oven safe, you don't know about microwave safe, all that stuff. My mom used to swear by these, so that's one of the things that took my attention. Like I said, I got them at Five Below, dirt cheap. Thank God, because I lost all the rest of my dishes and Zipware in the storage, and this is all I got now. And some little plates that I thought were probably better than what they are. They came from the dollar store. I expected more. They're really thin, like one step above styrofoam or the thick paper, but hey, it's better than what I had, which is Nathan, you know, beggars can't be choosers type of situation. Let me read those comments real quick that I hadn't read while I'm doing this. Let's see, we read the Broughton. Yeah, it's you talking about at Broughton, there is a cemetery there that's similar to a potter's field, absolutely. Trying to check my gas tank, guys, sorry. And I have seen videos, one is something, she's like Morbid Mama or something. She goes to different cemeteries like that and videotapes. A lot of people see thermal images in certain, when they put their cameras and whatnot into like the blue light thing, that seem to be ghosts. And honestly, there are more prevalent on the Broughton grounds in the cemetery than at certain gravestones than others. I've noticed in videos I've watched that cameras seem to overheat at Broughton, a specific grave. Oh, just another little tidbit, something I'm using to keep my stuff from sliding. This is actually a Better Homes thing. On the bottom, it's got non-skid. They're normally about $7 a piece. I got it on clearance. I got 2 of them at $1 a piece at Wally World. Shout out, hey, because otherwise I wouldn't have them. So you might check that out at your local Walmart. I like to put it and use my little utensils and like my creamers. As you can see, got my little pudding snack pack, my silverware, and my cream for my coffee laid out on there, and other condiments. The Cafe Bustelo instant packs is what I'm putting in my cup along with my cream and my sugar to make my coffee. This probably be the last cup of coffee because I can't get no more until 17th of next month. I gotta make my food last. And this is all I got. So let's see. I could talk to my brother because he works. Please find out anything. Absolutely. I would love. And listen, absolutely. Thank you, Discovering. I would be honored and feel blessed if you would choose to do that for me. Thank you. Very thankful for even the offer. And look, anybody out there that has a line on a job, the reason I was trying for Family Dollar and Dollar Tree is because I was trying to make sure I could pay my phone bill, pay my storage, put gas in here, because at this point, if something don't give, I'm not going to have the gas to get to a job. You basically, instead of holding back a week, they hold back a day or 2. You work no more than 2 shifts before you can choose to get paid. You can choose to get paid basically daily for your work with 1 or 2 days held back, or weekly. and I was going to do the daily so that I would be able to have the gas and pay, so, you know, get my storage paid and my cell phone bill paid and stuff. But just a heads up to people that don't know, they do that. I know, right? Something don't make me feel bad. I feel like an ass, but I just can't. In the past week and a half, you guys, I've been through so much. And it's being told one thing and actually another ends up happening, or being lied to and cheated. I mean, the campground stole my money and gave me nothing. I bought this camper, and so much that they said they did, they didn't do, and I'm sorry. My PTSD and what I went through in my survivor's story to be told by DSS and them to go and sleep there and be safe, and to wake up and somebody beat on the door and to pew pew in your face and threatening you is scary as hell. I'm afraid to sleep at night. I've been staying up all night until daylight to go to sleep. Damn it. Oh, I said I wasn't gonna cry, y'all. It's an adjustment, and I'm trying. And I'm not a scared little girl that's not able to protect herself, but it's scary. And I hope y'all know I'm a little smarter than y'all gave me credit. I wasn't revealing secrets. Some things I was telling because I wanted it told. I wanted it thought that if you touch stuff without permission or try to come in here, that it's wired and it'll shock you. I wanted the school of thought that I had weapons and wasn't afraid to use them. And that's why I kept saying all my stuff's in storage except for what you see, even if that ain't true necessarily, as a protection. That's all I'm saying. Wanted to protect myself a little bit too. Let's see something here. Okay, so I've used 5% and my water is very close to boiling. Let's see. I know it's gotta be scary for any woman on the street. You must listen, woman, so young and vulnerable, right? Oh, please, you're making me feel like a heel. No, not the one in Charleston. Magnolia Plantation. Interstate 40, exit 103. This is my bag of sugar. I got it at a giveaway that I made it to for food. Thank God. I just feel bad. 2, 3, and 4. I feel bad, but I also have to feel like that I got, at some point I have to put my health and safety first. That's all I'm saying. Like, I wish I didn't.
Are you ready to sell your house?
You know, let's see. I heard that, yes. A natural glow, okay. Bombarded with cats, what? Oh my goodness. Yep, because coyotes is real. I'm trying, discovering, you know. You got that right. I discovering you ain't never spoke the truth more than anybody in your life, honestly. It's a very thankless job. Oh, my water's boiling, y'all. Hold on. Let me pour it in my coffee first. Let's see. Actually, I'm going to pour it over the noodles first because it'll take them longer to cook up. I could have cooked them in the pot, but I was wanting to make coffee and noodles. And they have to, and I'm throwing this bottle away, but I do have an empty bottle collection that I have learned to fill up. And what I found is if I boil 1 or 2 pots of this water in my small sink, and add room temp water to it along with the soap, and then do the other side with just, clear water, my stoppers work really good. And it's easy to wash dishes, considering I'm somebody that don't wash my ass apparently, but whatever. It's amazing how many people are just nasty, disgusting, rude, hateful people out there and say stuff like that when they don't even know what they're talking about. But it is whatever it is. God don't like ugly. So I firmly believe if I'm mentally and everything in the right place and keep praying and keep walking the path that He's told me to, I will eventually persevere, and I'm going to follow what He tells me, I am too, Lisa. I'm glad you kept me company. You have a blessed night and day. I understand that as well, discovering I've been there, I took care of both of my grandparents, my dad, mom, and my son as much as they would allow me. It's very hard. Something I promise. I understand. Oh, thank you on that. I think, in not just Summer's case, but any case, I think we have to allow for other people to have thoughts and opinions, Just, now listen, if they're saying they support mass, like genocide or something, that's not, too acceptable. But we have to, I think, respect the rights of others to have opinions that differ from us. That's first. And, it's the time. I'm a growth in progress, honey. I ain't perfect. There was times I wanted to yell and scream and argue, and if y'all wait a minute, I'm getting ready to hook up my light. My good one. But that being said, it is whatever it is. Oh, come on. Can I hit this in the hole? Dadgummit. I can't. I'm trying to plug it up, but I'm blinder than a bat. I hate being old sometimes. There we go. Okay. Just give me a second. Okay. There's my lamp going, and I got another one I hadn't pulled out. You don't need to. Everybody don't need to see my secret stash spots. Hey. This one actually runs through a USB type plug, which one saves power, works my box less, and it's really kind of cute to look at. Let's see, I'm at 66%. If y'all give me a second, I'm gonna show it to you. It's a tap. I also got it at Five Below. This was like $2. And it pulls like 2 to 3 watts on my box. I'm going through all the colors for you guys. And it lets off a pretty good amount of light, to be honest with you. And I like the little crystal effect. I'll probably keep it on as soon as I finish the cooking process. Yeah, some people it's not possible to be kind to others. Wow, I'm agreeing with that. They do flip on you for the least amount of things. I do agree. I've been there. Just reading to see if there's anything. I was the only child. I didn't have an option, so I get that. Morbid moment, maybe. I know the one I'm talking about, she goes to cemeteries all the time, and she did the, gonna hide these. She did the Broughton Hospital Cemetery, as well as the NCSD, the School for the Deaf. She did their cemetery. And several others in this area and nearby that she's, covered, I guess is the word I'm looking for, and visited. Seems to be a pretty cool YouTube channel. I know, right? It is a good name. Okay. I love it, Ghost Nerds. I love it. I will see if I can't find it and give it to y'all. It is hard. Were it not for this camper, you guys, I'd be homeless right now. I would be in a tent. I had a tent in a sleeping bag. I kept thinking that because it was like if I hadn't took it back. But I did use the money and buy food, but I could have given it her. I know that. Don't want to be able to do more. I feel like a bad person. Sorry. No, thank you. I love the light. It was really cheap too. Hey, Scuba. Okay. Yeah, it's all one piece. It's plastic, and the top, the silver part on the top is what changes the color. It gives a kaleidoscope kind of effect, but it's really I've got in my other lamp that I have over here is just my house lamp, actually from my bedroom. One of the things I was able to keep, and it takes about 9 watts. This little clear light uses 2 or 3 watts. When I go to the colors, the deeper and darker the color, it does draw a little more power. That's awesome. Oh, well, let me tell you something, discovering the truth. As soon as I get this fixed tomorrow, and can get out of here, I'm planning on doing a tour of Broughton, because it's so close to me, cemetery. I want to do NCSD, and I'm going to take y'all, look up Magnolia Plantation Ghost Stories. There's a Civil War soldier. There's the Indian, because there is an Indian burial ground there as well. You know, we're in Cherokee and Lumbee country all around me. And there's also a house slave story. And I wanted to take y'all there and show you. And I thought it would be cool. Yeah, it'd just be me. I ain't gonna be faking nothing. Y'all don't know. I don't know how to anyway. Yeah, I thought it would be something cool. And there's a lot, you know, I still want to do the Frankie Silvers thing. There's a lot of stuff in my area without having to drive more than 30 minutes radius from where I'm at. 30 minutes any direction. There's a lot of stuff that's really cool that I want to, you know, show folks. I'm proud of where I was born and raised. I just am really ashamed of how they've been acting and treating me. Especially considering that we have such a large community and that it's pretty well known in this area that they shut down. I mean, I know without thinking hard of 3 RV parks that were flooded out and closed within 20 minutes of where I'm sitting right now. One of them is the one that took my money, so I definitely know of them. I hope they don't sleep well at night, considering their website now says 404 not found, and there's the phone's disconnected. God don't like ugly, and the attorney that's working on the Capital One is trying to see about helping me and go after them to get my money back. By the way, I poured the boiling water on the noodles, and here they are. Looking pretty doggone good for oodles and noodles, in my opinion. And second pot of water is boiling right now. And I'm about to put it, before it boils over, into my my cup of coffee. Oh, my finger's burning. Might put some more on there. Boil the rest of the bottle. Fill my coffee and my noodles up. It's taken, 3 pans full? And I've used 2 bottles of water, but I'm making a full cup of coffee in that cup I showed you guys. And, I pulled over. I got to get my towel real quick. It's getting everywhere. Bear with me, y'all. Old lady. But again, I did give her a towel, but I have another one right here that I keep for mops and spills. And I might not have a lot. You know, I remember a story that was shared with me by a friend. And I think I'll continue the rest of what we was going to talk about on YouTube and stuff at a later time. I'm tired. I want to eat and relax and whatnot. And I hope you're okay with that, guys. But I want to share this with y'all before I say goodbye for the night. Which is, my friend was talking about that it's like an old parable, fable type situation thing. Where this girl had 2 friends, and she asked for, I guess you'd call it financial help, you know, like, you know, can you loan me some money or help me out or whatever, right? And that one friend that she asked said sure. They both said yes, okay? The one she asked gave her $500. The other one she asked gave her $5. And she fawned all over the one that gave her the $500. Like, they were the best thing since sliced bread. But here's a tidbit. The parable part, I guess, is what you call it or whatever. But the interesting part, or the lesson part of that, is the person that gave her 500 had 150,000 in their pockets and in the bank. The person and the friend that gave her $5 had $10. They gave her half of everything they had and couldn't replace it themselves. Just saying. Just a food for thought. So, financially and on paper, of course, the one that gave the most, the 500, did the most. But in reality, the person that gave her the $5 didn't really have it to give, but they gave it because they cared and they loved her. Smiley, she was taken from Florida and roamed around Lincoln Academy School in Gastonia. What? I know what you're talking about. We were, when I was staying with Renee, she actually took me to the flea market in Gastonia. That's not far from where you're speaking of, if I'm not mistaken. Wow, I'm going to look into that. And that's interesting, because y'all know Smiley from Florida, right? I mean, that's what she says. I don't know. Originally, she was from Tennessee, she said. Next to the old Lincoln Academy. I'm going to check into that. Discovering. It's interesting to me. I love that kind of stuff. To me, that's interesting history. If that, makes sense to any of you guys. There's boring history and there's interesting history. What's up, Lil Dev? All right, guys. Real quick, while I'm already on the Wi-Files, if it hasn't taken it off, and it has, I am going to show y'all what I was talking about. And by the way, the Diddy trial, I personally believe Capricorn Clark's testimony substantiated everybody else's. It substantiated forced labor, kidnapping. The legal definition of kidnapping is in this state. If I take you from this room and lock you in the bathroom and won't let you out, I just kidnapped you. Okay? Understand that. People don't get that. You don't got to tie somebody up and throw them in your trunk, mafioso style, to do that. That's not required. So, please, a lot of people, I still feel, are getting hung up on the salaciousness and missing the legalities. And I'm hoping that that's not going to be the case with the jury, because they're saying the jury likes him. The flea market is in Dallas, and there's another flea market in Bessemer City. All history is interesting to me, especially, yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. The one that we were in is the Kings Mountain, Bessemer City. A lot of people don't know how close that is to the Cherryville area, Cherryville Road area and stuff for Asia went missing. You probably, Bessemer City, Kings Mountain, Forest City, Rufferton, all that's right in that same little line. Lincolnton, Cat Square. Used to date a boy from Lincolnton. Anyway, let me get to, let's see.
You have to learn relaxation techniques, meditation, and extreme focus. You also have to set all doubt aside and let your mind be open to a complete.
Sorry, guys, give me a moment to fix the speed here.
The true nature of reality. Your life, the earth, the universe, everything in it is an illusion created.
Those of you that were in Gate, let me show y'all some stuff from the Gateway program and see if it rings some bells. Why does it seem like it's not? Okay, there it goes. By the way, this little cooker I'm using, when it reaches certain temperature, it cuts off, and it only is using like 5 to 10 watts. and then it cuts back up, maintains the temperature, cuts back off, which is great for my power box and using less power. Right next to the drive-in. Oh, yes, you do know. If you know, you know. Okay. Okay, this is all the extra. I want to get...
So-called states of matter are actually variances in energy, and human consciousness is a function of the interaction of energy.
This is all the technical parts. I want to get to the parts where he shows the documents for the Gateway program and the headphones and the sounds they were used, and see if any of those that were in Gates and the tag programs recall this. It's interesting.
Hologram of unbelievable complexity. According to the theories of Paul Pribram, a neuroscientist at Stanford University, and David Bohm, a physicist at the University of London, the human mind is also a hologram, which attunes itself to the universal hologram and achieves the state.
Trying to fix my camera back, y'all. Sorry.
The gateway process teaches you to turn off the filter in your brain and gives you access to alternate states of reality and lets you escape space-time altogether. And anyone can learn to do this. You don't need to decalcify your pineal gland or spend years at a Buddhist monastery. You don't need a shaman or a guru or mind-altering drugs. You just need headphones. The gateway process
Here we go.
is done.
Check this out. They're talking about, this is the gateway process that led, in my opinion, was associated, tied to, led up to, precluded, post-dated, not sure on that part. I think it predated the MK Ultra. They're all intermingled, for lack of a better way to put it, in my personal opinion and research. And I want to know what y'all think. Remember Gate, anybody that was in Gates, gifted and talented and stuff, I think it was a way they were testing early, honestly, for those with autism. And I think they were looking for savants like Rain Man, who had certain gifts and exceeded in certain ways, excelled in certain fields, whether it was science or math or whatever. And look for ways, honestly, to exploit those talents and use them for their benefit. That's my personal thought process. I may be wrong. But here's the gateway part. Let me push play.
By listening to sound.
Yeah, but tell me more about those mind-altering drugs.
Oh, by the way, I'm bowling again for the final time, and I'm unplugging. And it's still going to be heated and boiling for a moment.
Another would make you alert.
Let me rewind this, because I was talking and interrupting.
Well, people have said...
Okay, you worked at that factory. Okay, all right, that's what's up. Have you ever heard of Great Lakes Carbon Corporation? My grandpa worked there from the time that he was 14 until they made him retire at 70. It's where he actually made money. He invented a different, after he drove a pick through his foot down in one of the carbon mining pits, he actually invented a process to get that carbon out of the pits in a way that no longer fogged up their glasses, and also was a lot safer. People weren't getting hurt and everything like they previously had been. The gateway, they're talking about the headphones and the sounds. I want y'all to see the similarities in the quote-unquote hearing test that we were given in Gate. It was different than the hearing test that everybody had. And I know some people are going to make comments. Everybody in the class had a hearing test. Yes, they did. But those that were selected for the Gate program had a different hearing test, a different set of criteria that was given. Kind of hard to explain, but it was different. And you'll see, because Just bear with me and watch. Oh Lord, am I
In the
going?
1950s, New York broadcasting executive Robert Monroe found evidence that different types of sound could affect the human mind in different ways. Some sound patterns would make you sleepy. Another would make you alert. Some sound can give you anxiety. Other sounds are very relaxing.
Well, people have said my voice is relaxing.
You're not reading the comments. Using this discovery, Monroe began experimenting with hypnopedia, or sleep learning. Monroe was convinced that there was a connection between sound waves and not just a person's mood, but their ability to learn and retain information. And one night while trying a sleep learning technique, Monroe had an experience that was unexpected but would change his life. While listening to a specific sound frequency, his body slowly became paralyzed. He then started to feel a vibration that became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, he was awash in bright white light.
Put
The sound
another
was
coffee
maybe
packet in here.
of a rush of air that became a roar so loud it was unbearable.
Okay, I have to
Then,
fast
in an
forward a
instant,
little bit.
Everything was quiet. The vibration stopped, the light dissipated, and Robert Monroe found himself in his bedroom floating above his sleeping body. There was no name for this at the time, but later became known as an OBE, an out-of-body experience, a term that Monroe himself popularized.
By the way, the sleep hypnosis type therapy was with the lulling voice talking to you and telling you instructions, the tones and the beeps was something that was employed and used in the gate and tag programs. And we're going to get to that. I'm going to point it out. I was in the gate program, and I think I'm qualified to speak on it. Checking my coffee. I'll show you my cup in a second. Oh my gosh, y'all, they don't have to be refrigerated. I got a box of these at the giveaway. It's hazelnut delights individual creamers. As you can see, they're damaged. I think that's why they gave the box away at the giveaway that I went to. Here is my last cup of coffee until next month, unless I get lucky and get one at like Mickey D's or somewhere. I made it. Show y'all the box. Kind of crushed it up, but I can still pull it out. This is the box. It comes with 6 packets. That's instant. In here, it's like $1.25. Excellent. It's got espresso. It's a dark roast, which is what I like. So let's get back to this real quick.
Though this OBE happened completely by accident, he was able to use sound to replicate the experience 9 times over the next 6 weeks. Monroe wrote about the experience in his 1971 book, Journeys Out of the Body. He went on to
I want y'all to check also the time frames that all of this stuff is in. The GATE program began in 1978 officially and ended in 1994 officially. This study started 1971 officially. Notice I keep saying officially. So I got me a nice cup of coffee and a bowl of oodles and noodles. I'm having a hot meal, you guys. I can't ask for nothing more. I feel blessed and privileged. And my charging box was on 71% when I started, I think. No, I take that back. It was on 67%. And I'm now at 57. I'm using 37 watts. And I have 2 lamps, the TV plugged in and going. If I pull this one lamp, and you're going to see a light difference probably. If I take it and just use the one that's here, the one that's the USB plug and the TV is pulling 28 watts. My TV averages 27 to 30 watts. So the light that I've got, the little clear one that you guys like, that lamp is only using about 2 to 3 watts max. With the lamp and the TV at 57%, I have 14 and a half hours. When I add in the other lamp, it takes me up to 37 watts usage. And it takes me down to 12 and a half hours. So it takes 2 hours away of charge time to use this extra lamp. I like light while I'm eating, so until I finish eating my food, I'm going to keep them plugged up. Let's see. I wonder if we block some memories. I think so. I really do. That's what the place that I was supposed to be at this morning is the Burke. It's BUCM, Burke United Christian Ministries. It has the food pantry, the homeless shelter, the mailboxes, the clothing, all that stuff. They just moved from a building in town to the one where I was parked, and apparently they're not finished and open, and that's why the construction crew felt so enabled, I guess, and felt like they could come at me and threaten me or whatever. But that's the food bank here, and it's been closed since I think it was around the second week of April, somewhere around the 19th. They were supposed to reopen no later than May the 9th. But like any other construction, they're behind schedule. Looks like it may be June 9th. So until then, all I can access is my post office box that's in there. Oh my God, it's 5:32. Gee, look, please. Okay, let me finish playing this. I'm going to fast forward.
As do its two hemispheres. The left hemisphere is traditionally associated with logic and reason.
I want to get to the tones.
I'm sorry, all this about dimensions and realities and mullets, it's hard to contribute.
The left hemisphere of the brain tends to be more active in the beta frequency range of 13 to 30 hertz, which is associated with alertness, attention, and cognitive control. The right hemisphere is active in the alpha frequency range, 8 to 13 hertz, which is associated with relaxation, creativity.
This is, I'm showing y'all this, and I want you to hear the tones and the differential and the way we can sense it and see it ourselves and hear it. I also am showing you this because we're about to hear the tones they used, and those of you that went through the gate test and know those headphones and tones, I think you're going to be quite shocked. I feel like that the video I watched on this, and subsequently I got very emotional, and I firmly believe it's because some memories were unlocked that I had locked away. Absolutely, I do feel like that our subconscious is smarter than we are, and that they do block them for a reason.
And spatial processing. The right brain operates much more slowly than the left.
Sideways mullet.
By listening to certain sounds, the gateway process synchronizes both hemispheres using a technique called hemisync.
Fundamentally, the gateway experience is a training system designed to...
I'm going to keep fast forwarding because I want to get to the less complicated and the more straightforward part of this. Bear with me.
Sounds nuts, but...
Here we go.
My name is Chelsea and I'm an 8th grader.
Let me turn the volume down. I wanted to get to the specific part that I felt connected directly to the GATE program and what a lot of us experience. God darn, why they got to show so much food commercials? Especially when you're hungry. That's just torture.
If you watched our episode on simulation theory, you'll remember John Wheeler and his delayed choice double slit experiment. The video has more details, but in short, Wheeler showed that particles seem to be able to change their state by going...
See, that's not what I'm trying to get to. Patterning.
Our thoughts have the power to influence reality, if those thoughts can be projected with adequate intensity.
Think about the concept of The Secret and the law of attraction, which says that we can make things happen by focusing our imagination on a desire.
We're getting there. Is this the tone?
He calls this clicking out of reality.
It is true that when, for an infinitesimally brief instant, that energy reaches one of its 2 points.
Okay, hopefully.
R. FFR involves...
Okay, here we go.
The program combined...
Okay, so this is HemiSync, the Gateway Experience, waves 3 through 8, I believe it says, okay? This is the actual Gateway program that the CIA was invested in. When you hear the description of what the Gateway program was about, and I feel you on that. I'm with you. You know, some kids remember getting put in a closet when they were little as punishment and stuff and timeout. I was put in a dryer with the door shut. The worst was the hampers, the clothes hampers. They were like this plasticky stuff, but it was woven to look like wicker, but it was plastic. And they had the flip top lid. They're in a toy box. That was the worst. And no, it wasn't an accident. It wasn't on purpose. It wasn't just one occasion. It was more than one. When Nanny and Papa found out, shit was on and popping too. They were not happy. I practically ended up living with them after they found out what had happened. I'm not going into details on whom, because one might have been the person that chose and thought of it and done it merit-wise for me, but the other didn't stop it. So in my opinion as a child, they were both just as guilty. I think that's why I'm claustrophobic and scared of small spaces to this day. And, you know, it's odd. Let me say this. You know, they say a lot of times that once someone has been victimized once, they tend to be victimized again and again. It's almost like the perpetrators can pick them out. The thing that I found interesting about Gate and Gateway is there were stimulants, depressants, and placebos given, whether it was in liquid or tablet form, to students, allegedly. According to the documents that I showed you guys in the last video about this. There's a short video upload. Please check that out. I have all that documentation and a whole lot of clips. If you have seizures, please be careful. The only clips and stuff that I can find do have some flashing lights and what I call 3D imaging that could set a seizure off. But tell me why that throughout life that those children that were in the GATE program and TAG programs for those years are more likely to be hardcore drug users and more likely to be survivors of DV or SA. That alone just blew my mind. And even talking about it to you now, it's bringing up emotion that I didn't even know I had. It's hard to explain. It's almost a suffocating feeling the first time that I realized about it and started looking. A hiding spot, yeah, but not to be forced into. Dude, I feel you on that discovering. I've seen it, and I understand. At my dad's and my stepmom's, I had to sleep on a couch, and my stepsister, one of them, was very mean and disrespectful to me. I was my dad's only child. They weren't his children. They were her past husband's children. I had to ask to open the refrigerator and get something out there. I felt like I had to ask to use the soap when I washed my hands at the sink, so I get it. Yep, trauma never leaves. We either suppress it or deal with it, and it comes back up, and it's almost like choking on it. I firmly believe there's something associated with that gate program that happened to me that I've blocked, and in watching these videos and seeing these stuff coming out and other people expressing theirs, it was kind of like a waterfall and a cascade just bubbling up out of me that I really don't know how to explain to anyone.
Two techniques. The first is frequency following response, or FFR. FFR involves introducing a frequency through headphones, which the brain tries to mimic by adjusting its brainwaves. The second technique is beat frequency. You might have heard this called binaural beats. This involves playing different frequencies in each ear. The brain then chooses to hear the difference between them. For example, the sounds at 4 hertz are too low for you to hear. But if you listen to 100 hertz through the right ear and 104 hertz in the left ear, your brain can detect and hear.
Those of you that were in the gate program, when we get to the part here in just a moment, I'm almost done with it, where we hear the tones. I want to know from y'all in the comments, live and afterwards, do y'all remember this? That's what I want to know.
Difference, in this case, 4 hertz. And here's how it sounds. This is the left ear. Listen how the tone is steady.
Okay, I'm with you.
Please don't talk during this part. We're trying to focus on the sound. Now a steady tone in the right ear. We play them together, and you can hear the oscillation between the two frequencies, like a vibrato.
I hear it.
You're going to blow out their ears.
Sorry. I get excited when I think I'm going to travel to other dimensions.
Remember, your left brain is your logical and analytical side. Before information is processed by your right brain, which is the emotional and creative side, your left brain takes a look at the information. It filters it and tries to make sense of it before it accepts the information. But your right brain will happily absorb any information thrown at it. Psychologists like Ronald Stone say that hypnosis is a technique that relaxes or distracts the left brain so that outside stimuli have direct access to the intuitive
Wow, I never thought of that.
That's why people under hypnosis are...
Any of those tones sounding familiar? Yeah, at least laughter does give y'all endorphins. I agree with that. Okay.
Left brain through sound waves. When the brain is relaxed enough...
Okay, hold on. Let me rewind 1 second.
Brain is always down to potty.
Here, listen this
the
part.
gateway process relaxes the left brain through sound waves. When the brain is relaxed enough, the amplitude and frequency of brain waves can be pushed higher and higher, and the space between your brain waves gets smaller and smaller. And when the distance between your brain waves drops below Planck's distance, it clicks out of space-time.
Up to this point, our discussion of the gateway process.
Now again, this is the hypothesis behind the gateway theory and process. And you got gateway and gate program. I wonder what the gateway acronym stands for. We know what gate program is, but it's kind of interesting that there's very similar techniques and such employed in this gateway program as there was in the gate program. And then there's documentation of running experiments on children. As for China, it sparked one in the video uploaded of the magazine Omni, where it had that about the Chinese telepathic children. And that was in around 78-ish. And then, but since 1937 on, and let me tell you why, that I believe, I didn't get to put this out, and it's in the video that I uploaded. The doctor that began these experiments on children, it started in Florida. He was recruited and came to Duke University in North Carolina. Okay, please stay with me on this one. Duke University in North Carolina is where he did his study and developed the GATE program. And the documents that I put out in the video upload, that's GATE tag. It's a short video. Not a lot of people have watched it for some reason, but he developed the program. And the testing that was done on students. And that's less than 2 hours from where I was born and raised. So chances that, 150-mile radius around from Duke University would be the schools that they would choose to start on and pick the students from, sounds pretty high to me. And it's weird. Apparently, this is more successful in female students than male students, according to the documents and the stuff I showed in that video. And when Dana and Shelly and I were talking about it, we only remember Clint in our GATE class. One boy. So many of us, but we were all girls. There was one boy. What was the goal? I don't know. Here we go. Hold on.
Easy for you to say sheesh.
Now the fun begins. As the almost continuous click-out pattern establishes itself in continuous phase at speeds below Planck's distance. But before reaching the state of total rest, human consciousness passes through the looking glass of time-space after the fashion of Alice, beginning her journey.
The Gateway program, by the way, and GATE, so many similarities, in my opinion, based on everything. The remote viewing program that the CIA had for a long time, I believe personally, was the culmination of the Gateway program and the GATE program, as well as a precursor or prelude, however you want to say it, or however I should say it, to the MK Ultra. Is it any wonder that the deep state, CIA, DOJ, whoever, whatever, that was doing all these experiments and whatnot, moved just because that one program ended, per se, by title, didn't mean that another one didn't start that had the same objectives, just a different way to get there. You know what I mean? Like, there's 3 ways that I can get to Walmart from here. It's the same objective, just a different way to get there. My point. But I wonder how many of these individuals that were in Canada, I wish Miss Justice was still here, and other facilities that were psychiatric facilities and having the MK Ultra run on the patients that really couldn't give consent. How many of those patients that were in that MK Ultra program, how many of those had been students in the GATE program that were possibly, however it ended up happening, driven to that state of mental whatever by what they went through? I'm just wondering, just questions that I have. Well, and agreeing with you, discovering that's my first thought, that that those of us that are in this area, and surrounding Duke, and that we're in the GATE and TAG programs, were probably some of the first that were tested. And let me expound on that. Why did they always take us to freaking farms and petting zoos? It was always animals. And I wonder, because then there's experiments that's there with the MK Ultra and mind control, as well as I'm trying to ESP and remote viewing. It kind of all tied together. If y'all remember, it was a big joke. They was talking about staring at goats, animals, petting zoos. I don't know why I keep remembering, like, we seem to go on trips all the time, okay, and audio video stuff, but remembering exactly what we did, all of us seem to have an issue with that. Like, it's like, I remember we were going to that farm and that petting zoo, but I don't remember being there and what happened. I remember going to that apple farm, still there. Jeremiah went with his class to the same apple farm. I don't remember the trip. I don't remember the farm. I remember when I went to Old Salem. I remember everything about that. But I don't remember the other ones. Why? Why do I not remember? And why do we not have to have individual permission slips for those trips to allow us to go, but we had to have them for any other trip that we went on in our class? Just things that seem to bother me. And I think, honestly, my junior high years, my 7th, 8th, and 9th grade, and I said this before, I rebelled, sorta. I didn't want to be viewed as a nerd or whatever. So I did start playing sports, and I was, in 7th grade, I was just a regular reporter for the school newspaper. In 8th grade, I was the assistant editor. In 9th grade, I was the editor-in-chief of our school newspaper. So I was into sports and doing the editor-in-chief and some other stuff like that. And I, for some reason, think that that's why I don't remember those years being in that program. Then they didn't call it GATE. They called it College Prep and CP and Accelerated Learning, AL or EL something. But that's what it was in high school, and I was a part of that in high school. And we did go on trips and assemblies that the general, class didn't have. There was only certain ones. It was the class just the college prep classes, and we had different standards. The same class where we had to write papers and give speeches in my accelerated learning, we only had to have an outline up at the podium that we turned in for the teacher to be able to grade for our speeches that we wrote and gave. My counterparts, my besties that were in the, standard classes, if it was a 500-word speech or 1,000-word or 5-page, they literally had to have everything wrote out. They had to get up and give it verbatim for what they wrote, or it was, deductions on their grades. And they had to turn all that in. Like, in my opinion, it seemed to me that we had a similar or same class type goals, but the college prep classes were easier. They were supposed to be on a higher functioning level. I've still never understood that. And it wasn't just that one class, it was a bunch.
To Wonderland.
But where is Wonderland? Well, everything is energy, right? Look at McDonald's drawing. This represents our brainwave or energy wave or consciousness, whatever you want to call it. It's all the same thing. The middle of the wave,
Oh, that
where it
coffee
spends
is
most of its
good.
time, is our reality. But at the bottom and the top of the wave, in that brief
My knee
moment,
hurts.
just before the wave changes directions, it isn't moving at all. It finishes going up, it stops.
Want to get back to the beeps and the gateway stuff, so I'm skipping
Absolute
some of
state,
this.
or simply the absolute. Between the absolute and the material.
This is more in depth than what I'm trying to get to, but
Look, I know it's not easy to follow, but think of it like this. The top layer is our reality. Everything that we can see and touch. That lays on top of these other dimensions, whatever.
Trying to get to the documents. Okay, let's see.
Turn to this collective
Commercial. I might have to come back and do this later. I'm exhausted. I know you guys probably are too. Agreed. Authorities should be questioned. Dixon, what you mean? What we're talking about? The Gateway program and how it aligns with the Gates and Tag program from 1978 to 1994. That, come to find out, was actually a CIA-based program that targeted certain groups of youth, generally with higher IQ tests and higher grade scores, antisocial type behaviors that were pulled out and given different medications and certain other things that the regular student population wasn't. We were told it stood for gifted and talented. Education was supposed to help those that were in line to go to college / trade schools, have, careers, doctors, lawyers, dentists type shit, is what we were led to believe as students and the parents of those students. But that's not exactly what happened. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, we have talked about a lot of different things throughout, but that's what we're on at this point. This is the Gateway program of the CIA, and just showing, as soon as it gets to it, on the tones and stuff that were played in the earphones that were used, and how that ties to the GATE program. In 2001, the CIA released some documents. They were no longer, I can't think of the word, but they released them and opened them up. And it was talking about the GATE program and testing that was done on students across the United States from 1978 to 1994, testing clairvoyance, ESP, telekinesis, and certain other like remote viewing and out-of-body experiences and such. Students were picked that they thought had a propensity to be able to possess the ability to do those things, and certain sounds, tones were played, medications, stimulants, depressants, and placebos were given without the knowledge of the students or their parents, to see how they affect. Like, they found out that the one medication that I showed y'all in the video that's actually on the CIA's list, it's sodium android something. They found out that given that, and it has kind of like a an effect like a Xanax or something, a Klonopin. It's a like a benzo type effect on a person. They found that actually inhibited the ability of the subjects to be able to access that part of their brain that we don't use, that they were trying to trigger. And those are factual documents. I do have a short form video that I uploaded talking about the human experiments in children. Duke University is where they began in 1978 with the doctor that did it. I showed the person, his name is L.E. Lyons, and I think it's that he be lying, L.E. Lyons, because L.E. Lyons doesn't exist. When you look deeper into who did it, who wrote the books, part 1, part 2, and part 3, that this information and this study was derived upon, he's actually the individual that for the CIA conducted the Stargate experiments. If you know about that, you know. If that helps a little bit. I believe everyone has abilities. And I also think, what I think is the reason that it started 3rd and 4th grade, you're talking between the students that were picked were between 7 and 9 years old is when they introduced him to this. I think that was on the cusp, in my opinion. I think as children, we're not tainted, we're not jaded, and we're more open. We're more open to our full abilities. We don't know that it's weird or odd or strange to see spirits and to sense and feel certain things. So I think that we are more open to that. And I think they tried to do this program and use this on students at that age when they were old enough to understand and be able to maybe even be taught to use and control it, but they were still young enough to not have that stigmatism about it, if that makes sense to you. Sorry, you guys, something's going on. I can't, people pulling in. I just kept seeing lights flashing through my thing, and I was getting excited. I thought maybe roadside assistance got here early, you guys. I'm worried and scared, but I'm going to persevere, and I won't give up. Just know that. Back to the video.
Sees the absolute as what many people might consider God.
The concept of visible reality, that is the created world, as being an emanation of an omnipotent and
We're going to get past all that because that's not about what I was talking about. Because I believe in God. At least I get there.
And then perceive it. The absolute is the actual agent.
I want to get past the absolute into the part.
All trying to get the CIA to release page 25.
Okay, hold up. This is the part. Here we go.
Not the page that will unite the world, huh?
Nope, and they say they never did.
That's a bunch of bull.
And it's a lie. They did have page 25.
For 18 years, people have been pressuring the CIA for the missing page. FOIA requests have been made. Petitions have been created, all trying to get the CIA to release page 25. The CIA insisted they don't have it.
Sure they don't.
But in 2021, Vice published an article about the Gateway document and mentioned the controversy around the missing page. A few days later, the Monroe Institute released the complete report, including the mysterious page 25.
What's on it?
Well, I've linked to the complete document below, but the gist is this. McDonald says that no matter what religion or culture you're born into, the gateway process could be a valuable tool, if not the most valuable tool ever designed, to help a person truly understand themselves and the nature of the universe itself. He says ancient mystics seem to understand the truth about the universe intuitively, and the gateway process confirms this. Everyone on Earth is part of a collective consciousness, all placed here for the same purpose, to accumulate experiences, to learn from one another, and ultimately take that knowledge
cleaning
back
up
to the
what I'm
energy
talking
from which
about.
we all came. He says that if we can become aware of this universal hologram, we can free ourselves from the prison of our individual lives, and finally realize that at our most basic level, we're all the same.
In a military report?
Right. Colonel McDonald does eventually get back to the practical use of an out-of-body experience with respect to military strategy and intelligence.
By the way, this is the Department of Army. I don't know if it's clear enough for y'all to see. Department of Army, U.S. Army Operational Group, U.S. Army Intelligence and Security Command, Fort George G. I think it says Meade, Maryland. Okay. Analysis and assessment of the gateway process. And you see its commander. I'm trying to see the date. June. Hold on a minute. I can't see the year. June 9th, but I can't see the year. Let's see. I agree on the corruption. Amen to that one. On innocent, I'm with you. I'm with you. And our own citizens at that. It's horrible. And I agree with you. I personally believe that the gate and tag program was targeting people. 78 to 94, we didn't know about autism and certain other developmental disabilities as they're claimed. Or that we as the general public weren't made aware. Let me say that. It wasn't as prevalent and as well known as it is today, of course. That being said, I think they were purposely targeting people with certain, like maybe ADD, ADHD, autism, certain types of developmental issues because that opened up certain levels of their brain that others couldn't, wouldn't. And I think also, and you guys can tell me if I'm right or wrong, I on one instance, I want to say that people with autism are more trusting, but honestly, they're not. They're probably more skeptical than others. But the way our government might would have perceived it is that they were more susceptible and easily manipulated and used. That's my thought process. There's a reason we didn't need permission slips to go outside of the class to do anything and go anywhere. There's a reason that our parents wasn't told what was really happening. I believe the MMR shot, measles, mumps, and rubella. Okay. You know, that is I have heard and seen a lot of hard data that shows that around 9% of the population, especially the early MMR shot before it was refined, and smallpox, is totally believed to have caused certain disorders. Autism, being on the spectrum. If you guys remember, before you say autistic spectrum, there's a specific type, and I'm trying to remember the name. It has to do with higher functioning. It's a gentleman's name. Oh my gosh. You might can help me with that discovering. It's almost on the savant level, the highly functioning. And I think that's what was being sought after, honestly. Absolutely. Agreed, Dixon. They look for vulnerabilities and weaknesses that they can exploit for their benefit. And I personally believe most of it had to do with military application. Just like the remote viewing program they did. I think they were looking for ESP, telekinesis, and the ability to cultivate remote viewers. Court against the government, they found him in. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, I'm so disappointed in Cash Patel and Dan, whatever his name is that I can't remember and don't care to at the moment. I'm very disappointed. Bongino, whatever. You looked like y'all hadn't slept for 16 days when you did that interview and told us that Jeffrey Epstein unalived himself. And that might be true. That might be true. But how? Because if the precautions that were supposed to be taken had been taken, he wouldn't have been able to do that. See, it's what they didn't say. Everybody's focused on what they said. Focus on what neither one of them said. They didn't tell us how he did it. They didn't tell us how he was able to do it. They didn't tell us how the cameras just malfunctioned and everybody disappeared, and how somebody, look, if you're on an unaliving yourself watch in a hospital facility, a mental health facility, or a jail facility, they take anything that you could use, shoestrings, bras, underwear. I mean, literally, sometimes they put you in the turtle suit, as they call it. A lot of people don't even have the bed sheets, because I've seen people actually try to hang themselves by tearing them into strips, just keeping it a band. You don't get those. You don't even get to use your blow dryer, wash your ass, take a shit, take a shower without somebody assisting and watching you. So understand that. He might have done it to himself because he knew what was about to come and happen, and it was the better choice. That being said, If the 15-minute checks had been done properly, he wouldn't have had the time to unalive himself. It would have been caught. Hence, the 15-minute requirement for somebody that's on unaliving watch. And with all due respect, supposed to have been one of the most high-tech facilities. He was one of the more guarded prisoners, and I just don't believe that they made that kind of mistake. And you notice Danny Cash just said, yes, he did it to himself. They didn't say somebody stood there and held a pew-pew to his head and made him do it to himself. They didn't say that he was told, we're going to turn you over to this group or that group that was the opposite of who you've been working for and let them have at you. They didn't say none of that. They didn't say that they were told him, if you don't do this, then we're going to do that. And we're going to leave you and you've got 2 hours. And when we come back, we expect to see you having done the deed in a dignified fashion in a manner you choose, rather than torture and prolonged end of your life. They didn't tell us any of that, now did they? See, that's what people seem to be missing. All they said was, yep, he did it to himself. Okay, maybe. Does that mean it wasn't a hit? Nope, sure doesn't. Doesn't mean that it was by choice or what he wanted to do. That wasn't stated. And I think sometimes those are nuances that people miss, or we all get caught up like they want us to do on certain things and forget to look outside the box. Let's see. How do I say this? Yeah, I've heard of Plum Island. That's scary within itself. So Dixon, yeah, I do think he was involved. I personally think that he was an agent. I think he was like a freelance type agent and had no allegiance to anyone. I think he was a Mossad operative. I believe that he was kind of a double agent. I think he worked for our country. I think he worked for Mossad. I think that it was less about the girls and the children and more about the same thing Diddy's doing. I think it was more about power and control. If you have powerful individuals doing things that their constituents and that the general consensus of everyone around you and them would find abhorrent and would not only cause you loss of your position and power, but to be probably, if you're a royal, excommunicated and shunned, and if you're an elected official, you ain't gonna be for much longer type situation. Yeah, having that kind of blackmail, think of the control that the individual or individuals that had that could have. I mean, let's keep it 100 on that. And then I have long questioned the U.S.'s just, it doesn't make sense, our allegiance to Israel. No matter what, good, bad, or ugly, financially, politically, look into it. You'll see what I mean. I don't understand. We must owe them a hell of a lot of money. That's the only conclusion I've ever came to on that one that makes sense. Because, and if y'all knew who Andrew Bustamante is, I feel like him and, is it Sean Atwood? What is his name? The ex-CIA agent, the one I showed y'all earlier, that was speaking to Tim Tebow. They're not on here making millions on their YouTube channels and sitting here talking about CIA policy and procedures and what they did and what they didn't do without the CIA approving. If you believe anything else, you're as crazy as a bedbug. Real shit. And I say that because nobody's going to sit here and convince me that they're allowing them to sit out here and talk about all this and reveal all the stuff that they talk about and reveal without getting permission. I think they're still operatives, and I think that
because he has to. Otherwise,
they're still working, and that's their assignment. You know, the same thing Cat Williams. The fuck? Yo, hold on. That's... Oh, what the heck? I swear something's coming through the drain. It's scary. Sorry. Oh, great. I really can't get out now. So somebody else just pulled up to park, and I know if y'all were here earlier, y'all saw that minivan. Well now, literally I can't, if I walk in front of my car, I'm gonna have about that much distance between my front bumper and the Dodge Ram pickup that just pulled up. I'm stuck. I can't get out. I can't go. If somebody comes and threatens me like they did earlier yesterday when I was parked over there, I can't leave. I got a car directly in front of me, the car direct. Well, who does that? Why would you do that? Oh my God, in heaven. Jesus, please help me. I don't want to have a panic attack. I'm going to hit play. I just need a minute, guys. I'm sorry. And I feel bad for them because their car sounds like a freaking lawnmower. Jesus, please. What the hell? I'm trapped. I feel smothered and trapped. God, please help me. Please, Lord. Please, I'm praying. Please help me and let me guide me. And keep me safe. God, please, God, I beg you, Lord Jesus. Just leave me and I'll follow. I promise. I won't question it.
They should learn to achieve an out-of-body experience in remote viewing. We even use some practical steps in how to verify the information being viewed is accurate. He encourages anyone learning the process to pursue self-knowledge or remove any personal prejudices that could be blocking their progress. The ultimate goal is patterning, that the military should learn to adjust reality for what he calls practical application.
So that doesn't sound good.
It doesn't. When you read the Gateway Report, you get the sense that
Yes, I locked both locks. I have the deadbolt locks. I got the front door locked, and if they come and touch any metal on either door handle to try to get in on either door, they will be getting a shock from a taser. They'll be getting tasered. I have the little monster hooked up to the driver's side door because it's the stronger one. It does 10,000 volts. And then I have the smaller taser hooked to this door that's got the double locks.
Living in one aspect of reality, but with training and patience, we could explore all of reality. And if you do believe there's something more out there that the Gateway process could make available to you,
no, there's not just enough to let me out, sweetheart. I have to go outside to show y'all, and I don't want to right now, but let me see if I can't show you through the front window. Hold on. Just give me a sec here. Okay. That's the car. Let's see. You're up my front window. You see how close it is? And I don't have reverse. That's the one that just pulled up, and there's one right behind me that close. I couldn't get out with this car here. There's no way I'm gonna get out now. And they pulled up to sleep, as you can see. And look, I don't know if y'all can see the trees and stuff that's hanging and cut right there. That's from the storms that we've been having with the mudslides and the roots where they're so weak. And I can't get out. I can't get out. I'm trapped here. Damn it. Sorry, you guys. I'm panicking. I probably need to get some sleep. But like I told y'all, I've not been able to sleep at night. I've had to sleep during the day because of getting that happening. Was getting woke up at what was supposed to be a safe parking lot. This door window right here. See this one with the blind? That's the one they was knocking at yesterday morning when I was in the safe parking spot, and I opened it up, and the guy was standing there screaming at me and pointing a pew pew at me. That's scary. I don't care who you are. That was scary. Sorry, y'all. I don't mean to panic. I wanted y'all to see that I wasn't taking and wasn't exaggerating or nothing. I wish there was a way I could show you the one behind as well right now. Yep, that's what I did. Oh my God, discovering that's what I did. You know, I showed y'all earlier when I was outside before I came inside the batteries, right? And that's what I did. There's 3 of them. The 12 volt is what lights up in here. Then I got the marine battery. That's the backup for some other stuff that, you know, like the heat and the air that's through the system when you're driving. And then there's the regular one for the car, you know, the regular battery. So what I did was the marine battery, that's the backup, is what I wired some stuff to, you know. And thank God my phone's working right now, y'all, and everything. But yeah, I did what you talking about. I tried that, but that's what was killing the battery, you know what I mean? And right now I can't cut it on and do. So I hooked the tasers to it, and there's a trigger. Like when the way like this one over here works, the handle turns. So when it turns, it pulls up the switch that turns on the taser. Like, you know, and that's the same thing I did over there. This driver's side door, it's 10,000 volts continuously. It's called a little monster. It's a square one that's pink and black stripes. Y'all, I'm breaking out into sweat. I got stressed. It's not that hot in here, I promise. And the smaller one only gives a 7,500 volts. So that'll be a little better off. It just, I feel trapped and smothered, that claustrophobic thing, you know. It's one thing I like about this, even with I shut all the windows, you know, I can easily just reach behind me and pop this one up and open and get air. And it's got a bunch of windows, which sometimes it's scary too, because I worry about breaking in, you know, through them and stuff. But I've taught my son when he has a meltdown, to calm him down, to breathe out, breathe in. Take some time, count 10, get ready to begin, to cool it down. It's a cute song. I like that. I like that. It don't help you with your anxiety. Got you. Sometimes if I can just distract myself and get focused, it's easier. Let me show you something again. This is the scary part for me right now, okay? So I know why the car parked behind me. I don't know about the minivan. They pulled up while I was going to the store, but the one that just pulled up now, let me show y'all again this parking lot. Why park here? Look, look, look. I want you to see this. I'm gonna try to open the door and stick my phone out, let you see behind me and everything. I unhooked. I done hooked something real quick. But I want y'all to see something. Okay? So, this is the whole ass parking lot that's empty. Right? And I got one right behind me. I don't know if y'all can see it. And now I got this one right up against my front end. How the hell am I supposed to get out of here? How can I drive? I can't back up and I can't pull forward. This thing don't go sideways. Why would anybody with a driver's license be so ignorant? And I hope I'm heard. Why would you block me in? If they try to make me move, I have no options. It is bad. And I mean, do y'all see? Am I crazy? Do y'all see all this empty space? Why here? Why? You see all. And there's big vehicles parked here. Why? Why would you park? I mean, you can't tell me they didn't see this big ass camper. You can't tell me they couldn't see the vehicle behind me, even if they didn't know I don't have reverse. You can't tell me that's not visible, that there's one behind me, and that there's already one here. Why would you pull right in front of somebody like that? Because first of all, I'm angled towards them. So if my parking brake gets out, I'm rolling straight into where they're sitting. It's even dangerous for them. Girl, don't tell me that, discovering the truth. It's not even being inconsiderate. Like, it's not smart. It's not intelligent. Like, it doesn't make good sense. But maybe they'll move before I have to move. That's all I can pray. And you know what? I'm going to tell myself that there's a reason, that God has a reason. That's what I'm going to tell myself. But it is weird, and it's kind of creepy and scary. And I've been waiting all day, all night yesterday, and all day today for the van on the other side of them to move so I would be able to get out. Now, roadside assistance gets here, and they're not even going to be able to help me. I'm going to be stuck. I can't go get gas. I can't even get in front to open my hood to put transmission fluid in. That's what I'm trying to get. It's that close. They're literally, my front chrome bumper sticks out further. There is literally less than probably 4 inches between it and their side of their vehicle. I wonder if I crank up if they'd move. That's what I'm going to go with. Discovering the truth that, you know, the man upstairs has a bigger purpose. And that's what I'm going to go with. Guys, I'm really exhausted. I've been live for too many hours to tell. It's probably the longest live stream I've ever done, except that one after the Chase debacle thing that I was trying to show everybody and explain and tell. Sorry, I'm just looking because I swear to God, hold on. I just hope the cops don't come and say something or try to make me move or something, because I can't. What if somebody else comes threatening to tow me or to make me move and you got this? I can't. I literally can't. It's not that I don't want to. I can't. So, oh God, my phone's down to 8% again. So, I'm going to say sayonara for tonight. Peace, love, and light. And, as soon as I can get out and get uptown, we're going to do some exploring today was my plan. None of the places are within walking distance for here. Just waiting on Roadside to come help, I guess. And maybe they can put the little things under here and elevate it up and roll me sideways to get me out of here. And then work on it. I don't know. But, again, absolutely discovering Dixon. Thank you for joining us. You added a lot of stuff. And we were glad to have you, Sean. Well, then don't watch, honey. If you think it's a crap channel, you've got a crappy attitude. Suck a nut. Have a good one. Peace. Love and light. See you all later today. And thank you. Yeah, he was being kind of rude, but whatever. You know, some people are ignorant. He probably's in the car that's in front of me. That's why I'm mad. But y'all, peace, love, and light. I'll see y'all later. After Diddy's on today, I'll give y'all a synopsis. I was going to do it today, but I'm just exhausted. And most of it yesterday was all Capricorn, that Capricorn Clark testimony. And to keep it 100, I personally believe she was only brought on to substantiate everybody else's testimony. You know, Kid Cudi, Cassie, everybody. I think she's probably, even after the defense tried to discredit her, I gotta say she's probably one of the most believable witnesses. Other than police officers and stuff. You know, credible. Yeah, bless his heart, honey. He has no clue. He can't help it. I'm ready for the ghost hunt, too. Now, listen, I can... It's probably about a 2-3 mile hike, but I might can walk us to Broughton from here, you guys, in their facility. I might do that today. If I can't get out one way, I'll get out another way. All right, y'all. Peace, love, and light. See y'all later tonight. Thank you all. Love y'all.